A clear morning, sunlight sparkling through the leaves in the communal courtyard. A beautiful girl wearing a face veil is dancing in the yard. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from out of nowhere. Everyone's eyes turn to a woman in white, holding a sword and advancing. Xianyu, your hand. Everyone stares in horror at her hands, tightly gripping the blade of the sword, her hands covered in blood. The worried crowd tries to stop her. Xianyu, wait a moment, call a physician quickly. Her eyes are empty and cold. The wooden doors burst open. She enters and looks at the man sitting leisurely before her. Hyo-ju flashes a mocking smile. So our Xianyu has finally come to wish her husband a happy birthday. She says nothing, only glaring at him with soulless yet hateful eyes. He gently orders, put that dangerous thing down. She still clutches the sword tightly, refusing. No, I have something I must do. He can't hide the amusement on his face. Are you trying to kill me again? He emphasizes each word, mocking her. You've already failed once. The courtiers beside him also smile mockingly at her. Xianyu just stands there, motionless amidst the ridicule of those around her. Her hand grips the sword so tightly her veins stand out. She softly lets out a sentence. You might as well just kill me. Her face looks up, expressionless. Kill me, not the innocent people in my family. Then you can turn me into food for your beloved crows. Hyo-ju slowly stands up. Don't say such things. He utters a sentence that sends chills down one's spine. How could I kill the one I love? She falters slightly, pursing her lips upon hearing that. Xianyu trembles, forcing a smile as she wonders. Love? She stumbles, muttering to herself. You madman, love. Is this what you call love, these things? With tears streaming down her face, she screams in agony. After doing all those things, you can still say it's love? She screams, filled with overwhelming hatred. You killed my entire family, hung them from the city gates. How desperate she was then. She questions him. How dare you speak of love? She wails pitifully through her tears. Just because I looked you in the eye, you killed people. My body is covered in marks of your name burned into it with a hot iron. Xianyu seems exhausted, her voice fading, and yet you call this. She is now haggard, trying to force a deeply tragic smile. This is love? In contrast to her mood, Hyo-ju gently replies. Yes. He emphasizes the answer amidst her hatred. It is love. He smirks, staking his claim. You are mine. He reminds her, as you said, it is carved into your body. He brings up the past. The iron heated until scorching hot. You are. He had someone press it onto her flesh, while he just stood to one side with a smile, observing Hyo-ju's interesting spectacle. Hearing this, Xianyu clutches her head in pain. I am not yours. Hyo-ju steps in front of the trembling girl. No. He reaches out and takes her hand that is tightly gripping the sword. He repeats what he said before. You are mine. He kisses her blood-soaked hands, the blood smearing onto his own mouth, forever. Her blood runs down the sword, dripping from its tip. She pulls her hand back, laughing maniacally. He listens to her words, puzzled. Madman, what can I do with this madman? Whether in this life or the last, I am still. Xianyu's next action startles him. His face turns ashen, the smile gone from his lips. The sword lightly cuts a line across her neck. She smiles, holding the sword to her own neck. He starts to get a little worried and orders, Xianyu, give me the sword. She remains in the same position, ignoring his words. What did I say? You will never be able to possess me. She says softly, you can kill me. She tightens her grip on the sword, smiling gently. It won't be you, but me. With that, she decisively slashes her own neck, sending blood flying everywhere. Hyo-ju lets out a devastating scream. Zenu, in the dark, gloomy underworld, a birthday is the only time one can see the blue sky. But Xian lies on the ground, her eyes half open. She watches him rushing toward her. That's good, too, because this birthday is the one I intended to create for him. Hyo-ju embraces her bloody body, weeping. Happy birthday, Hyo-ju. He screams an order. Someone call a physician, quickly. She silently curses, suffer forever, just as you once tortured me. He frantically yells at the courtiers around him. Hurry up. Her gaze becomes hazy. She looks at a young man in the chaotic crowd. Who is that? She wonders. Could he be crying for me? Her expression is sorrowful. Don't look at me with those eyes. I have just avenged my greatest grudge. Xianyu closes her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her face. I want to be happy about this death. The scene changes. Xianyu is now sinking in a blue sea. She silently pleads. O Timja, god of the underworld, I don't know why you made me repeat this painful life, but please don't do it this time. I don't want it anymore. She closes her eyes tightly. I am ready to disappear like this. So please, do not let me be born into a world with Hyo-ju in the next life. Returning to reality, Zeon-yu groggily opens her eyes. Her eyes widen in terror. She looks around, bewildered. The era seems to have changed. She opens the door and steps out of a luxury car. It can't be. She looks at the dark, silent forest before her. Stunned, she slumps down onto the cold ground. Why? She screams in anguish. Why here again? Suddenly, a sound startles her. Zeonu wanders. Hyo-ju already? Now, only a single thought is in her head. I have to run. I have to run. Her whole body trembles uncontrollably with fear, but her legs have no strength. Someone on horseback gallops over. Whoa. Then the person orders, stop. She looks up in terror. For a moment, she can't make out the man's face. Goida lowers his gaze to look at her. So, it's someone from the surface. She turns to look at him, looking utterly pitiful. Zeonu asks, you are? The underworld between the living and the dead, a place where the souls of the dead pass through, also known as the Dark World. The scene pans across a peaceful, cozy village. This world belongs to neither the living nor the dead. Its people are born and die underground. Only occasionally do people from the surface accidentally fall into the underworld, which is what happened when Zeon-yu's red car fell off a cliff. And that was our family. Zeon-yu is startled by a shout. Zeon-yu. People run over to check on them. Are you kids okay? She watches the scene of her father asking Song-yu in front of her. Are you hurt anywhere? Song-yu rubs their head. I'm fine. What about you, Dad? She looks at her beloved family present before her. Father, Song-yu, mother. Everyone is still alive. She stares at them, deeply moved. Just then, footsteps approach. There must have been an accident. Goida smiles and asks, is anyone hurt? Her father politely replies, yes, we're fine. Song-yu whispers to their father, confused. What's with that outfit? Are they filming a movie nearby? The father asks hesitantly, excuse me, could we borrow a phone? Ours were broken in the accident and don't work. The man keeps the smile on his face. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think I can help. He turns and calls out, guards. Immediately, a guard appears respectfully. Yes, sir. He orders, take them to see Gang Gong. Zeon-yu trembles slightly upon hearing this name. She remembers Gang Gong, the ruler of this underworld. A familiar figure appears in her mind, Hyo-ju's father. She remembers the face that has haunted her for so long. She is terrified. If we keep going, we'll run into Hyo-ju. Just then, a flock of black crows flies by. She looks up at the crows perching on a nearby branch. No, he might already be on his way here. She frowns, panic evident on her face. It's not safe here either. We have to run. Zeon-yu clutches her head. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. But she wondered, where do we go now? Song-yu's call interrupted her train of thought. Sister. She happily reached out a hand to help. That person said he'll help us. You should get up too, sister. However, what happened next surprised her. She wondered, sister? Zeon-yu's black hair began to change color from the tips up. Song-yu looked at Zeon-yu's platinum hair shimmering in the moonlight. Your hair, sister? Zeon-yu looked at her own lock of hair in astonishment. Song-yu panicked. What is this? What's happening? Zeon-yu's face also turned pale. I don't know either. This is really. Goida spoke up in praise. How beautiful. He looked at her hair. I have never seen hair that glows like this. He gently suggested, you should come with me. She looked at him, confused. Yes. Just then, her father stepped in front of her. Wait a minute. Why are you taking our eldest child? The man reassured him. Don't worry. You will be reunited after meeting Gang Gong. The father shouted angrily. How can I trust you? But she was stunned. If we keep going, we'll meet Hyo-ju. And then his savage smile flooded her mind. Even his words, how could I kill the one I love? The image of her past self clutching her head in agony. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, everyone. She looked utterly devastated. It's all my fault. Suddenly, a voice asked, do you really know your fault? She looked at a blood-soaked person lying on the ground. The person's eyes widened, questioning as they gasped for breath. You knew that Hyo-ju would kill us, didn't you? Say it, Zeon-yu. She stared straight ahead, panting. The person on the ground moved their lips. This time, we're gonna die because of you too, aren't we? Back in reality, Zeon-yu lowered her head, her lips pressed tightly together. She replied, to the astonishment of her father and younger sister, I will go. She looked up, her eyes resolute. I will go with you. A flash of surprise crossed Goida's face. Song-yu shook her arm worriedly. Sister, are you serious? Her father was also uneasy. That's right, John-yu, it's too dangerous. She doubted, I don't know if this is the right choice. But her eyes were full of determination. But to avoid Hyo-ju right now, this is the only way. Suddenly a voice rang out, just let the girl go. The three of them turned their heads, in surprise, to look. Her mother slowly walked over. John, you never listens to us. She didn't hide the displeasure on her face. The girl just makes us worry without knowing, always doing as she pleases. He reached out his hand to advise. Hey, dear. John, you also looked at her miserably. No, it's not like that, mother. Then she just coldly turned away. All right, I don't care anymore. Just do what you want. Let's go. He chased after her, trying to salvage the situation. Hey, dear, are you really going to let things be like this? Sung-yu also stood up and followed, mother. She was filled with unspoken thoughts. I'm sorry, I can't explain clearly, mother, this time for sure. John-yu, with tears welling in her eyes, watched their retreating backs. I will protect everyone. At this moment, she finally noticed the person present on the other side. Goida walked closer to her. He knelt down in front of her. You are truly a strange woman. He gave a bewitching smile. In a situation like this, staying alone with me is not an easy choice. Her eyes were full of vigilance as she looked at him. Then she held out her hand. John Yu waved her hand in front of Goida to his bewilderment. You have something you want to say to me now that it's just the two of us, right? She forced a smile, me too. She looked at him quizzically. Aren't you going to take my hand? Goida bowed his head and smirked slightly. Then he took and kissed her hand. To hold the hand of a beautiful woman like you in this underworld is an honor. His gaze on her was somewhat bewitching. John Yu, surprised by this action, blushed shyly. Then he asked in return, so, what is it that you want to say to me? She silently comforted herself. It's okay. I can do this. After getting into a car accident and falling into the underworld, every time I die in this underworld, I return to this moment. She gently stood up, and this time she looked at the radiant man before her, my third life in the underworld. After those 2 hateful lives, I will use everything I have learned. She bowed her head and bit her lip tightly. Suddenly, John Yu forcefully pulled Goida's hand. He was caught off guard, lost his balance, and stumbled forward. She leaned close to his face. Hyoju, I will escape you. John Yu frowned and pointed to herself. Please, take me. For a moment, Goida didn't know what to say. He looked at her constantly trembling hands. He questioned coldly, a woman telling a man she just meant to take her. Do you know what that means? John Yu lowered her head and answered in a small voice. Yes, I know. She looked at him steadfastly, having lived 2 lives in this underworld. If there's one thing I've realized, it's that once you've come here, you can't return to the original world. And his demonic smile appeared in her mind. It's even more impossible to not catch Hyoju's eye. She gritted her teeth, sweating profusely. I can't repeat that horrible life. If I have to, I'd rather. John Yu was resolute in her intention. I will become your woman. For a moment, he looked at her in astonishment, speechless. Then he smiled faintly. Goida reached out and stroked her platinum hair. Your confession, why is it so sad? He looked at her with a fond gaze. Who in this world? He observed the reluctant expression on John Yu's face. Would say they'll become someone's woman with an expression like that. However, he let go of her hand. I'm also curious about you, but I do not accept strangers, so. Without a second thought, John Yu shouted in protest. No. She timidly asserted, you will accept me. She faced him. When finding a lost person, people usually ask if they're hurt or take them home. Goida smirked as he listened to the girl in front of him ramble. But you were about to introduce me immediately to the person named Jang Gong. Is that the rule here? She continued. Then you suddenly wanted to talk to me alone to the point of breaking that important rule. Finally, she put on a smug expression and questioned him. What I said, am I wrong? Goita smiled in satisfaction. He looked up at her. It seems your request is not simple at all, is it? Suddenly he agreed. All right. Then he moved closer to her confusion. Well then, please excuse me for a moment. She screamed in surprise. He gently lifted her onto the horse. I will propose a deal. He smiled gently, but his words were as hard as stone. As I said, I do not accept strangers, and I am not naive enough to believe that you truly want to become my woman. He said, so tell me directly what you want. Then he revealed, I want to know what secrets your false confession holds. John Yu was silent for a moment, hesitating. After that, she placed her hand on his shoulder. What I really want is... The image of her family appeared in her mind. Mother, father, Sung Yu, and grandmother. She leaned close to his face. No matter what happens, you must protect me. He smirked and agreed. All right. With that settled, he also leaped onto the horse right behind her. Then he spurted into a gallop. Let's go. On the way, he spoke to break the gloomy atmosphere. Come to think of it, we haven't introduced ourselves. I am Goya, and you. She turned her face away and replied curtly, John Yu, John Yu. She closed her eyes tightly. John Yu felt the air around her. It's been a long time since I've been this free. Suddenly he called out, John Yu, that's a beautiful name. A moment later they arrived. Goida stopped the horse. We're here. She looked up. He introduced the magnificent structure ahead. The back gate of the castle. He explained, your hair is too conspicuous. We should enter through this gate to avoid being noticed. Goida asked her gently, is this your first time seeing it? He introduced the pure white flower. This is a species of flower that only blooms underground. The surrounding scenery was incredibly bleak. This place is always dark. The sky is always pitch black, with only light from the lava lakes. He rested his chin on John Yu's head. This flower lives on the ash from the lava lakes. That's why it can bloom. She replied dreamily, yes. Her face looked a bit sleepy, mixed with fatigue. In her mind, the image of Hyoju holding that bouquet of white flowers appeared. John Yu. He handed it to her. Take it. His praise at that time made her very happy. The flowers bloom as beautifully as you do. Returning to the present, now she only felt discomfort in her heart. Goida could observe this expression of hers. He also seemed sorrowful. She struggled to accept the truth. Yes, I've really returned. The large wooden door slowly opened to this hateful place. John Yu looked inside with a face full of disgust and horror. Just then, someone approached and called Goida. He turned to look. The person said, I was waiting for you. She was slightly startled. This voice. A small girl greeted respectfully. Hello, I will be serving you from now on, my lady. She introduced herself. I am Sarum. Her memory returned to the past. Lady John Yu. When she was breathing heavily in bed, Sarum was the one who stayed by her bedside. She was so worried she was about to cry. My lady, are you all right? John Yu tried to open her eyes to look. Sarum always held her hand tightly. My lady, it's okay to say it when you're tired. She gave a tragic smile. I, Sarum, no matter what happens. John Yu still remembered her promise from that year. Will always be on your side, my lady. She looked towards Sarum, moved. Thank goodness, I've met Sarum again. She reported as Goida helped her off the horse. Your family has been taken to a safe place, my lady. Suddenly she froze. Wait a minute. She looked at the innocent girl in front of her. Sarum belongs to Hyoju. Why is she here? Goida put his arm around her shoulder and ordered, Sarum, take the lady to dye her hair. Any color is fine as long as it's not conspicuous. Yun Wu blushed slightly as his hand touched her hair. After it was dyed, he gently held her in his arms. Take her to bathe and change, then bring her to my room. She looked up at him in astonishment. What? He smiled at her. I will spend the night with her. Sarum said respectfully, my lady, please follow me. She smiled warmly. Yunwoo looked at her with sad eyes. She followed Sarum, listening as she guided her. This is where you will be staying from now on, my lady. She said, please feel free to look around. Yunwoo replied, yes, thank you. She suddenly rubbed her neck hesitantly. Well, Sarum replied, yes, my lady, please speak. Yunwoo, seeing her turn to listen, explained, I don't like being called my lady. You can just speak comfortably with me. Sarum looked at her in surprise as she continued. And I think you've misunderstood Gaeta, and I don't have that kind of relationship. Yunwoo was flustered. Surely what he said just now didn't mean that. Sarum shouted, that's not it at all. She explained, first of all, Gaeta called you my lady. The master called you my lady. How can I speak comfortably? Yunwoo hesitated about that. Sarum sighed. What do you mean about that? It's also the first time he's ever brought a woman into the house. She was surprised. Yunwoo asked again. The first time, what? She replied. Yes, that's right. Yunwoo recalled the moment Gaeta kissed her hand. She could only think silently. With that image of his, it's truly unexpected. Sarum suddenly said, surprising Yunwoo, and she asked again, and what? Sarum just remained silent, not answering. A moment later, she turned and retorted, it's nothing, and it's not something I can say. Sarum hesitated, but what I'm sure of is, she affirmed, you are very special to Master Gaeta, my lady. Yunwoo thought in astonishment, I'm special to Gaeta. She wondered, special? Yunwoo stopped, not walking any further. She suddenly said, excuse me. Sarum turned her head to look. Yunwoo asked her, what kind of person is Gaeta? Sarum hesitated, could it be? She wondered, you don't know about the guardian deity. Yunwoo was silent. A moment later, she replied, no, this is the first time I've heard of it. Sarum said, you haven't heard yet. She explained, those who are born and raised in this underworld. Yunwoo listened, all have the soul of a beast. She watched Sarum explain. We call that soul a guardian deity. Sarum said, from weak guardian deities like rabbits or sparrows to powerful guardian deities like tigers, there are many different types. Sarum explained, in critical situations, they can manifest in the form of their guardian deity. Those with powerful guardian deities are usually considered strong. Yunwoo lowered her eyes and replied, that's right. She thought to herself, actually I know that, and right now the strongest person in this underworld. She remembered Hyo-ju's father, the king of this place, Jang Gong, whose guardian deity is a tiger. Yun-woo thought, and the one whose guardian deity is a brown bear. She silently called his name. Hyo-ju, Sarum said, Goida has the soul of a black wolf. Yun-woo thought of Goida as she listened. So people often call Goida the Black Wolf. She repeated, the Black Wolf. Yun-woo thought of the time Goida smiled at her. Yun-woo silently praised. It's a fitting guardian deity indeed. A moment later, Yun-woo stepped into the bathtub. She soaked in the tub while Sarum brushed her hair and asked, what color would you like to dye your hair, my lady? Sarum admired her hair and praised, you have fair skin, my lady, so any color would suit you. She asked, what about black like Goida's? Yun-woo looked at her and smiled, thinking, Sarum seems happy. She realized Sarum wasn't very sociable before. Seeing her so cheerful is also a bit strange. Yun-woo recalled Sarum's words. No matter what happens, I will always be on your side, my lady. She closed her eyes. Yun-woo silently affirmed. Anyway, Sarum, I want to trust her. She thought to herself, this life has changed a lot. Yun-woo remembered, at the place where I was supposed to meet Hyo-ju, I met Goida instead. She continued to think, not in Hyo-ju's castle, but in Goida's residence. I met Sarum. Yun-woo stared intently at a lock of her hair and wondered, my hair too. Why did my hair suddenly change color? Sarum reminded her, my lady, be careful not to stain your hands. Yun-woo realized, every situation seems to be telling me, this life will be different from the previous two. She closed her eyes and wondered, so this time, can I look forward to this new life? Suddenly, Sarum asked in a panic, my lady, what do we do now? She looked at Yun-woo's hair and said, I tried to dye it black, but it only faded it. It couldn't cover the color. Yun-woo replied, it's fine, as long as it's not too bright. It's okay. Sarum hesitated, but she pouted. I wanted my lady's hair to be the same color as Goida's. Yun-woo worriedly wondered, was that the purpose? She looked at the water and comforted her. There's no other way. The current hair color is beautiful too. Thank you, Sarum, she replied. Yes, I will let you rest, my lady. Yun-woo watched Sarum leave the room. She looked up at the ceiling. Yun-woo placed her hand on the edge of the tub. Condensation from the ceiling dripped onto her hand. Her whole body was enveloped in warm steam. Yun-woo looked up and said, a special person. She recalled Goida's words as he lifted her off the horse. Just tell me directly what you want. What secrets does your false confession ultimately hold? Yun-woo thought. He said it was a transaction proposal. She was silently sad, but in the end, I didn't get to hear what he wanted. Yun-woo closed her eyes and thought, anyway. She buried her face in her hands and continued to think, if what Sarum said is true, that I'm really someone special to Goida. She wondered, will he protect me and my family? A moment later, Yun-woo stepped out of the bathtub, wrapping a bathrobe around herself. She reached up to adjust her sleeve. Suddenly, Goida, who had arrived at some point, was leaning against the wall. He asked, startling her, are you done already? Goida smiled and said, I heard women usually take longer to prepare, but waiting like this isn't so bad. Yun-woo pulled her robe tighter. She shrieked in alarm. She asked, what place is this that you dare to enter? Goida walked closer to her, shrugged, and replied, don't be so angry. He touched the wall and said, you were the one who proposed it first. Goida pushed Yun-woo against the wall and whispered in her ear, you want to become my woman. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, you were the one who told me that. Yun-woo gritted her teeth and avoided his gaze. You said you wouldn't accept a stranger. Goida chuckled and replied, right, I did say that. I came to talk about the terms of the deal. He continued, I haven't stated my conditions yet. I've accepted your condition, so you must also accept mine. He said, for the deal to be complete, Yun-woo replied, I wish for that as well. She asked him, so what is your condition? Yun-woo listened anxiously. Very simple. Goida said slowly, from now on you will. He brought his face close to hers and whispered, become my wife. Yun-woo was stunned into silence. She pressed her lips together and lowered her head. Goida suddenly heard her say, are you, she asked, toying with me because you find it amusing? He was surprised. What? Yun-woo continued to ask. It's ridiculous for a strange woman to willingly offer herself up, isn't it? She continued, surprising him. When I said it, you arrogantly refused, so what's with saying this now? Yun-woo gripped the table with trembling hands and thought, he doesn't understand anything I've said. She silently realized he doesn't understand at all. Goida silently observed her. He raised his hand, tucked her hair back, and said, I'm sorry. He said, Perhaps my explanation was insufficient and caused a misunderstanding. I apologize for not considering your feelings. Goida smiled and continued, for a strange woman to willingly offer herself, you must have your own reasons. Yunwoo listened in surprise. Me too. I'm not lying or toying with you. He asked her, can you give me a chance to explain? Sometime later, Yunwoo was dressed in a red wedding gown. Servants surrounded her, busy adjusting her attire and jewelry. Yunwoo wore jewelry, was carefully made up, further enhancing her beauty. She recalled when Goida poured tea for her, as he said in our first meeting. He said, Jang Gong is a special figure here. Goida explained, he is the king of this underworld, and also the one with the strongest guardian deity. He continued, there are two people mentioned as Jang Gong's successors. Yunwoo was surprised, 2 people. She thought to herself, until now, Jang Gong only had one son, Hyoju. Goida said, one is Hyoju, Jang Gong's biological son. He placed the teacup on the table, and the other one. He smiled as me. Goida explained, I'm a distant relative of Jang Gong. Yunwoo wondered, a distant relative of Jang Gong. Goida revealed, right now I am being threatened by Hyoju. Anyway, I am an obstacle to his succession. He continued, so to prove that I have no interest in the succession, I need a woman who has no connection to him. Goida looked up, and by chance, he looked at Yunwoo's astonished face and said, you appeared. He asked her how about it. He proposed, can you be my fake bride? After you are ready to accept the offer, come to my room. Back in the present, Yunwoo lowered her head and thought sadly, a fake bride. In a room, a servant called out, Goida. Sarum announced, Lady Yunwoo has arrived. Yunwoo thought, in my previous life, I never heard about a distant relative of Jang Gong. She silently realized, I don't know what the truth is, but I have no other choice anyway. At this moment, Goida ordered show her in. The servant immediately opened the door to the room. Goida, dressed in wedding attire, said to Yunwoo, you've come. He smiled at her. As Yunwoo entered the room, she thought, no matter what, your status, your position, your power, I will use everything I can. She lifted her head and looked straight ahead with a determined expression, thinking to herself, this person is also using me in the same way. Goida noticed, you seem very happy. He asked, have you decided? She replied, yes. Yunwoo affirmed, I will become your bride. Goida chuckled lightly. The deal is done. He raised his hand. In that case, he gestured towards the bed. He said, please follow me. Yunwoo sat on the bed. Goida placed his hand on her shoulder. He leaned in and explained, we must act like 2 people who fell in love at first sight. Goida expressed, I want to kiss your neck. He asked, do you agree? Yunwoo nodded. Goida lifted her earring and said, I told Sarum not to put on earrings. He wrapped his arm around her waist, then put his arm around Yunwoo's neck and whispered, perhaps Sarum forgot. She suddenly had a hallucination. Hyoju was calling her Yunwoo. Her eyes widened in fear. Yunwoo heard, don't forget that. She remembered the time she was tortured by Hyoju. Goida had now placed his lips on Yunwoo's neck. She remembered when Hyoju said, the only one who can kiss you is me. Yunwoo flinched in terror. She trembled and stammered, let go. She pushed Goida away and screamed, let go. Yunwoo screamed repeatedly. Let me go, I said let me go. Goida called out in astonishment, my lady. He grabbed her hand. Yunwoo sobbed and yelled, I said let go. She suddenly felt dizzy. Then she fainted. Goida called out loudly, my lady. He sighed, huh? He looked at her tear-streaked face and remarked, truly. Goida touched her cheek with his hand and realized, what an unpredictable person. Sarum, standing outside, heard Yunwoo scream, let me go. She continued to shout loudly, making the servants panic. I said let go. A maid asked worriedly, just now, that was a scream, right? Another asked, what on earth is happening? Sarum placed her hand on the door. She pressed her ear against the door, causing the maids to call out in alarm, Miss Sarum. A maid whispered, you shouldn't do that. Even if it's you, Miss Sarum. What will Lord Goida say if he finds out you're eavesdropping? Sarum replied, it's fine, it's fine. She said, just listening for a little bit. At that moment, Goida opened the door. Sarum lost her balance and fell to the ground. Oof. He coldly crossed his arms and asked, making the maids freeze, what are you doing? Sarum stammered, well, that is. Goida ordered, Sarum stays, the rest of you leave. The servants bowed, yes, Lord Goida. At that moment he scolded, I told you to wait to serve, not to eavesdrop. Sarum replied shyly, that's true, but she used her 100-point improvisation skills along with an expression that said, just trust me with this. Sarum said flatteringly, on an important night like tonight, I just want to take care of you too devotedly. Goida replied, well said. He frowned and said, but it's all right. It's actually for the better. The important night you were waiting for had nothing happen. Sarum clenched her fists. That's right, Lord Goida. She asked worriedly, what on earth happened? Everyone here heard it. What on earth made the young lady scream so loudly? Goida leaned over, gesturing toward the bed. He looked at Xian Yu, then ordered, go and check on her directly. Sarum walked over to the bed to check, and then reported, luckily, she only lost consciousness for a moment. She wiped her tears and guessed, she'll probably be fine after some sleep. Sarum asked, why was the young lady crying like that? She looked at Goida with angry eyes. He shrugged and explained, I didn't do anything. Sarum said angrily, someone so good at handling courtesans made the young lady like this. Goida explained, I said it wasn't me. Since when was I good at handling courtesans? We're just playing a role for each other's benefit. Sarum was fuming with anger. Well, that's the problem. No one thinks that way. He lowered his eyes and remained silent. Goida surmised, from the very beginning, she wasn't seeing me clearly, as if she was remembering someone else, not me. He wondered, who could it be? Sarum called out, Lord Goida, are you listening to me? She bowed her head and said sadly, anyway, you must take good care of the young lady. She is important to you, Lord Goida. She might make you, Lord Goida, feel at ease. Goida crossed his arms and said, that's not certain yet. He asked, moreover, have you checked for the mark on the young lady's shoulder? Sarum replied, there's a faint mark, but I'm not very sure. Goida bowed his head and listened silently. I thought it would become clear after you two were together. But since the young lady is like this, it's difficult to confirm for now. Goida ordered, understood. Now get out. Remember to keep what happened today a secret. Sarum bowed. Yes, Lord Goida. A moment later, Goida crossed his arms, leaned over, and watched Xian Yu. He wiped her tears, honestly. He sighed, you made me worry. In the middle of the night, Xian Yu's eyes flew open as she woke up. She lay dazed on the bed. Xian Yu sat up, hugging her arms and thought, Hyo-ju. Suddenly a voice rang out. A nightmare? She turned her head and saw Goida drinking tea. He smiled and asked her, how are you feeling now? He said, you suddenly fainted last night. I was very worried. Xian Yu was surprised. Oh. She explained, I'm sorry. Last night, I don't clearly remember what happened. Goida replied, it's all right. He pointed to the table full of food and said, besides, you must be hungry. Please eat first. After they finished eating, Goida put down his chopsticks. The two of them had now changed into casual clothes. Goida said, there's one thing I want to make clear. He crossed his arms and explained, you asked me for protection, and I accepted that condition. Xian Yu was silent. She listened in surprise as he continued. But to do that, I must know what and who the person I'm protecting is afraid of. I absolutely must know. Xian Yu lowered her head and said nothing. She thought of Hyo-ju. After all, Xian Yu wondered, what and who am I afraid of? She clenched her fists, her whole body trembling. Xian Yu wondered, how much can I tell this person? After a moment, Xian Yu said hesitantly, I once had a husband. In the past, someone called her Xian Yu. She stood up and saw a person walking towards her. Xian Yu smiled happily and ran towards that person. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Hyo-ju. He chided, what if you fall running like that? Xian Yu replied, you'd catch me anyway. He raised his hand and tucked her hair back honestly. Xian Yu thought, yes, maybe I was once very much in love. Hyo-ju blushed and said to her, you really are. I can never win against you. But to talk about my former husband, I must first tell you about my childhood. Her family was a family of 4, with a strict mother and a gentle father. My family consisted of a mature older sister and an adorable younger sister. On the surface, perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, we were a normal and happy family. But I always felt I couldn't escape the feeling of being an outsider. The next morning at school, the teacher was announcing to the students, tomorrow is the parent-teacher observation day. Remember that, students. Don't forget to take the invitation home for your parents to see. Do you all understand? The students below immediately replied with cheerful faces, yes, ma'am. Then stand up and greet the teacher said. Goodbye, teacher. Xian Yu held the invitation in her hand, her face flushing slightly. She hesitated a little. Should I tell mom? That evening at home, Xian Yu's voice shouted her sister's name. Song Yu, Song Yu, she yelled more angrily. Song Yu, who was playing with toys, turned to look with an innocent, confused expression. Xian Yu yelled at her sister, Mom and Dad are coming home soon. What about this messy house? Who's going to clean it? The little girl replied very innocently, You will, sis. Song Yu's words made Xian Yu furious, and she frowned and yelled, You're unbelievable. Suddenly, their father's voice came from the door, Mom and Dad are home. Xian Yu was startled and turned around with a slightly worried expression, while Song Yu stood up joyfully, Mom's home. She ran right to her mother, calling Mom non-stop, while Xianyu could only stand there, angrily calling her sister's name. Seeing her expression, their mother turned to her, puzzled. Xianyu was scared and only dared to greet timidly. "Ah, you're home, Mom." Xianyu whined, wanting to be held. Her mother glanced around the house, and she looked at her and yelled, "Xianyu, why is the house like this?" She could only hastily explain, "I was about to clean, but seeing you," her mother, without knowing right from wrong, just assumed it was Xianyu's fault. "You're the older sister, yet you're blaming your younger sister. Taking care of your sister is your responsibility." Xianyu shrank back. But this, suddenly, her mother's tone changed as she called her name, Xianyu. That way of speaking terrified her and instilled a sense of fear. Xianyu's mother walked slowly toward her. "What did I say? I told you that the younger sister can only do well if the older sister does well. Are you talking back to me again?" Terrified, Xianyu quickly said, "No, I was wrong." Then her mother turned sharply and left. "Clean all this up before I finish my bath, understand?" She left, leaving Xianyu standing frozen in place, obeying her mother. She walked over and picked up her sister's toys. All alone, she cleaned up the mess her little sister had made. She felt it was best not to tell her mother about the observation day. She hesitated a little. Even if she told her, her mother was busy and wouldn't be able to come. She could only force a smile at her situation. "I shouldn't bother Mom anymore. I can handle it myself." The next morning, she said goodbye to leave. "I'm going to school now." Her mother asked, puzzled, "Xianyu, you're going to school so early?" She was a little startled, but calmly replied to her mother, "Yes. Don't you have anything to tell me?" Her mother's words startled her with suspicion, but she just replied, "No, there's nothing." Her mother asked gently and caringly, "Today is the parent-teacher observation day. Why didn't you tell me?" Xianyu was startled because she hadn't told her mother about it. So how did she know? Xianyu quickly denied it. "Ah, it's not that I didn't tell you on purpose. You're always so busy, I was afraid of bothering you." "Oh, you're hesitating again." Her mother's words brought up the usual feelings, the usual fears. It made her shut her eyes tightly to wait for her mother's next words. "Xianyu, who told you to worry about such things?" "Xianyu, lift your head and look at me." She was a little scared but still lifted her head as she was told, looking straight into her mother's eyes. "Think carefully and then answer, do you want me to attend or not?" Xianyu's hesitation was still visible in her eyes. She looked at her mother, saw this gentle image of her, and especially that her mother was smiling at her. Mom smiled. "It's been so long since I've seen that." Suddenly she felt tense and gripped her skirt tightly with both hands. But then she finally blurted out the words she had been holding back for so long. "I want you to come." Her mother immediately smiled, her eyes also gentle. "It's your observation day, of course I have to come." Then she turned her back to her. "Well then, see you at school later." Xianyu was immediately overjoyed, smiling wider than she ever had before. Her heart was full of joy. "Mom is coming. My mom is coming to school to see me." Xianyu was elated to see her mother standing at the back with the other parents, watching her learn her lessons in class. Seeing her mother, she joyfully waved at her. "I have to try harder to be praised by the teacher. Then Mom will be proud of me. Then next time, Mom will come to see me again, right?" She carried a rather big question within her that needed an answer. She was so happy now that her mother had come. Her heart was joyful as she told herself she would become a more beloved child. When it was time to go home, her mother held the two sisters' hands as they walked. She spoke up, saying, "Today, I was very disappointed in Xianyu. I thought you were the best student in the class. But looking at the other mothers, I was so embarrassed." Her words made Xianyu freeze for a moment. "I came to see you be a good student. If you're like this next time, I won't come anymore." Then she turned her gaze to look at Xianyu. "You think so too, don't you?" Xianyu stared, stunned, at the mother before her, her face frozen. She was frozen, her mouth unable to say another word. "But I still want you to come." Her hand gripped her mother's hand tighter. Perhaps she also sensed this from her daughter. She reached out and stroked Xianyu's hair, speaking softly to her. "I'm so sad. I wanted to show everyone that my daughter is both beautiful and smart. It's such a pity I couldn't." She said gently and caringly to her, "If you promise to do better next time, I will try to make time to come. You understand my feelings, don't you?" Xianyu could only force a smile and reply politely to her mother, "Yes. I'm going to take a phone call. Watch your sister, okay?" Xianyu replied, "Yes, Mom." The two sisters just stood there by the school gate, waiting for their mother. Xianyu, feeling it had been a long time, asked her sister, "Sis, how long do we have to wait?" Xianyu replied, "I don't know. The call is taking too long." Xianyu suggested, "How about we go to where Mom is?" Xianyu immediately stopped her. "No, Mom told us to wait here. she's probably almost done. Let's wait a little longer. At that moment, their mother suddenly waved at the two sisters. Seeing Yu, being naive, saw her mother waving and just rushed over. Xian screamed her sister's name in fear. Xian yelled, "You're unbelievable." But her eyes clearly showed her fear. She ran out, wanting to grab her sister back. "Are you going to keep disobeying me?" But they didn't notice a truck speeding towards the two sisters. By the time Yunwoo realized it, it was too late. Just like that, an accident happened there. The people around couldn't help but be frightened and shocked. Someone shouted, "A child's been hit by a car. Call an ambulance quickly." Yunwoo vaguely felt a great pain in her body. In her hazy consciousness, she saw the figure of her mother running towards the two sisters. "Oh, Mom's here." She had no strength to speak and could only think in despair. "Mom, it hurts so much. So please worry about me." Then, exhausted, she closed her eyes. She still remembered every sensation of that heart-stopping moment, especially the shock of the truck rushing towards them, which Yunwoo herself couldn't react in time to dodge, as she was running after her sister to protect and warn her. Startled, Yunwoo jolted awake, her head wrapped in bandages, breathing heavily in fear. She looked around fearfully at everything. Looking beside her, she saw the heavily injured Song-yu lying next to her, her limbs in casts and bandages wrapped all over her body like a mummy. She realized this was a hospital. She calmed down a bit, thinking, thank goodness, Song-yu is okay too. She tormented herself with self-blame. "I'm the older sister. I should have protected Song-yu." She blamed herself as her eyes filled with tears. She sobbed and quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve. Yunwoo's mouth kept saying, "Song-yu, I'm sorry." Suddenly, from outside, Yunwoo's mother's voice echoed into the hospital room. "How can I not be angry? The hospital fees for the kids aren't enough. What does that mean? How much money have we spent because of this accident?" She covered her face and sobbed. Yunwoo's father tried to calm his wife. "Honey, calm down. I'll do my best to take care of it." She immediately waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Calm down? You're telling me to calm down in this situation? Song-yu is lying there right now. How can I be calm?" Her husband also tried to reassure her, lowering his voice a little. Making noise will wake Yunwoo up. She covered her face and burst into sobs, tears falling endlessly, her voice trembling. "If we can't get the money this time, we might have to live on the streets. I don't want to live through that again." Suddenly, her father scolded her. "Yunwoo, if that child had done the right thing, this wouldn't have happened." Yunwoo, who had been standing behind the door and heard everything, felt helpless in her own home. She slumped to the ground, blaming herself. "If I hadn't asked Mom to come to school, the accident wouldn't have happened." She put her hands on her head, blaming herself. "If I hadn't been selfish, Song-yu wouldn't have been hurt like this, and Mom wouldn't be suffering so much." She ran her hands through her hair until it was a mess and blamed herself. "It's me again. It's all because of me. It's my fault." Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, holding back before streaming down her cheeks. Some time passed, and Song-yu and I were discharged from the hospital. Our family couldn't afford the hospital fees for the two of us, so we had to sell our house and move to an older, shabbier one. Yunwoo was healthier by then and could carry a few things for the family. She looked at her family and realized that after the accident, she could see the reproachful look in her mother's eyes and Song-yu's scar, which appeared whenever the wind blew. Everything was directed at me, and I found it hard to meet their gazes. Many years later, by now, Yunwoo had grown up and was more beautiful than before. I had become a famous composer. Although the childhood accident left me unable to control the little finger on my left hand, people paid even more attention to me because I was the beautiful composer who had overcome suffering. And on the first day my song made it onto the charts, she immediately went to see her mother. "Mom," she happily pointed to the phone in her hand. "Mom, look, my song made it onto the charts for the first time. They say it might even aim for #1 this time." Her mother immediately praised Yunwoo. "Oh, really, my daughter?" Being praised by her mother, Yunwoo's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, her mother's question made the atmosphere instantly suffocating. "So, when are you sending the living expenses this month?" Yunwoo awkwardly replied, I should get paid this week. As soon as I get the money, I'll send it to you right away." Her mother just replied, "Oh, that's great. You'll probably get quite a bit this time." She said, "This month has been very difficult for me. I'm able to get by thanks to my eldest daughter." "Thank you, my daughter." Yunwoo felt as if she were frozen, feeling indifferent and let down upon hearing those words from her mother. She could only force a smile. "It's nothing, Mom. It's what I should do for the family, of course." Her mother suddenly rushed forward to hug her daughter. "It's true. Mom only has Yunwoo." Yunwoo was once again moved by her mother. "That's right, it's all my fault. As long as I do well, it will be okay." That day, it was raining cats and dogs. Yun-woo's father's car was carrying the whole family along a winding road. Our family will be happy again like before, while the whole family was sitting in the car, chatting cheerfully. Suddenly, the car lost control, and the wheels skidded in a puddle of rainwater. Yun-woo's father was in a complete panic, shouting, "Stop! Stop! The steering isn't working. Everyone be careful." The car swerved back and forth, terrifying the whole family. And the out-of-control car shot off the road and plunged into a ravine. The car landed on the ground below, its glass shattered, and smoke billowed from the engine. From that moment, our family fell into the underworld for the first time. Suddenly, a horse's legs approached. A majestic man was riding on a horse. Yun-woo said, "I met Hyo-ju." He looked at the girl before him with a gentle gaze and asked, "Did you come from the surface?" Yun-woo was both frightened and bewildered, especially with her suspicion about the man in front of her. Hyo-ju said that I looked like his mother, so he fell in love with me at first sight. Hyo-ju let my family stay in the palace and took very good care of us. And he whispered words of love to me. And for the first time, she felt a love reserved just for me. My frozen heart felt like it was melting in a warm spring. Yun-woo experienced warm feelings for the first time. We were passionately in love. But on that day, her footsteps hurried to find and meet Hyo-ju. She threw open the door and shouted his name, Hyo-ju. At that moment, he had a lot of blood on him and around his face. He turned to look at her. Ah, Yun-woo has arrived. The scene that appeared before her eyes was Hyo-ju, with his hand raised to kill someone, his body covered in blood, looking terrifying. "You've come?" His voice made Yun-woo terrified, her face turning pale. "What are you doing now? Why are you doing this?" He lifted the man in his hands higher. "Ah, are you talking about these guys? I heard a rumor that one of them dared to touch you." She shouted in fear, "What are you talking about? They just helped me when I almost fell." He said aggressively, "Just imagining someone touching you drives me crazy." The more he spoke, the tighter he squeezed the other man's face. So it's only natural to punish them directly. She seemed frozen as she looked at the man she loved, his hands stained with blood before her. He turned to her and even smiled gleefully. "That's right, Yun-woo. Tell me who touched you. Then I'll only kill one person. That would be simpler." The man he was strangling looked at Yun-woo with a gaze mixed with fear and pleading. He said with a bright smile, "I should have asked you from the beginning. That's why I mistakenly caught an uninvolved person. How foolish. So, which one of them helped you?" Yun-woo seemed to be in a state of psychological shock, as if she couldn't say anything. His voice deepened slightly as he pressed her, Yun-woo. It was like an invisible pressure that made her collapse to the ground in fear. He walked over to her and asked caringly, "You must be very scared." His gruesome, blood-stained hand lifted her soft hand and reassured her, "It's okay. Yun-woo doesn't need to worry about anything. I will." Yun-woo's eyes were now filled with such terror, she looked soulless. He still loved her very much, fierce with the whole world but gentle only with her. He said, "Take care of them all," then lifted her hand and placed a light kiss on it. His face flushed red, intoxicated with the one he loved. "I love you, Yun-woo." Yun-woo sat opposite Goida, trembling. Her body shuddered, her head was bowed, and her hands were clasped together. Goida sat opposite her, listening to her whole story, and he understood. So that's what happened. Goida also said, "In that case, you want me to protect you from your former husband, don't you?" Frightened, Yun-woo nodded tremblingly. Yun-woo was so scared that sweat drenched her face. She looked at Goida and thought to herself, "Does Goida think my former husband is on the surface?" She became so flustered that she stammered to him, "That man. I've become afraid of men because of my former husband. What about me?" His question made Yun-woo freeze involuntarily. "What?" Goida asked again, surprised, "Am I not a man?" She sat stunned for a moment, faced with such an unexpected question. Yun-woo stammered, finding it hard to speak. About that. Goida is too beautiful, so..." He wondered to himself, beautiful? Come to think of it, you also asked me to marry you, didn't you? She could only sit there and laugh, awkwardly. He suddenly stood up from his seat, startling her a little. "It seems you feel very comfortable with me." He moved closer to her and said softly, "If you hadn't suddenly fainted last night, that you would have known exactly what kind of man I am." Goida's words made Yun-woo a bit terrified, but then she calmed down and said, "I'm sorry." Goida said gently, "It's all right. I didn't say that to make you uncomfortable." He turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. "Besides, I want to take you somewhere today." He turned back and said to her, "I'm hosting a small party at one of my merchant guilds. Although it's not frequent, I have to make an appearance from time to time." She asked Goida, puzzled, "But why do I have to go there?" Goida explained, "That's obvious. isn't it? In a cheerful place, a man always wants to be with the one he loves. That's just how men's minds work. She was a bit speechless at the word lover. He said sweetly and softly, "Then let's go and make this relationship public." She sat in the palanquin that carried her away. He said, "From now on, you will have to accompany me to all events." Goida rode his horse close to her palanquin. "If you need anything, just call Sarum or Soho. They will always be by your side." He realized he hadn't made the introductions for her. I'm sorry for the late introduction. This is Soho, who will ensure your safety. He's young, so will you be afraid of him?" Being afraid of a young person sounded a bit absurd, but Goida's words still surprised her a little. She forced a smile and replied, "I don't think so." "That would be great." According to Goida, this young man is very skilled despite his youth. "He will protect you when I'm away." She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Will there be many times when I have to be away from you?" He reassured her, "Don't worry, that won't happen. And besides, we'll be sharing a room." Yunwoo was surprised. "Sharing a room?" Goida smiled and replied, "We are lovers, aren't we?" She was a little embarrassed. Well, she thought to herself. Even so, sharing a room is a bit inconvenient. He added, "There's one more thing. After the party ends, I will take you to greet my boss." He added softly, "At that time, I will introduce you as my lover. You don't mind, do you?" She became a little pensive at his words, her hand clenching her dress, causing it to wrinkle. She recalled the image of her cruel former husband and thought pensively, "So, I finally have to meet him this time." Her body timidly trembled with fear, and then she had to reassure herself, "Calm down. I'm going there as Goida's lover. Hyoju won't dare to do anything to me." Her body trembled. She tried to calm her terrible mood. "It's okay, it will be okay. So please calm down." But perhaps it wasn't okay at all. Her body began to break out in a sweat. Seeing her expression, Goida dismounted his horse, came to lift the sedan chair's curtain, and gently asked Yunwoo, "Are you all right?" He took out his handkerchief. "You haven't looked well for a while now." He gently and tenderly wiped the beads of sweat from Yunwoo's face. But she remained silent, not saying a word, her eyes slightly downcast. Then she gently pushed Goida's hand away. "I'm Fine. I was just thinking about something." She looked outside and asked with curiosity, "Besides, have we arrived already?" Goida's voice asked, "Are you worried about what's to come?" Yunwoo was a little bewildered by his words. But Goida probably knew what she was worried about and reassured her, "Don't worry. From now on, you're my lover. I promise I won't let anything make you sad." He held his hand out in front of her. Perhaps Yunwoo was moved by his action. She gave a faint smile as her answer to him. She placed her hand on his large, warm one and replied with a single word, "Yes." Entering the party, the inside was beautifully decorated with red as the main color scheme. The surroundings were arranged neatly, tidily, and cleanly. Yunwoo, walking in on Goida's arm, was overwhelmed by its splendor. When the people there saw him enter, they all bowed their heads respectfully in greeting. "Welcome, Lord Goida." Yunwoo glanced around, wondering to herself, didn't he say this was a small merchant guild? Suddenly, a voice caught her attention, "Lord Goida." A person was slowly approaching. It was a girl. This girl's name was Danhun. She approached and spoke timidly in greeting. "We have been waiting for you." Goida spoke in response. "Danhun, isn't it? How have you been lately? I should make an introduction. This is Danhun, the most outstanding artist here." She immediately bowed to show her sincerity and also to thank Goida for his praise. "You always praise me so excessively. I don't know what to do." Suddenly, her gaze sharpened a bit. She said in a low voice, "But who is that girl?" Danhun was looking at Goida's arm, which Yunwoo was holding. Seeing this, Goida said, "My lover." Yunwoo, beside him, was so embarrassed her face turned completely red. But perhaps this did not please Danhun, but she still managed to force a flawless smile to welcome them. "It is a great honor to have a distinguished guest with you. Today, I will serve you with all my heart." The melodious sound of the zither filled the beautiful scenery. Danhun's beauty, combined with the rhythm of the music, seemed to create a gentle painting. The other girls who heard were delighted with the music she provided. Even Yunwoo found it so beautiful that her face flushed pink. Danhun immersed herself in the rhythm of the zither, the gentle, melodious sound as elegant as her beauty. When the piece ended, Danhun was applauded by Goida in praise. "That's our Danhun. Your performance was truly wonderful." Danhun replied demurely, "I just wanted to perform a better piece for you, Lord Goida, so I tried my best to practice." Goida praised her, truly commendable. He offered a reward. "I will grant you one wish." "Speak." Dan-hun replied with some hesitation. I didn't do it expecting anything, but if you don't mind. She looked up at where Goida and Yunwoo were sitting. Then she made her request. I would like to request her to perform a piece. Being called upon so suddenly, Yunwoo couldn't react in time and just sat there, stunned. She looked at Dan-hun's expression and wondered to herself, me? Dan-hun spoke up. I would like to request the young lady to play a piece of music. Yunwoo was surprised and doubtful. Me? She smiled and explained. By chance, I saw the young lady's hands. The fingers are soft but slightly calloused. Then Dan-hun added, therefore, I think the young lady also plays a musical instrument like me. Hearing this, she doubtfully looked back at her own soft hands. Dan-hun smiled gently and affirmed, surely, a musician can recognize another musician. Afterward, she said, if my prediction is correct, I think the young lady will play a piece as beautiful as her appearance. These winged compliments from Dan-hun seemed to interest Goida as well. He turned to look at her and asked, do you know how to play music? Yunwoo blushed shyly and sighed. Seeing this, Goida smiled affectionately and gently. Your music. He hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand tenderly. It would be a lie to say, I don't want to hear it, but if you don't want to, that's fine too. She looked at Goida and replied, it's a bit sudden, but it's okay. Then she said awkwardly, in that case. Goida's expectant eyes were on Yunwoo after she asked, will you grant my wish? He was puzzled. A wish? She awkwardly took his hand and replied gently, yes, you said that if you liked the music, you would grant a wish. Suddenly, Goida's face darkened. He gave a faint laugh. It seems you don't understand me well. Goida's attitude and mysterious words astonished Yunwoo. Suddenly, he moved his face close to hers, making Yunwoo blush in fear, her heart pounding. But contrary to her expectations, Goida only leaned in, his eyes looking at her with infatuation as he said, it doesn't have to be for the music. If it's your wish, I will grant it, no matter what it is. His love-filled words made Yunwoo's heart flutter. She laughed in embarrassment. Afterward, Yunwoo hesitantly began, thank you. The loving and intimate scene between the two was taken in by Dan-hun, who was sitting below. Her expression changed. The previous cheerfulness was gone, replaced by deep contemplation and sorrow. Noticing something strange, Yunwoo instinctively looked at Dan-hun and wondered, what is it? She looked at her with a worried expression and whispered, just now, were you smiling? But Yunwoo quickly regained her composure. Her fingers moved gracefully, plucking each string to prepare to create a soul-stirring piece of music. Yunwoo took a deep breath to compose herself. Goida crossed his arms and watched her with a look of clear anticipation. Afterward, Yunwoo began, well then, I will play a piece. From a distance, Dan-hun stood behind the other maids, her face showing a flash of triumphant, cruel, and a sinister expression. Meanwhile, there was a deep sentiment in Yunwoo's eyes. She spoke gently. The name of the piece is Untitled. Yunwoo seemed to be reminiscing about old stories. This piece of music, a pair of soft, graceful hands along with a soothing hummed melody. The suffering woman sat in a corner, imagining a zither and playing along to her own humming. She remembered the sealed ceiling, the windowless room, but within it, there was always the sound of singing, the low tones creating a melody. Yunwoo fearfully remembered the time she was imprisoned by Hyo-ju's obsession, when the days of being unable to do anything repeated over and over. The lifeless eyes of the woman were pitifully tired. In the distance, in a corner of the wall, a geomungo was propped up. It seemed the person felt a new vitality. She sat, engrossed in playing and singing. Thus, this piece, Untitled, was born. The woman's eyes were lifeless, her appearance haggard and without a trace of vitality. Yunwoo painfully recalled the affectionate moments, being cared for by Hyo-ju, which made her regret every moment of love with Hyo-ju, now filled with hatred for him. The image of Yunwoo's faint smile, hoping for affection from a cold-blooded man, filled her heart with indescribable feelings. Hyo-ju was deeply ingrained in Yunwoo's mind, making her tell herself, I am determined to remove him from my life. From that, the piece Untitled emerged. Yunwoo's graceful hands on the strings of the geomungo created incredibly captivating sounds. This left Dan-hun stunned, unable to believe her own ears. The silhouette of the elegant woman playing the instrument further enhanced Yunwoo's graceful and noble beauty. She moved in rhythm with each note. The soul-stirring sounds that were revealed left Goida utterly surprised. while the notes rang out, causing everyone to listen in admiration. A familiar figure stood out with jealousy. Yun Woo continued to immerse herself in every note, her graceful hands creating a beautiful scene. Seeing that things were not going as she wished, a feeling of jealousy and resentment welled up in Dan-hun's heart. She clenched her fists in hatred at her surprising level of skill. Nearing the end of the piece, Yun Woo's beautiful, soft hands glided lightly over the strings. She immersed herself in the music with passion until the very end. Suddenly, Yun Woo heard the sound of congratulatory applause. As the piece ended, she looked around in astonishment as everyone, with relaxed faces, gave her rounds of warm, affectionate applause. Up above, Goida's face was happy. He clapped and praised. "What a wonderful performance." Goida continued, "This is the most beautiful performance I have ever seen." Dan-hun, standing in a corner witnessing the event, her demeanor darkened, filled with resentment. But Goida remained seated above, looking at her tenderly. "You played such a wonderful piece. I must also keep my promise." Then he asked, "So what is your wish?" Goida's words, full of affectionate implication, made Dan-hun's mood, which was already bad, even worse. She couldn't bear to hear any of it and quickly turned away. Yun Woo replied shyly, that. When it's just the two of us, I will tell you." This sentence charmed everyone with the sweetness and shyness of a young woman newly in love. In the deserted, dark corridor, Dan-hun walked out hastily, full of indignation. Suddenly she was standing before a door, leaning her head against it. Dan-hun quickly opened the door, stepped inside, and leaned her back against it in frustration. She trembled, biting her lip in pain. "Goida." She resentfully recalled the intimate image of the other two, angrily questioning, "Initially, wasn't the place beside Goida supposed to be mine?" Dan-hun madly threw a ceramic vase to the ground, screaming, "Ah!" She breathed heavily, clutching her dress, irritable and frantic. Dan-hun remembered Yun Woo's shy figure and his honeyed words. "This is the most beautiful performance I've ever seen." The more she thought, the worse her mood became. Dan-hun grew impatient. Sweat trickled down as she breathed heavily. She angrily growled out 3 words, "Yun Woo." After Yun Woo finished performing the zither, she attracted a great deal of attention from everyone, especially Goida. This made Dan-hun extremely jealous. The next morning, in the flower garden, Goida went for a stroll with her. He couldn't help but praise her. "I was very surprised. You play the zither so well." Yun Woo smiled politely and replied, "Thank you, my lord." He casually asked, "Did you play the zither often when you were in the mortal world?" Embarrassed by his compliment, she lowered her head and said softly, "No, in the mortal world, I usually composed music, so I know how to play most types of instruments. I've also composed many other pieces." As she said this, her face flushed red. Even so, looking at her own hands, Yun Woo was a bit emotional. "It's been a long time since I played myself." He looked at her fingers and saw them trembling involuntarily. "When you were playing, I saw your little finger trembling slightly. Are you injured?" Goida looked at her with concern. "Does it hurt?" She shook her head calmly. "I was injured when I was very young. It can't fully recover, but it doesn't hurt much." His voice was flat when he heard her speak. What a pity. She didn't understand and asked again, "What do you mean?" He looked at her with a gentle face. "You already played so beautifully. If you weren't injured, I wonder how much more beautiful it could be." Hearing him say that, Yun Woo's eyes widened. Then she quickly looked away and smiled. "Thank you for saying that." On the way, Goida remembered that yesterday when he told her play, she had wanted him to grant a wish. He recalled it and asked, "By the way, what was that wish you mentioned earlier?" Yun Woo hesitated and said, actually, in her heart, she was thinking, "I want to say I want my own room. If it's a contract love, do we need to share a room?" His face leaned in with curiosity while Yun Woo avoided his gaze. "The first night was a mess because of me, so asking for a separate room now would be a bit." After walking for a while, they both stopped. She looked at the scenery, stunned. She looked down the steps and asked him, "Where is this?" Goida slowly replied, "It's the back garden of the villa." He admired the scenery, gently bowing and saying, "This is also my favorite place." He gently touched the floating ashes with his hand. The low walls cause a lot of volcanic ash to accumulate, but if you walk barefoot on this ash. As he spoke, he stepped on them. It feels like walking on clouds. Yun Woo saw this and felt, "This is a joy that can only be found here." Goida walked for a moment, turned back to look at her, and asked, "Would you like a try?" She quickly waved her hands, refusing. "No, I'm fine." Goida knew she was scared and reassured her. "It will feel more pleasant if you try. You've been tense since you arrived." Hearing that, she raised her hand and hesitated, thinking, Then she dared to glance behind her and replied, "Well then, just for a little bit." Yun-woo took off her shoes and placed them neatly on the platform. She held her skirt and walked to where he was. Stepping on each pile of ash, she could clearly feel it, so soft. Looking at them and touching them so genuinely reminded her of her time in the mortal world. This ash on the ground, it's been a long time since I've touched it. Seeing her attentive gaze, Goida couldn't help but want to tease her. He started using his foot to kick the ash onto her. Yun-woo was caught off guard and accidentally got hit. "Don't do that." Seeing this, he continued to joke around. She dodged to the side to avoid it, but didn't kick back. "I told you not to." Yun-woo's face began to harden. Her mouth was smiling, but there was a hint of displeasure. Amidst the ashes, he chuckled and said, "You try it too." Seeing she didn't react, Goida thought he might have gone too far with his joke. "Sorry." Her face darkened as she softly snapped, "I told you not to do that." The atmosphere became awkward, and he also avoided her gaze. "Oh, it's okay. You're not very tolerant, are you?" She looked at his expression and thought to herself, "So calculating." But a moment later, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Before his eyes, Yun-woo couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. Goida stood frozen by the beauty of her smile, which was like a spring breeze. Unconsciously, his face also broke into a smile. They put their shoes back on and sat on the stairs. He said to her, "I'm glad you like it." There was a reason he had brought her to this place. "Actually, this is the room you will be staying in." She asked back in surprise. "My room?" Yun-woo turned to ask him again. "But aren't I supposed to share a room with you, Lord Goida?" "That's what you said." He clearly saw through her thoughts, but didn't say it directly. That. Goida looked at the rooms and pointed. "My room is right next door. There's a small door connecting the two rooms, so it's almost like sharing a room." He started to run a hand through his hair, striking a pose. "Even though I'm really handsome, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, she let out a dry laugh. Goida was also very considerate and looked at her to explain. "You're afraid of men, so sharing a room with me would be uncomfortable. My house is large, and there are many rooms, so please make yourself comfortable." Hearing him say that, she felt somewhat relieved. "Thank you, my lord." Night had also fallen. Goida also went back. Entering his room, he suddenly saw a figure kneeling on the floor. Approaching closer, his eyes looked and assessed. The kneeling man called out, "Lord Goida." The young man with platinum white hair bowed politely before him. He was Soho, Yun-woo's bodyguard. Seeing him, Goida asked, "What is it?" Soho replied, "He is looking for you." Hearing him, Goida fell silent, seemingly knowing who Soho was referring to. In the evening, after talking with Soho, Goida went to pick up Yun-woo. She was sitting in a carriage. Outside, he and Soho rode on horseback beside it. After traveling a long way, he reined in his horse and announced, "We've arrived." Her feet gently touched the ground. Her left hand was supported by Goida as she got out of the carriage. He carefully advised, "Be careful getting down." Her gaze was fixed on the scene ahead. Her eyes darkened, her brows furrowed with vigilance. Yun-woo pressed her lips together, looking ahead, and faltered in a small voice. "This is his palace." The vast palace seemed somewhat gloomy because it was dark. Looking up, she could see 3 rows of palaces arranged in a straight line. She walked closer, looking around and assessing in her mind. "Today I will really meet Hyojo." Looking towards the balcony upstairs, the image of 3 heads surrounded by fresh blood suddenly flooded her memory. Yun-woo's eyes widened in horror, breaking out in a sweat. She brought a hand to her mouth. Remembering that foul, metallic smell of blood, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. Ugh. Goida noticed her making a sound of discomfort and turned to look. He came closer and asked, "Are you okay? You don't look well." Her face was dark as she forced a smile and replied, "I'm sorry, just give me a moment." Yun-woo flung her hand down, trying to calm herself. Her eyes were no longer clear like they were this morning. Now they were filled with vigilance and caution, mixed with a hint of fear. Goida stepped in front of her and reassured her, "I promised you that nothing can harm you." Although she was protected by him, her heart could not escape that torment. Yun-woo pressed her lips together in silence. A moment later, she lightly lifted the hem of her skirt, her face expressionless. "I'm fine now." With every step she took, she carried a thought. "Because I promised myself, I won't cry anymore. I won't cry because of Hyojo or be afraid of him." She stood before the palace door. with Goida following behind. She turned back to look at him, smiled, and said, "Well then, shall we go inside?" Goida closed his eyes, smiled, and nodded. He followed her steps, smiling, unaware that the face of the person walking in front of him had darkened. He said, "Let's go in." Looking at the design of the palace, Yun-woo assessed everything. The palace I'm entering for the first time after so long is still the same. The internal structure, the placement of the decorations. Entering the place she had once been, emotions swelled within her. Even the red wallpaper that Hyo-jo liked. Everything is still the same, as if at any moment. Suddenly, from her ear, she hallucinated the presence of Hyo-jo along with his haunting voice calling her name. Yun-woo. The world around her was immediately enveloped in a patch of red and black. Hyo-jo approached. His face, no matter how gentle, exuded a cold, evil aura. He wrapped his arms around her neck and greedily inhaled her scent, startling Yun-woo. He said, "You're finally here. I've waited a long time for you." Knowing it was a hallucination, she still didn't understand why she lost control when thinking about that man. Her eyes showed extreme fear. She unconsciously clutched her sleeve, trembling and sweating. Goida saw the person beside him had stopped walking and was standing motionless. He glanced at her. After a moment, seeing she was still the same, he stopped pondering and continued walking. Arriving at the place, Goida called out respectfully while Yun-woo still hadn't stabilized her spirit. "Lord Ganggong, it is Goida." The voice of the person opposite them spoke, making her emotional state even more turbulent. "Kumin." The door in front of them slowly opened. She thought to herself, once that door opens, she thought that as soon as she stepped inside, Hyo-jo's bloodthirsty face would appear, wearing a sinister smile. She would see his cruel, blood-red eyes, standing next to his father in his familiar fur attire, calling her over. Yun-woo, however, upon entering the room, everything returned to reality. On the seat, there was only the ruler of the underworld, Ganggong, looking at her with a friendly smile. Yun-woo was also surprised that no one was beside him. Seeing Goida lead this girl in, the two of them walking side by side, he smiled and said, "I see, so you're Goida's lover." His voice wasn't harsh, but deep and steady, carrying authority in every word. "State your name." Hearing this, she regained her composure, bowed, and greeted him. "I am Yun-woo." Seeing her flustered face, he chuckled. "Goida, how long have you been hiding this girl? Anyone seeing this scene would think I was trying to harm you." She paid no mind to his words, her eyes darting around as she thought to herself, "What's going on? Hyo-ju isn't here. I'm sure he was with Ganggong in my past life." Goida, standing beside her, replied to him, "Why would I do that?" Ganggong pressed him. "Then why is she only being introduced now?" Yun-woo's eyes widened at the question, and she stood up straight, steadying herself. In her mind, she kept asking herself, "Maybe I won't meet Hyo-ju this time?" When his question went unanswered, he didn't press them further. "Well, I just wanted to greet her in person. Now that I've seen her, that's enough." Goida politely looked at her and asked, "Can you wait for me for a moment? I have something to discuss with Lord Ganggong." She nodded obediently. "Yes, I'll wait outside." He stood inside, watching her back as she left the room. Then he turned back to face Ganggong. He also watched her. She's indeed a beautiful girl. Help her integrate into this underworld. Goida glanced at him and replied, "Of course." No longer beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. "Then let's get to the main issue, Black Wolf." Seeing his guardedness, he said, "You must know why I called for you today." Outside, the scenery was gradually darkening, and the moonlight appeared, growing brighter for a moment. In the courtyard now, only Yun-woo was strolling. Her heart was anxious. "I thought I would meet Hyo-ju today. I'm glad I didn't." She walked around for a bit, then chose a tree and sat down, leaning her back against it. Her eyes unconsciously looked up at the sky. So it's over. The sound of insects chirping in the night grew clearer, matching her tangled feelings at that moment. Unless Ganggong calls for me again, there will be no reason for me to come back here. Then I won't run into Hyo-ju. At this thought, her heart became much more peaceful. Yun-woo closed her eyes, immersing herself in the night sky, and smiled faintly. Now it's really all over. However, she didn't know that everything was only just beginning. The sound of footsteps in the dark night was very clear, the sound getting closer and closer to Yun-woo. Seeing someone approaching, she glanced towards the source of the sound. Red hair swayed in the wind. Familiar blood-red eyes and a sinister smile appeared. She froze, thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, and felt afraid. Seeing the person in front of her getting closer, Yun-woo's voice stammered softly, Hyo-ju." She stood hiding behind the large tree, but her heart was in turmoil as she saw him approaching. Why is Hyo-ju here? It It was unclear who he was talking to, but this person had always had a bad temper, coupled with a voice that sounded like he wanted to eat the person opposite him alive. He grumbled angrily. How could someone no different from others be called beautiful? Why does father give him everything like that? The sound of the wind and the footsteps made it impossible for her to remain calm. He slowly walked past the tree where Yun-woo was hiding. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide, trying to stay quiet and not make a sound, to give Goida and Ganggong some private space to talk. Yun-woo had gone out to the garden for a walk. While trying to regain her composure, she stood behind the tree trunk and accidentally overheard Hyo-ju talking, father too. How can someone no different from others be called beautiful? Why does father give him everything like that? She pressed her lips tightly together and covered her mouth with her hand to keep from making a sound. After his shadow passed, her eyes widened, unable to maintain her composure, and she panicked. Her trembling hands moved from her mouth to her chest as she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. It seemed he had left, but Yun-woo had a bad feeling. A chill spread from behind her, and a familiar voice rang out. "Who are you?" Yun-woo couldn't believe her eyes and glanced behind her. She turned around and met a sharp gaze staring intently at her. Hyo-ju studied her, noticing the red hairpin on her head. Her head felt like it was exploding. Startled, she instinctively took a few steps back and let out a sob hic. Realizing what she'd done, she felt guilty and covered her mouth. He growled impatiently. "Who are you?" Terrified, she collapsed to the ground. Looking up at Hyo-ju from below, he continued to question her. "Why are you hiding here and following me like this?" Yun-woo's hands clenched into fists. One hand was on the ground to keep her balance, while the other covered her mouth, trying to suppress her sobs. She thought fearfully to herself, "It's really him, Hyo-ju, just as I remember." His pupils remained unchanged, fixed on her face. Then he bent down and held out his hand, intending to help her up. His tone changed. "You seem surprised." Yun-woo, startled, looked at him and thought, "What's going on?" Normally, if I didn't act as you wished, you wouldn't let me off so easily. In her memory, he was a very cruel person, so the fear Yun-woo expressed was purely instinctive. She tremblingly placed her hand in his, telling herself, "Anyway, I have to get through this as smoothly as possible." When her hand touched his, Hyo-ju's fingers closed, gripping her hand tightly to pull her up. She reassured herself, "I can't draw attention." But his strength was immense. After grabbing her hand, he yanked her up violently, surprising her. One of her hands was held by him. His other arm was around her waist. Their bodies were now only a few centimeters apart. The close physical contact and their eyes being so near made Yun-woo extremely frightened. She resisted, pushing him away. "What? Let me go." Hyo-ju looked at her, his strange gaze turning into one of intense curiosity about this girl. He smirked. She tried to use all her strength to pull her arm away from him. Turning her face away, she tried to keep her hand from shaking. The man behind her maintained his sneer. "I'm sorry." Hyo-ju, who had always been blunt and spared no one, exposed her. "You look quite cute trembling like a little mouse when it sees me." This remark completely infuriated Yun-woo. Not just her arm, but her whole body began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing this, he continued to tease, "I can't help but joke." Clenching her fists, Yun-woo glanced at him, only two words echoing in her mind. Disgusting. Suddenly, memories of the words he once said to her flooded back. "You're always like this. You never care about my feelings. Only doing what you want." Back then, in his room, he had one hand choking someone else in front of Yun-woo, his voice drawling. "Everything is just a joke to you, isn't it?" That shameless face said, "In this underworld, other people's lives, even that pathetic thing called love." Returning to the present, she kept her voice steady, trying to sound normal. "Joking like that with a stranger isn't funny." Hyo-ju sneered, his eyes widening. "How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to?" Yun-woo didn't wait for him to finish, shouting, "I am." After a few seconds, she turned to face him and declared, "I am Goida's woman." She used all her pent-up resentment and courage to shout, which momentarily surprised him. "No matter who you are, you can't treat me like this." Her eyes were sunken. "Furthermore, if you have any decency or integrity, you wouldn't treat a stranger this way." Seeing her like a rabbit with its fur bristled made his lips twitch into a slight smirk. Hyo-ju ran a hand through his hair, revealing his firm muscles. "Goida's lover, huh?" After sizing her up for a moment, he came to a conclusion. How bold. He chose a woman exactly like him. His hand stopped in his hair as he adopted a mocking tone, but it seems he's having a lot of fun. Although fleeting, these words affected Yun-woo. She clenched her fists again to keep them from trembling as she listened to him continue. I thought those demonic rumors were true, but it's a pity they're not. Reverting to his original demeanor, Hyo-ju asked, "What's your name?" She pressed her lips together tightly and had to tell the truth. Yunwoo is my name. He repeated the name as if to etch it in his memory. Yunwoo, a beautiful name. A while later, in the deserted courtyard, Yunwoo and Hyo-ju were nowhere to be seen. Sarum, the young maid serving Yunwoo, was waiting for her to return. In the quiet space, she heard footsteps and saw a shadow on the ground, thinking the person she was waiting for had returned. "Oh, my lady." However, as the sound got closer, the person who appeared startled her. It wasn't her lady, but a tall figure with an arrogant face. Hyo-ju. Sarum immediately bowed at a right angle, her hands clasped respectfully, waiting for him to pass. The path he was taking was quite familiar. That path. She immediately remembered her lady's words from that afternoon. "Please leave me alone. I want to rest for a bit." Yes, that was exactly what Sarum was thinking. That's the direction my lady went. Hyo-ju's angular, imposing face passed by. No matter how handsome, he was a source of terror for many. Puzzled, Sarum secretly glanced at him. Feeling uneasy, she started to go outside to look for Yunwoo. My lady, where are you? My lady, my la." Her eyes darted to every corner as she searched frantically. Then she met a pair of eyes. "My la." Yunwoo was sitting on the ground, smiling. "Oh, Sarum, I'm sorry." She ran to help her lady up. Yunwoo laughed and said, "My legs have no strength left. I think I'm going to give up." Sarum asked worriedly and repeatedly, "My lady, what happened?" She was silent, not answering, only forcing a smile. Then she decided to remain silent. Sarum, I'm sorry, but can I go back first now?" Although her face was smiling. As the maid who served beside her, Sarum knew well not to ask too many questions. She nodded, supporting Yunwoo with her arm. "Yes, my lady, this way." After taking her back to her room, Sarum remained on duty beside her. The door opened and Goida walked in. She bowed respectfully. "Lord Goida, you've returned." He walked straight to her bed. "How is she?" The person on the bed had her soft hair spread out. She was covered with a blanket, breathing softly, deep in sleep. Sarum reported, "She just fell asleep." He nodded. "I see. You did well. So what happened?" Sarum only reported what she knew. "Everything happened when my lady was alone. I don't know the details, but..." She recalled helping her lady back to the room. She looked terrified, as if she had seen something very frightening. Goida was puzzled. Frightening? When she was talking with Lord Ganggong, she didn't show any signs of it. Actually, it wasn't that she showed no signs. It was just that Yun was trying to hide it. Sarum wanted to add, "And there's one more thing I should tell you." She looked up and said seriously before the young lady left. Lord Hyo-ju also went in the same direction. The mention of this name made him furrow his brow tightly in thought, gazing into the distance toward where Jian-yu was sleeping. Hyo-yu. Returning to a few hours earlier in the palace, after Goida waited for Jian-yu to leave, he and Jang Gong discussed private matters. He ordered him to move Black Wolf this way. Waiting until he had walked over to stand below the platform opposite him, he said, "I've always been grateful to your older brothers. Thanks to you, this place can be so peaceful." While speaking, he stopped, covering his mouth and coughing violently. Seeing this, Goida worriedly ran up in alarm. Lord Janggong. He stood anxiously and asked, "Are you all right?" He only coughed lightly a few more times and waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. "Don't worry, I'm fine." His hands went limp and his voice softened. "This is just a natural part of getting old. My body no longer listens to me." His expression gradually changed upon hearing these words. "Perhaps it's time to pass the throne to the next person." He shook his head in disagreement. "Please don't say such things. Aren't you still very healthy?" Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "Haha, it seems you still don't trust Hyo-ju." At this point, his stern expression disappeared, replaced by a look of sorrow. "Even I, his father, feel the same way." Goida didn't hide it. More importantly, you know it well. He thought silently, this family game will end soon. Hyo-ju will soon realize I'm not his blood relative. Continuing the discussion, he said frankly, "As you said, when Hyo-ju becomes the ruler of this place, he will discover our secret." Jang Gong rested his hands on his thighs and nodded. "True, I have been too complacent." He looked up, smiled, and looked at him. "By the way, about that girl, Jian-yu, is she the girl you're looking for?" He hesitated and replied, "I am not yet certain." He understood his feelings, I understand. Just when it seemed the conversation would end there, Goida spoke up. "But I hope she is the one I'm looking for." After finishing his conversation with Jang Gong, he returned and stopped by Zion Yu's room to check on the situation. The next morning, the two of them sat at a table drinking tea. She picked up her teacup, took a sip, then rubbed the cup and started a conversation. "I'm sorry about yesterday." He didn't understand and asked, "What for?" Xianyu lowered her head shyly. "I said I would wait outside, but I left first. It's been bothering me." Goita realized, waved his hand, and drank his tea. "It's fine, it's nothing, so don't worry." After he spoke, her tension eased. "Thank you for understanding." Remembering what Sarum had reported last night, he was also curious, "But would it be alright if I asked what happened?" Hearing that, she put down her teacup and sighed. He said, "You haven't seemed well since yesterday." Realizing her reaction was too strong, she stammered, It's just." Her mouth opened, but her words were caught in her thoughts. How much of the truth should I tell this person? Seeing his pensive gaze made her rack her brain. The truth is, this is my third life. Back then, I always had to live in fear. In my 2 previous lives, Hyoju was my husband, because I went through a hellish time. At this thought, her eyes hardened. This time will be different. It will be fine to face him. That's what I told myself. But the moment I saw him again, I still found myself trembling in fear. I feel so ridiculous. Xianyu pressed her lips together tightly and still decided not to tell him. It's nothing. She forced a cursory smile. I'm just a little tired. Goita didn't press further. I understand. Get some rest today. Returning to the room, Sarum, who was inside, called out softly, "Young lady, I have prepared the hot water. I will wait outside." She smiled and nodded. "All right, thank you, Sarum." She placed the towel on the shelf, her thoughts still hazy. Xianyu stood still and thought to herself, in the end, it really is still suspicious. If it were me, I would think so too. She put herself in his position and blamed herself. She remembered Goita's gaze, but it was the opposite. Instead of doubting me, it seemed like he was genuinely worried. She remembered the walk after she had finished playing the instrument, when he had enthusiastically and frankly said, "I'm curious about your true feelings." The gestures he made, like kissing her hand, had made Xianyu's heart skip a beat. At first, I just thought of him as an ordinary man. But after spending time together, I could feel his affection. Eyes that don't lie. Indeed, Goita always paid attention to her every emotion. Xianyu understood that he was sensitive and treated her with great sincerity. While drinking tea, he had genuinely asked her with concern, his voice as if afraid she would feel bothered, "Because you didn't look well yesterday." She recalled that face, and her cheeks unconsciously blushed. Looking into those eyes, I find myself wanting to tell him everything. She stepped next to the door, closing her eyes with a troubled mind. But can I really trust him? As she approached the bathtub, a voice suddenly spoke up. "I already told you." Goita sat casually in the bathtub, draped in a light white cloth, his slightly damp hair exuding charm. "I won't take money from him." She was startled for a moment, not understanding why he was bathing in here. Xianyu's footsteps stopped, her cheeks turning red as a tomato, as she said loudly in embarrassment, "Lord Goita." Startled by her appearance, he turned around. "Young lady." She awkwardly clutched the flaps of the robe she was about to take off and turned her head away. "I am sorry. I'll leave right now." Just as she took a step, her hand was grabbed by Goita. The damp warmth from his hand transferred to hers. She turned back, confused, and called his name, "Lord Goita." He looked at her with an amorous gaze. Because of the warmth of the water, the temperature in the room was also getting hotter. While lost in thought, Xianyu had unconsciously walked into the bathroom, unexpectedly finding Goita soaking in the tub. Embarrassed, she was about to run away but was pulled back by his hand. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous, her panicked eyes asking, "Lord Goita." He held her wrist and said gently, "Wait." He looked at her sincerely and asked, "Do you know how many people are waiting outside right now?" The more Goita asked, the less she understood his meaning. "Yes?" He sighed and explained, "Sarum is not someone who would make a mistake like this. They clearly knew I was in here and still deliberately let the young lady in." She recalled the image of Sarum handing her the towel, winking, and saying, "Young lady, please trust and leave it to me." She was annoyed and helpless. Trust what? That person? I get it. If it's Sarum, then I get it. Goita let go of her hand, sank back into the water, and stroked his chin. If you go out like this, it will seem suspicious to others. Xianyu waited anxiously for him to continue. So then, he very naturally offered a solution. "Since it's already like this, why don't you come in and warm yourself up a bit?" Seeing her face getting redder, he quickly said, "Of course, if you don't want to, then never mind." Xianyu unconsciously grabbed her collar and tightened her grip. She looked at him, her thoughts in a panic. As Goita said, "I have to be careful not to act in a way that makes others suspicious." Looking at the calm water with a few scattered flower petals, she reassured herself. Even if it's just a contractual relationship, if we're lovers, we should be able to get into the same bathtub. At this thought, she became bolder and stepped into the bathtub before Goida's astonished eyes. She didn't take off her clothes, but just stepped right in, her hands covering her chest. Her gaze vaguely tried to gauge his expression, not knowing what Goida was thinking. She only saw him rest his arms on the edge of the tub and close his eyes as if enjoying the warmth, without paying attention to her. After a moment, he splashed water on his face and ran a hand through his hair. This position conveniently revealed his hot body. Below, his six-pack abs were clearly visible, and the splashed water droplets ran down the lines of his firm abs. His gaze accidentally flickered over to her, and realizing she had been caught, she immediately turned her head to look elsewhere, thinking to herself, I once thought his beauty could be compared to a woman's. A voice beside her shattered her thoughts. Why are you staring like that? She was startled and stammered. Goida finally showed a hint of shyness, covering his mouth and pretending to cough a few times. I don't usually pay attention to others' gazes, but if you look at me like that. At this point, he lowered his hand with a teasing expression. Even I feel embarrassed. Realizing she had been tricked again, Xian Yu's face, from her cheeks to her ears, turned pink as if to expose her inner thoughts. She pressed herself against the side of the tub, moving away from him. Sorry. He knew she was thin-skinned, but didn't think she would get embarrassed so easily. It's all right, don't be sorry. Goida sighed and coaxed her. It's all my fault. What should I do? She turned back in surprise and asked, Yes? Unexpectedly, he smiled smugly and said, Anyway, when seeing a beauty like this, it's hard for anyone to look away. She looked at him wearily, her unfinished smile vanishing. Goida just wanted to joke around a bit, so she would stop keeping her distance. Ahem, ahem. He looked at her seriously and said, Anyway, what I want to say is, those affectionate eyes appeared again, towards me. I hope you never feel sorry. She herself was startled to hear these words from him. Xian Yu avoided that gaze, afraid of falling into a one-sided love. She crossed her arms, clutching her clothes tightly. She asked him in a small, hushed voice, I'm very strange, aren't I? He crossed his arms and looked at her, not quite understanding. He didn't answer, waiting for her to continue. There are also many things to be suspicious about. He didn't hesitate to express. Of course, there are many things I'm very curious about, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable because of it. So I will wait until you want to speak first. His words touched her heart. This warmth was something she had never experienced in her 2 previous lives. Xian Yu buried her face between her knees in silence. She quietly looked at her reflection in the water and listened to his words, until you no longer wear that sad expression. Until then, her heart softened because of his thoughtfulness. Xian Yu bit her lip, thinking uncomfortably. When he acts so kindly like this, it makes me want to tell him everything. Who I am, what kind of life I've lived, and I also become curious about him. What is he really thinking? She dared to look up at him. Goya, thank you. Her eyes showed a spark of sincere happiness. I mean it. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. The water's surface also became calm. The space now just peacefully drifted by, as if the world only consisted of the two of them. In the evening, in Hyo-ju's room, only the sound of insects chirping in the night could be heard. He sat by the window, lifted his teacup, and looked at his reflection in the tea. His back and his eyes were deep in thought. Hyo-ju raised his hand to his chin, stroking it with a strange smile, repeating the impressive name, Yunwoo. Looking up at the moon, his face unconsciously called out the name. Yunwoo. The soft yellow light illuminated the entire room. Sarum was gently gliding a comb through Yunwoo's silky hair. She said, My lady, I will help you with your attire. A soft sound was heard. Suddenly, Sarum paused, her eyes wide. On Yunwoo's shoulder was a rather large bruise. My lady, there's a bruise on your shoulder. Sarum looked into Yunwoo's eyes, calmly asking, Was it there before? She wondered, what? Her eyes widened as if she remembered something. That's not possible. In her memory, Yunwoo saw herself trying to escape from Hyo-ju. She thought to herself, it's the bruise from that time, but still forced a smile. Perhaps I bumped into something. Yunwoo's cheeks flushed like spring. She hesitantly asked, but there is something I want to ask. Sarum smiled gently. Please feel free to speak. Her rosy lips parted slightly. It's just for a music lesson. Yunwoo gave a slight smile, asking, Is it necessary to dress like this? She immediately replied with a serious expression. Of course. Then she rambled on about her bold thoughts. Between a man and a woman, especially between two people in love, no one knows what could happen, right? Sarum covered her mouth, pretending to be shy. You will thank me later. Yunwoo looked at her, perhaps so. A smile bloomed on her lips, warm and full of hope. That evening, Yunwoo and Goida sat and talked with each other. He suddenly spoke, his voice sincere. "My lady, this may be a bit sudden, but may I ask a favor of you?" She asked in surprise. "What is it?" Goida's eyes were full of earnestness as he opened his heart. "The untitled piece you played today has been stuck in my mind." His sparkling eyes turned towards Yun-woo. "If you don't mind, once you've settled in a life here, I hope you can teach me that untitled piece. What do you think?" Her eyes looked down, her face blushing. She thought to herself, "I'm curious what Goida's music would sound like." Afterwards, they both entered the room. Goida stood before the window frame, gazing at the night sky. Suddenly, a voice called his name. He turned his head to look. Goida, the figure of a beautiful woman, appeared before his eyes. "My lady has arrived." Yun-woo gently bowed before Goida. He looked at her, seemingly unable to take his eyes off her. Yun-woo averted her gaze, shyly thinking, "I don't know why my heart is pounding." Before his handsome appearance, I can't look him straight in the eye. In the cozy space, Yun-woo began. "The piece doesn't have its own sheet music." The two sat facing each other. She asked, "Can you listen and play along section by section?" "Let's give it a try." Yun-woo began to play the instrument. Her slender fingers were as gentle as butterfly wings. His eyes were deep, lost in her beauty. The gentle, melodious tune flowed through each phrase. Yun-woo's eyes looked up, blushing as she glanced at Goida. He focused on each deep melody, gently letting his soul drift into the music. Her eyes widened with a surprised expression. His demeanor while playing the instrument further enhanced Goida's charm. Suddenly, Yun-woo let out a slight smile. He played the instrument with all his soul. Each note seemed to overflow with emotion. Her hands moved along with his rhythm. They both merged into the melody until the final note. Yun-woo raised her head, looking at him with praise. "Goida, you play very well." Those words made him very surprised. Men have a different innate strength. Their music cannot be the same as women's. Goida gave a discreet smile. She continued, "But you played the music perfectly." "Thank you." Yun-woo was so happy her smile bloomed, like an apricot blossom during Tet. "You are truly very perceptive." His long fingers gently ran through his hair, damp with sweat, his control of strength. Muscles rippled under his clothes, every line exuding masculinity. "You really did very well." These images turned out to be just Yun-woo's interesting fantasy. She shook her head shyly, telling herself, "I'm teaching music, what am I thinking?" Yun-woo bit her lower lip lightly, her sparkling eyes looking towards him. Suddenly she asked him, her words a little curious, "Goida, do you exercise regularly?" Goida asked back, "What?" Yun-woo, flustered, tried to find an explanation. It's an important question when playing an instrument. He was quite surprised. "Is that so?" But then he cheerfully teased her. "I thought my lady was concerned about me." Goida smiled, his tone gentle. "I don't exercise, but I occasionally ride horses and practice archery when necessary." He looked up at her. "I also have something I want to ask." Her heart pounded, surprised by the question. "My lady, what do you like?" Yun-woo was silent for a moment, thinking, then looked towards the window, where the moonlight shone through the frame. She said, "The sky." Yun-woo's eyes sparkled like bright stars. "The blue sky, I like to look at it." Goida glanced at her, the sky. He turned his face towards the window, admitting, "Actually, I wanted to give you a gift, so I asked, but perhaps it's difficult to do now." Her eyes widened at Goida's unexpected offer. "Can you tell me about the world on the surface?" Yun-woo bowed her head, smiling as she mentioned that place, the world on the surface. His eyes lit up, full of anticipation. She asked, "Have you ever heard of snow?" He blinked innocently, pointing to his cheek. "This?" Yun-woo laughed lightly and said, "No, not that kind of snow." She gently turned her head, her gaze towards the window, but the snow that falls from the sky. Outside, particles of ash cover the entire sky, like the ash here falling from the sky. But snow is white and clean. Yun-woo's eyes were deep as she recounted, "Where I lived, a lot of snow fell in the winter. The whole world turned white." I found that scene very beautiful. Goida looked at her, his deep, warm voice resonating. "Hearing you speak, I remember now too." In his mind, an image of a young boy and a wolf playing happily on a white snowy background. "When I was young, I also went to the world on the surface, just once, and that time I saw snow." A sudden sound echoed, cutting through the quiet space. Goida was very surprised by her action. Yun was lying on top of him. "My lady," her voice trembled. "Shouting, sir." Yun-woo could barely contain her emotions. "Do you know how to get to the world on the surface?" Yun-woo's eyes, filled with tears, looked at Goida pleadingly. She remembered her family from before. "If I can just get to the surface, I can sever this hateful connection with Hyoju and live happily with my family." Tears rolled down Yun-woo's cheeks. Her trembling arm tightened before his eyes. Goida's eyes softened as if he understood the problem. His slender arm gently touched her hair. First, Goida slowly sat up, his voice gentle and warm. Calm down. He used sincere words and recounted. The truth is, I have been to the surface, but because it happened when I was too young, I don't remember it clearly. Yunwoo became calm, listening to him. And that was also when my guardian spirit lost control. I was forced to go. Goida spoke everything from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's difficult to give you the answer you want. Yunwoo also replied shyly. It's all right. I'm the one who should apologize for being so sudden. She smiled, her voice choked with unspeakable words. I was just... Then she quickly turned her face away to hide her emotions. Goida's deep, warm voice rang out, startling her. You miss life there a lot, don't you? His eyes were deep, hiding an indescribable sadness. But there, painful memories flooded her mind. Isn't your former husband there? Though her heart was full of worries, Yunwoo said, even so, I still miss the surface very much. That's where I live. She forced a smile to bury her sorrows. And there, I can see the blue sky again. As soon as she finished, Goida immediately sat up straight. I understand. It seems I've asked you a difficult question. I apologize for this rudeness. Her cheeks flushing, Yunwoo stammered. It's all right. I'm really all right. I was the one who was rude first just now. Suddenly she stopped, speaking softly, and Goida was very surprised by her words. You were worried about me. Yunwoo became even shyer. She asked again, weren't you? He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that's right. Her eyes widened as she listened to him. Actually, there's something I need to remind you of. What is it? Suddenly, Goida changed his tone, reminding her, at night, when I'm not here, you must absolutely not go outside. Outside, specks of light hovered over the dark path. He explained, night in the underworld is a little different from the surface. When people die, their souls. Night is also the time they enter the underworld. The souls will have to receive punishment for the sins they committed while alive. Therefore, to escape punishment, there are lost souls. Goida crossed his arms, saying seriously, those lost souls will harm the living. Yunwoo could only nod in agreement with what he said. Therefore, in the underworld, there are people who guide souls. A tall, silent figure appeared in her mind. They're called Grim Reapers. Yunwoo gave a cursory smile, thinking to herself, anyway, I probably don't know much about it, so I'll just nod in agreement. Yes, I will remember. Yunwoo's eyes widened, listening to him. There's one more thing. Goida happily announced some good news. Today, you can see your family again. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just heard. The housing issue has been resolved. Please have a meal with your family after such a long time. Yunwoo's face lit up, a bright smile blooming before his eyes. Thank you so much, Goida. Goida's eyes looked at her gently, smiling slightly. Really, thank you so much. His gaze stopped before her eyes, whispering, that sounds nice. What? Goida held Yunwoo's hand tightly, the words of thanks. He made a suggestion. From now on, instead of apologizing, please say thank you like you did today. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red. She smiled slightly. Yes, all right. That night, the streets were incredibly crowded with people passing by. Yunwoo and Sarum stopped at an old, shabby house. Sarum, are you sure you're not coming in? You'll have to wait a long time, she said. I'm really fine, my lady. Sarum smiled at her and said, it's been a long time since you've all seen each other since that day. Laughing heartily, she reminded her, take your time with your family. Yunwoo was touched. Thank you, Sarum. Then she turned away as Sarum urged her. Hurry inside, my lady. I'll wait here. Yes, she also replied cheerfully. I'll be right out. Please wait a bit. Yunwoo's slender hands touched the doorknob. Song Yu's voice called out from inside. Who is it? She was very surprised to see her older sister standing before her. Sister, she uttered. Yunwoo, how have you been? Song Yu rushed forward and hugged Yunwoo tightly. Sister, what is all this? You've succeeded. Not forgetting to inform the others. Mom, Dad, come quick. Sister's home. Hearing the noise, her father ran out to see. What? Yunwoo is back. She politely greeted her father. It's been a long time, Dad. He replied happily. Yes, Yunwoo. Do you know how worried I was? Yunwoo lowered her face, her voice warm. I'm sorry for making you worry. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached from a distance. But as you can see, I'm still healthy, so please don't worry too much. A familiar sound was heard. Yunwoo, you're back? Yunwoo smiled and greeted her. Yes, are you well, Mom? The woman before her was her mother. Mom. The moon high above shone brighter than usual. As Sarum was standing by a corner, a sound rang out. Sarum. It was Goida. He approached and asked her, "Where's the young lady?" Sarum informed him. "She is in the room getting ready to come out." Seeing him silent, she asked, "Do you have something to say to the young lady, my lord?" Goida spoke. "No, I have something to say to you." Sarum's eyes widened as she received a question from him. "Today, when you go out with the young lady, you have an important task to do." In the corner of that old room, Yunwoo's father was asking his daughter. "That's right, Yunwoo, how have you been lately?" He looked at her, his voice full of worry. "Do you know how much I worried about you when you left?" She bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, Dad." Then Yunwoo looked into his eyes. "But there's nothing to worry about." As she spoke, the image of Goida appeared in her mind. "The person I met in the forest that day helped me a lot." Her eyes softened, and a smile gradually appeared on her lips. "I think he's a good person." Suddenly, her mother gripped her hand and said, "Yunwoo." She looked into Yunwoo's eyes, her voice serious. "Don't trust so easily." She frowned, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry for scolding you that day, but think about it. From the streets to the clothes." She wondered. "I still don't know where this place is, how long we have to live here. I don't know anything." Suddenly, she recalled that day. But when her beloved daughter, in this strange place, said she wanted to follow a stranger she had just met for the first time, what mother wouldn't get angry? She gripped her mother's hand tightly, saying earnestly, "No, Mom." Yunwoo's eyes grew sad. "You're right, Mom. I'm sorry." Her mother's face was unusually calm, unwavering. "I know you say that because you're worried about me." Her mother's deep, warm voice made her a little uneasy. "Thank you, Yunwoo." A gentle smile appeared on her mother's lips again. "We are a family, after all." She tilted her head, giving a radiant smile. "Whether it's difficult or easy from now on, share it with me, okay?" That statement made her expression change even more. "You understand, my good daughter?" "Yes," Yunwoo replied. "I understand." As soon as she touched her face, the mother quickly complained. "By the way, Yunwoo, look at our clothes." "What is it?" Her mother's hand touched the old shirt, and she began to lament. "Even if they were given for free, why give us such tattered clothes? This is the first time I've ever worn something like this." Song-yu also chimed in. "Sister, is this reasonable?" Tears streaming down, she confessed. "They told us we have to find our own food." Her two calloused hands, Song-yu gently raised them. "Look, since coming here to work on the farm, my hands are covered in blisters." A mountain range appeared, shrouded in thick smoke. The world below ground was full of hazy smoke. The blue sky couldn't be seen, but there was no worry about food shortages. The rice plants were golden ripe in the fields. We have to raise livestock ourselves, but there are plenty of grains and fresh vegetables. The more Yunwoo listened, the more distress she felt. "So if you work hard at harvesting, there will be no difficulty with food, but for people used to easily buying food, it's hard to adapt." Song-yu probed her attitude. "How have you been, sister?" Then she quickly stated her wish. "Can we stay with you?" Her words became urgent. "Huh? Please." She hesitated in her reply. "That." The mother's eyes stared at her. "That's not for your sister to decide." Her eyes became strangely lifeless. "For now," her mother gently reminded her. "Song-yu, stop it. You're putting your sister in a difficult position." She looked like she wanted to say something more, but her mother bowed her head, feigning worry. But as Yunwoo said, Yunwoo is also staying with someone. What can Yunwoo do? Song-yu gave a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. "Don't make it hard for sister anymore," she said, Mom. Her mother immediately cut her off. But her mother's voice was cold as she looked at her and said, "Next time you come, can you bring something?" Her face stiffened. "What?" Sharp eyes looked at Yunwoo. "You've seen it for yourself." Her mother's arm touched her, making her even more afraid. "The food here isn't varied, and the necessities aren't good either." Her mother's hand tightened on Yunwoo's shoulder. "If you speak nicely, maybe that person will take better care of us?" She bowed her head, avoiding her mother's gaze. "If that person is as good as you say." The two of them gradually fell silent. Her mother suddenly hugged her tightly, saying, "I'm sorry, daughter, we always rely on you." Yunwoo frowned, feeling uncomfortable, and looked toward her father and sister. The younger sister's smile gradually faded. The father's face also showed awkwardness. She pressed her lips together, enduring it. Yunwoo returned her mother's hug and said, "I understand, Mom." And so the whole family gathered together again. "I'll try to talk to him." Darkness enveloped the sky. Her mother asked, "Are you leaving already?" Yunwoo nodded slightly, saying gently, "Yes, my friend is waiting for me. I have to go." Her mother replied, "All right, if you say so." As she turned to leave, her mother called out, "Yunwoo." Her mother smiled at her warmly. "Did you forget something?" Yunwoo paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered. She approached and reached her hands toward her mother, and the two hugged each other tightly and affectionately. While hugging, her mother whispered in her ear, I only have you, Yun-woo. She reminded her, you know that well. Yes, she forced a smile. Of course, don't worry, Mom. I'll do better. After saying goodbye, she stood watching her mother's back disappear. Yun-woo blended into the crowd. The image of the happy family of four appeared again. I only have you, Yun-woo, only you. As she walked, she thought, I have to protect them. She clicked her tongue, TSK. Yun-woo walked quickly, her eyes filled with determination. Only I can do it. Hyo-ju once again appeared as her trial in the face of dangers. For the people she wanted to protect, I must. A cold hand suddenly grabbed Yun-woo's hand. Protect the family. She turned her head in fear, her eyes wide. As Yun-woo was leaving her family's house and walking through an alley, a hand pulled her back. She jumped in fright. Only after the person spoke. My lady, did Yun-woo calm down and say, Sarum. Sarum, with a worried expression, asked, did something happen, my lady? Why do you look so frightened? Her face was dark with fear and worry. Then she let out a sigh of relief and forced a laugh. Sarum, you're here? Yun-woo laughed, ha, and said, I was looking for you because I didn't see you. Sarum was puzzled, not believing her ears. What? Yun-woo was embarrassed. Besides, does my face look that bad? The maid shyly raised a hand to scratch her head and said, perhaps I was mistaken. I'm sorry, my lady. Yun-woo laughed. It's okay. Sarum startled, remembering, but hey, have you eaten yet? It seems you came out earlier than planned. Yun-woo replied, now that I think about it, I haven't eaten anything yet. Sarum smiled brightly and took Yun-woo's arm. That's wonderful. Then Sarum pulled her along, pointing, I know a great pancake shop. Let's go. You like pancakes, right? Yun-woo was startled. What? I like them, but before Yun-woo could finish, Sarum turned back, smiled brightly, and said, just follow me, my lady. Yun-woo was surprised. When did I tell her that? Sarum held Yun-woo's hand tightly. My lady, after we eat, would you like to stroll through the market with me? I'll take you for a walk. We'll have a great time today. Yun-woo was moved and blushed. That's fine. Sarum smiled brightly, raised her index finger, and said confidently, don't be surprised when you eat. This place is so good you might faint without knowing it. Yun-woo smiled lightly, replying gently, I know. Suddenly, a girl appeared from behind. Meeting here is such a surprise. Dan-hun stepped forward gracefully and spoke. Hello, young lady. Dan-hun, with sharp eyes and a mysterious smile. Are you alone today? Yun-woo smiled lightly and replied, yes. Today is for my personal schedule. Dan-hun smiled brightly. Is that so? By the way, I heard your music the other day. It was a wonderful performance. I've never heard a melody like that. Yun was shy. Thank you. Suddenly, Dan-hun said in a sharp tone, your music must have brought Lord Goida new feelings, and that's why he finds it so captivating. Yun-woo was puzzled, surprised to hear Dan-hun say this. Dan-hun continued, talking about how she and Lord Goida enjoy music together. But I've been by Lord Goida's side for a long time, enjoying music with him. He likes to try new things, but also gets bored easily. Dan-hun smiled faintly, her eyes profound. I hope you can keep Lord Goida happy for a very long time. Hearing Dan-hun speak, Yun-woo, with her deep blue eyes and a gentle smile at the corners of her lips, projected calmness and confidence. She said again, I hope you can do that. By the way, I've kept you for too long. Are you planning to eat at this shop? Yun-woo replied, yes. Sarum said the pancakes here are delicious. Dan-hun placed her hand on her chest and said in a sarcastic, mocking tone, I heard this place is good, but the inside reeks of grease. Girls don't like coming to places like this. Sarum's face darkened as she turned away, choked up and unable to say a word. Yun-woo noticed Sarum's pitiful, hurt expression and was about to speak up when Dan-hun spoke again. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you to a meal, my lady, at a place much better than this market stall. Yun-woo was pensive. As Dan-hun was saying, I'll lead the way. Yun-woo cut in, thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. This was Sarum's recommendation, and I want to try it. Sarum, shy and moved, said my lady. Dan-hun laughed sarcastically. To listen to a mere handmaiden, Lady Yun-woo is truly. Before she could finish, Yun-woo said loudly, Lady Dan-hun, I'm sorry, but to me, Sarum is not just a handmaiden. She frowned, annoyed and angry upon hearing Yun-woo say that. Yun-woo turned and left. Well then, I'll go on ahead. After finishing the pancakes, the two of them walked back with satisfied expressions. Yun-woo smiled brightly, stretched, and said, the pancakes at this stall are really delicious. Sarum, you really brought me to a worthwhile place. Sarum was quiet. Thank you, my lady. Yun-woo was surprised to hear Sarum thank her. What is it? Sarum felt guilty. Earlier, you stood up for me. Because of me, my lady. Sarum lowered her head, feeling sad and disappointed in herself. Yun-woo took Sarum's hand and smiled gently. Not all, Sarum. I was just speaking my mind. No one should speak about others like that, so don't say such things anymore. How could I just let slide? Sarum was touched, my lady. Overjoyed, Sarum threw herself into Yunwoo's arms. My lady, I like you so much. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Yunwoo laughed, teasing Sarum. What about Lord Goida? As the two were embracing warmly, a group of thugs appeared out of nowhere and said, how close. I like to get close to you ladies too. Sarum quickly shielded Yunwoo. We're busy. You should just go on your way. The thug angrily yelled in Sarum's face. Hey, you don't look that busy. Let's get friendly. Sarum, scared and worried, said, let me go. Yunwoo, terrified, shrieked, hey, what's going on? The thug said, what did I do? Just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly kicked in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall. Yunwoo turned to see who it was. You are, sir. Yunwoo turned back in surprise. You are. This is Yuta, Goida's twin brother. The thugs were furious, this little brat. As he spoke, he rushed forward to punch Yuta in the face. Who the hell are you to interfere? Yuta quickly dodged to the side, then used his leg to trip him, making him fall flat on the ground. Yuta spoke up, ganging up to harass women. How shameless. The remaining thugs, seeing their brother get knocked down, were very angry. They rushed to attack Yuta. Don't mess with us. Yuta stared at them with a calm expression. Yunwoo and Sarum stood in one spot, watching Yuta fight the thugs. He punched each one once, and no one could get up. They just lay sprawled on the ground. When it was over, Yuta looked back at where Yunwoo and Sarum were standing. Yunwoo was startled. Ah, hello, thank you for your help. Before Yunwoo could finish speaking, Sarum bowed her head in greeting. It's been a long time, Lord Yuta. Yunwoo thought to herself, does this person know Sarum? Yuta said calmly, I hear you're still living like Goida's dog. Sarum replied with a sharp gaze, not Lord Goida's dog, just being held captive. After that, the two had a debate. Yuta teased Sarum, so shameless, just like your master. Sarum retorted just as sharply, thank you for the compliment. Yunwoo stood silently between the two, not knowing what to say, when suddenly Yuta called out, hey you. She replied, yes. He continued to ask, are you hurt anywhere? Yunwoo replied, aw no, thank you. Before Yunwoo could finish, he had already turned and left. That's good then. Then he suddenly leaped onto a roof as everyone watched in disgust. What did I just see? I don't know either. Yunwoo stood below, looking up with a surprised expression. Sarum stood beside her, worriedly and caringly asking, my lady, were you scared? Are you alright? Yunwoo watched Yuta moving away across the rooftops and asked, who is that person? Sarum answered her question. That is Lord Yuta, Lord Goida's twin brother. Yunwoo whipped around in surprise. Lord Goida has a brother? Sarum replied, yes. Sarum explained to her, it's not strange that you don't know, because he almost never appears before people. He doesn't like to show his face to others, so he always wears a mask. The two of them don't get along very well. You saw how he spoke to me. Her question answered, Yunwoo said, ah. She asked Sarum, then it's probably better not to tell Lord Goida about meeting him today, right? Sarum spoke up, don't worry about that. I will report it today anyway. It concerns your safety, my lady. Yunwoo, with a pensive look, said yes. After that, the two continued on their way back. As she walked, Yunwoo thought, so he's Lord Goida's brother? Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Lord Goida at all. Scene changes to Dan-hun walking with two maids, talking cheerfully. By now, she must be having a hard time. It's a shame I can't see her face. Dan-hun smiled lightly. Don't say that. Lady Yunwoo probably doesn't know any better. Let her learn a little from this opportunity. As they were talking, Yuta appeared in front of Dan-hun, making her startle in alarm and fear. Yuta stared intently at Dan-hun, startled and scared. She thought, what is this person with a mask? Do you have something to say to me? As she was speaking, a dart was thrown past her face, making her eyes widen in fear. The maids with her shrieked, Lady Dan-hun. Dan-hun clenched her fists in fear, looking at the dart stuck firmly in the ground, when suddenly Yuta spoke. Don't you ever touch her again. After saying that, he turned and left. Behind him, Dan-hun angrily shrieked, wait, what did I do to deserve this? What about that girl? Her maids tried to persuade her, Lady Dan-hun, this will become a big deal. Yuta slowly turned his face back and said, scar on the right eye, bald head. As Yuta recounted the scene where she ordered her maid to hire thugs to harm Yunwoo, she became scared and worried. How does he know? Yuta turned and walked away. This is just one warning. There won't be a next time. Dan-hun and the maids. The three of them stood frozen behind him. Then she recalled the scene earlier when Yunwoo spoke to her and laughed. Haha, wasn't playing the good girl enough. Now you're meeting other men? Scene changes to when Yunwoo returns home, bathes, and lies down in bed to sleep. I'm so tired. I didn't do anything. Why am I so tired? Then she suddenly sat up, indeed, at a time like this. Then she took a cloth and tied her hair up neatly. Instead of overthinking, cleaning is the best thing to do. Then she cheerfully started cleaning. She threw open the windows and mopped the floor. While she was cleaning, Sarum opened the door and was surprised and startled to see Yun-woo cleaning. "My lady, what are you doing?" She replied, "Ah, Sarum, you're here." Sarum rushed in, on the verge of tears, grabbing the broom. "Why are you tiring yourself out by cleaning on your own? If you need anything, please call me." Yun-woo replied, "Ah, it's fine. I'm doing it because I like it. Cleaning is my hobby." Then she pushed Sarum outside. Sarum was reluctant, but she smiled gently. "It's really fine. Don't worry so much. Why don't you go do something else?" Sarum said worriedly, "Then I'll be gone for a little while, but you can only work for that long, okay?" She said, "All right, I will." After Sarum left, she closed the door and sighed in relief. "I finally got her to leave." Sarum tends to be overprotective. "Well then, let's start again." While cleaning, she discovered a box on top of the cabinet. Then she took the box and sat down on the bed, wondering, what is this? She held the object in her hand. She thought to herself, it seems like something a woman has used. Thinking this, her expression became silent. She quickly put the object back in its original place. Yun-woo felt hurt and thought to herself, really, what does this have to do with me? Because she was so engrossed, she didn't notice when Goida had arrived. He spoke gently, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Yun-woo couldn't help but be startled and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Yun-woo thought shyly, did he see? She blushed shyly and said, "Me, what am I doing?" "Just cleaning." Hearing this, Goida replied with an innocent expression, "If you need to clean, why not call someone?" Yun-woo shyly made an excuse to avoid the topic. "It's all right. I can do this myself. I like cleaning. I already told the servant earlier." Hearing that, Goida replied, "Ah, I see." Goida continued gently, "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer." Yun-woo replied shyly, "Thank you." He glanced around and said, "However, after you're done cleaning, can you put things back in their proper place?" Yun-woo pretended not to understand. "What?" Goida added, "This was originally my room. It's embarrassing, but I feel uncomfortable if things are not in their proper place." She replied gently, "Yes, I'll be careful." She blushed, feeling a little disappointed, and thought to herself, so then, this hair tie was also kept from before. An awkward silence fell between them. Yun-woo felt hurt and conflicted inside, even though he said it was the first time he brought a woman here. She suddenly remembered that matter and immediately told Goida, "Ah, that's right. Come to think of it, I met Lord Yuta today." Hearing this, he quickly replied, "I was about to talk about that." Yun-woo then said, "The two of you look quite similar." Hearing this, Goida couldn't hide his surprise. He then said, "But he should be wearing a mask, right? Did you see his face?" This sentence raised her suspicions. He, who usually refers to their own younger brother, so formally. Yun-woo cleverly replied, "Ah, I didn't see his face, but I meant that your auras are quite similar." Goida's eyelids drooped as he replied, "Is that so?" The two looked at each other awkwardly, neither saying a word. Accompanied by a chill running down Yun-woo's spine. Filled with an awkward feeling, the other person thought to themselves, "What is this awkward situation?" Yun-woo gave a strained laugh. "I didn't expect the two of you to not get along like this. I probably shouldn't have said anything, right?" She quickly found an excuse to leave. "I'll go finish cleaning." Yun-woo bashfully carried the wooden bucket and quickly left. Well then, before she could leave, she was quickly stopped by Goida. "Where are you going?" Yun-woo quickly answered him. "What?" "Well, to throw out the water in the basin." Goida asked again coldly, "And you're planning to go out?" Yun-woo, confused, answered him. "Perhaps, yes, is there a problem?" His gaze stopped on her long, slender legs. Goida immediately came forward, disregarding his image, and knelt down, gently tending to her. He said softly, "There are many people watching outside." Yun-woo, shy and blushing, said, "Thank you." Goida looked at her gently. Clearly there were no injuries. What a relief. He gave her a radiant smile. Goida shyly turned away and said softly, "Living this long, I'm only now seeing that he can be useful sometimes." This made Yun-woo laugh out loud, and she thought to herself, from now on, I shouldn't mention Lord Yuta in front of him. She happily walked towards the door, not forgetting to turn her head to say goodbye to him. "Well then, I'm leaving." Inside, Goida returned to his cold demeanor and said, "Stop eavesdropping and come out now." Sarum, hiding in the corner, emerged with an apologetic smile. He said coldly, "The young lady says I resemble Yuta. Do you think so too?" Sarum answered honestly, "Well, you are brothers, after all." Goida sneered and said, "He hates having a face like mine so much that he has to wear a mask." I'm truly curious how he would react to hearing this. After saying that, he was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Perhaps I shouldn't talk about Yuta with the young lady." Sarum, understanding, replied respectfully, "You are a generous person, my lord. I'm sure she will understand." He replied with a sad, gloomy expression, yes. A cup of warm, fragrant tea sat on the table, and the sky outside was gradually darkening. Goita said softly, then let me see about the timing. A sumptuous feast was laid out on the table. Goita said softly, Sarum will be cooking tonight. She said she absolutely must cook for the young lady. He added, but you already had greasy food with Sarum this afternoon. Can you eat more? Yunwoo was delighted, shyly taking a bite, of course. She began to eat with relish. It's my favorite dish. Goita smiled and said, I will remember this. They both raised their cups. The night is long. Let's enjoy it freely. Yunwoo shyly sipped her drink. It's been a long time since I've had a drink like this. At this, she remembered the past. When she had writer's block, she would often go out to drink beer alone. She quickly began to hum her favorite tune naturally. Goita, on his side, watched her captivated. He said softly, is that your favorite song from the mortal world? She quickly replied in a daze, ah yes. After saying that, Yunwoo quickly realized and, blushing with embarrassment, said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Goita said gently, it's all right. It's a shame to drink without music. Goita then continued, so today, as a special treat, to repay you for the secret music lesson last time, I will perform a piece for you. He quickly took out a flute and began to show off his talent. Yunwoo sat opposite him, blushing as she enjoyed it. Lord Goita, I thought he was only good at the jiamungo, but he can play the flute too. His handsome face as he played the flute was incredibly romantic, making Yunwoo sigh inwardly. So beautiful. She gently raised the wine cup in her hand and sipped. I understand why the Kiki like him. Thinking of this, she remembered the words of that other person who liked to try new things but also got bored easily. This thought made Yunwoo's mood plummet. Unconsciously, she blurted out in front of him, but aren't you too close to the Kiki? Hearing this, Goita immediately stopped the tune he was playing, moved closer, and asked softly, why would you say that? This made Yunwoo blush beet red with embarrassment. Did I just say that out loud? She quickly explained, I didn't mean anything else by it. She quickly and awkwardly explained, Lord Goita is well loved by everyone. You are very gentle and also very good at playing musical instruments. As if she had just done something foolish, she nervously clasped her hands together and said softly, it's a very beautiful image. She shyly and anxiously expressed her feelings. And you always listen to me. When I'm in trouble, you're always there, and you even care about my family. Hearing this, Goita blushed and looked at her gently. When she looked up, she couldn't help but be stunned by the person in front of her. Goita moved in, bringing his face close to hers, making her shy. Lord Goita. Goita moved closer to her, making her blush shyly. My lord. After a moment of shyness, they moved even closer. Lord Goita. At that moment, he reached out his hand and wiped away a speck of pastry from the corner of her lips. He laughed softly and said, you have some fried dough on your mouth. Yunwoo, who had been lost in her own romantic thoughts, was brought to a halt by this sentence. Yunwoo shyly turned her face away. If you had told me, I would have wiped it. She added awkwardly, but thank you anyway. In the warm room, Goita spoke up. It's getting very late. Perhaps we should get going. Yunwoo immediately replied, yes, I suppose we should. With that, the two of them, one tall and one small, stood up. Goita looked at her gently and said softly, what a pity. Yunwoo replied curiously, yes. He looked at her a little shyly. Whenever I'm with you, time passes too quickly. Good night. As soon as she got back to her room, Yunwoo thought about that scene and couldn't sleep at all. Just now, I really thought. The next day, a carriage clattered along a forest road, moving forward. Hyo-ju sat calmly in the carriage, lost in thought. He thought of Ganggong's words from the past, now recalling them. Your birthday is coming up, isn't it? For the upcoming party, why not invite Goita as well? Hearing Goita's name, he frowned in annoyance and cursed inwardly. Why do I have to see his face first thing in the morning? At the residence, two soldiers were on guard early in the morning when a luxurious carriage suddenly arrived. A voice came from the other side. Open the gate, leaving the two soldiers bewildered. Hyo-ju stepped down with an icy expression, making the soldiers turn pale with fear. It's Lord Hyo-ju. The two of them, terrified, immediately bowed their heads in greeting. Lord Hyo-ju, we greet you, Lord Hyo-ju. Seeing this, he said, no need for greetings. Take me to your master. Hearing that, they replied, about that, Lord Goita is not here at the moment. If you would wait a little when Lord Goita returns. He frowned and said in a cold voice, what? He cursed with a voice from hell. You're telling me to wait for your master when you don't even know when he'll be back? The guard trembled in fear. No, that's not what I meant. A second later, the other one regained his composure and said, it's just that I need to report the situation. If you feel offended, I apologize. Hearing this, he couldn't help but show his displeasure. In a flash, he realized something. He gave a cunning smile and said, on second thought, there's another master in this place that you serve. His sly face immediately ordered the soldier, take me to her. Over here, Yun-woo, who was in a deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by the noise outside. She, still half asleep, opened the door and went outside. Sarum, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? The corners of his lips curled up, a cunning smile appearing again. Ah, I've indeed come to the right place. Sarum, beside her, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Sarum quickly shouted, young lady, get back inside. Yun-woo was stunned to see him. Hyo-ju, why are you here? Sarum's small body couldn't withstand his great strength and was pushed hard, falling to one side. Get out of the way. Outside, several other women who witnessed this scene were stunned. Sarum, just as he was about to step forward, a shout full of anger rang out. What do you think you're doing? Yun-woo shouted angrily. This house has an owner. Yun-woo grew even more furious. Even if you're a Hyo-ju, you can't just barge in like this. Hearing that, he gave a devilish smile. Hyo-ju, is it? He quickly overpowered her. So you recognize me now, do you? He laughed heartily. Haha, this really makes me happy. Yun-woo gritted her teeth, wishing she could beat him to death. You disgusting thing. In this situation, is that important? Yun-woo continued to speak forcefully. As I said before, this is Lord Goida's house. Barging in like this is clearly against the law. He heard this, frowned, and said, Law? What law? Emboldened, he pressed on, continuing to insult Yun-woo. I heard you just came down to the underworld not long ago. Yet you know the laws here so well. How fortunate. He glanced at her, quickly grabbed her wrist, and pulled her towards him. He looked at Yun-woo with a disgusting gaze. I heard you play the Jiamungo very well. Yun-woo's eyes widened in shock. What? Hyo-ju sneered and said again, there will be a party soon to celebrate my birthday. I want to invite you there. Seeing she had no reaction, he added, it would be wonderful if you played the Jiamungo for me. What do you say? Hearing this, Yun-woo's face darkened. That fear came flooding back. He wants you to play for him? What was the reason I started playing the Jiamungo in the first place? Yun-woo's mind was unstable at this moment. You locked me up, killed everyone connected to me, even my family, forcing me to do something to keep myself from going insane. And now you want me to play for you? Hyo-ju, oblivious, was emboldened and grabbed her hand. Yun-woo said forcefully with indignation, let go of my hand. He was stunned and said unconsciously, what? He spoke again. Answer me first. Do you dare to refuse an invitation from the royal family? Emboldened, Hyo-ju sneered. How dare you? His persistence provoked Yun-woo, making her angry. I said, let go of my hand. Hyo-ju, furious, gritted his teeth and yelled at her. How dare you? Yun-woo was in too much pain to speak. She shouted angrily. I said, let go of my hand. He had just been slapped and his hot blood began to boil. Yun-woo was terrified by her blood-stained hand. The scratch on his face was very large, making his face darken. Yun-woo's eyes were filled with fear. He immediately flew into a rage, looking at her with a sharp gaze. How interesting. You know who I am, and you still dare to lay a hand on me. Yun-woo trembled and frowned, saying, that was just an accident. I didn't mean to do it. But if Lord Hyo-ju had let go of my hand sooner, you wouldn't have been injured like this. Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right, so you think it was reasonable to injure me? He sneered and said softly, if that's the case, then I can't let you off either. He said quickly, guards, here is the criminal who has harmed a member of the royal family. Seize this sinner at once. Hearing this, Yun-woo said, no, you can't do this. The other man heard this and shouted, shut up. This is an order from Lord Hyo-ju. Poor Yun-woo thought to herself, in the end, is there really no other way? Suddenly, a commotion was heard from somewhere. Stop. Yun-woo looked in the direction of the voice, her eyes full of hope as she softly called out. My lord, Goida, who had just returned from afar, approached with a serious demeanor. Lord Goida, seeing him arrive, Hyo-ju smirked and walked over. You've arrived at the perfect time. Hyo-ju looked at him slyly. Just now your lover scratched my body. Hearing this, Yun-woo's face filled with guilt. Goida, for his part, watched Yun-woo's actions with a gentle gaze. Hyo-ju added, I will take her back to the palace and administer a suitable punishment. Goida said softly, but before that, he sneered and said, we need to clarify a few things first, don't we? Hyo-ju sneered and said, "My body has been harmed. What could be more serious than laying a hand on a member of the royal family?" He spoke gently, full of calculation. If you think about it, perhaps there is something more important. For example, why did Lord Hyo-ju's soldiers arbitrarily enter my residence? Why were you in the backyard instead of the reception room? And why did you take the liberty of grabbing my lover's wrist? He laughed heartily as if it were nothing. Things like that. Hyo-ju angrily grabbed his collar and berated him. "You arrogant man, are you trying to settle scores with me?" He calmly replied, "How could I?" Goita said gently, "I am merely concerned that Lord Hyo-ju would not want to be involved in ugly rumors for trespassing into a residence early in the morning and harassing my future fiancé. Of mine, it would not be good at all." Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever. So what do you want me to do?" Goita grabbed the hand, gripping his collar. "It would be best for you to leave quietly today. That way, it will be as if nothing happened here." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Hyo-ju was at the peak of his anger. Life is full of surprises. Are you now protecting a girl? He angrily withdrew his hand. "Fine, we'll do it your way." He was incredibly cunning and immediately presented Goita with a condition. "But on one condition, I want to hear Yun-woo play the Jiamungo at my birthday party. If she agrees, I will overlook this matter." Hearing this, Goita's face darkened. "Yun-woo," he said through gritted teeth. "Why the Jiamungo?" He curled his lip, his words sharp. "I heard she is a very skilled player, so I want to hear for myself if the rumors are true." Hyo-ju added, "So, will you agree to let Yun-woo come? I am very much looking forward to it. It will surely be a wonderful party." At this point, his patience wore thin, and Goita spoke coldly. "Perhaps you are mistaken. She is not my possession." At this, he immediately frowned. Goita added, "She's my lover." Goita looked at her gently and added, "I will only do as she wishes." Hyo-ju fell silent, glancing coldly at the two of them. Meanwhile, Yun-woo thought uncomfortably, "I never want to see that bastard Hyo-ju's face again." But Yun-woo hesitated for a moment. Her mind was in conflict. "If I refuse here, Lord Goita will be in more trouble, and I want that even less." She slowly stepped forward and spoke up. "I will go to the party." Yun-woo continued, "But I have a condition as well." Inside the royal palace, Hyo-ju coldly returned. Sun Hong saw him and called out, "Lord Hyo-ju, where have you been so early in the morning?" Seeing his expression, Sun Hong added gently, "You seem to be in a very good mood." But he just walked right past her. Sun Hong, furious, could only curse silently in her heart. What a madman. What's with him again today? He proceeded inside. Before him was a huge painting. His gaze grew more loathsome. "That girl, I thought I had seen her somewhere. Now I remember, it was indeed you." Night fell, blanketing the scenery, the mystical dark sky adorned by the gentle moonlight. Yun-woo sat pensively, her legs drawn up before the doorframe. Her eyes gazed at the moon as thoughts gradually consumed her mind. The train of thought made her exclaim aloud. A banquet? An undeniable unease filled her heart. Was I wrong to agree to go? And I have to perform in front of Hyo-ju too. At the thought, Yun-woo instinctively hunched over, her arms hugging her slender frame even tighter. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. "My lady." Outside the tightly closed door was the silhouette of a man who cared for her deeply. He continued, "It's me." Goita asked gently, "May I come in?" Yun-woo finally led him into her room. To her surprise, he had already prepared medicine to apply to the bruise on her arm. His eyes filled with worry. As he gently rubbed it, he said tenderly, "The wound is worse than I thought. I've applied the medicine, but it might still leave a small bruise." Seeing Goita's concern for her, Yun-woo laughed and replied, "I was almost dragged away. If this is the only injury, I'm still fortunate." Suddenly, her voice dropped, "But I'm sorry I was wrong. No matter how scared I was, I shouldn't have made such a fuss." Hearing this, Goita was momentarily unsure how to respond. He hesitated for a moment before asking her, "Including today, you've met Hyo-ju for the second time, right?" Yun-woo asked, startled. "What?" He shyly looked away, avoiding her eyes. "The day you bid farewell to the Grand Prince and returned early, Sarum told me. That day, she saw Hyo-ju walking away from where you were. However, since you didn't seem to want to talk about it, I didn't press the matter. But now that I see you injured like this, I feel I must ask once." Now that it was just the two of them, Goita ventured to ask her, "Your expression was not good that time. Was it because of Hyo-ju?" Yun-woo knew he had hit the mark, and her face fell. She didn't answer him immediately, just thinking to herself, he knew all along? It took a moment for her to speak. "Yes, I met Hyo-ju that day." Goita asked worriedly what happened that day. She calmly recounted the story. "When we first met, I said I was Lord Goita's person. He looked me over and teased me. I didn't tell Lord Goida because I thought I would not see him again. A sorrowful expression grew on her face as she spoke. But I never expected him to come all the way to the residence. And yet I thought it would all be over that day. Goida listened silently to Yun Wu's story, a feeling of self-reproach welling up inside him. So this is my fault. I underestimated Hyoju. She continued to speak. I'm sure Lord Goida can guess what happened after that. Yun Wu spoke, her mouth twisting into a pained smile. He tried to force me to perform. When I refused, he resorted to violence. I tried to handle things by myself, but I only caused trouble for Lord Goida. I'm sorry. Her words made him unable to contain his anger, his hands clenching his robes so tightly that the veins stood out. Goida tried to comfort and reassure Yun Wu. Don't say that. The one who is truly in trouble is you, not me. At this moment, her cheeks flushed at his kind words. Goida spoke with sincerity from the bottom of his heart. I promised I would protect you at all costs, so please rely on me more. Seeing his smiling face, the storm in Yun Wu's heart calmed considerably. The words he spoke had truly touched her heart. She could only bow her head shyly and reply, "Thank you, Lord Goida." His care and protection were so immense that a mere thank you could not express all of Yun Wu's gratitude. She smiled and said, I truly and sincerely thank you. Suddenly, Yun Wu reminded him with a start, but don't worry too much. She giggled as she boasted of her victory to Goida. Even though I was almost in big trouble, I gave him a really hard slap. It felt so satisfying. He also encouraged her cheerfully. Is that so? You did very well. Then, to her surprise, he stood up and said with determination, I can't be outdone either, right? Goida turned to leave, his mind now consumed with the thought of taking down Hyoju. On second thought, it seems I let him off too easily. I'm going back to land a few more hits on him. His animosity towards his enemy left Yun Wu both stunned and flustered as she called out, Lord Goida. She rushed after him and hugged him from behind, trying to calm him. Calm down. It has already ended well. I really think this is more than enough. And after this, we won't have to deal with him anymore. Hearing her words, Goida recalled the moment the three of them had faced off. Yun Wu had spoken up seriously. I also have one condition. She had bluntly warned Hyoju, never come to Lord Goida's house in that manner again. And this will be the first and last time I attend a banquet. He looked incredibly sly, but still decided to agree to the demand. Oh, alright, I promise you. Back in the present, Goida declared decisively no. He slowly sat down and explained, you still don't fully understand Hyoju. As Goida spoke of him, his face contorted. Hyoju is a dangerous man, far more dangerous than you think. He is extremely violent and impulsive, changing his attitude in the blink of an eye. You absolutely must not believe his words. Then he gently took her hand and caressed it. Of course, I will always be by your side, but if possible, please avoid any interaction with him. Hearing this, Yun Wu paused for a moment to think. Finally, she gathered the courage to confess to him. Lord Goida, the truth is Hyoju. She paused again at this point, but Yun Wu forced herself to speak so he would understand, no matter how much the truth pained her. He is very much like my former husband. Hearing that, Goida asked, somewhat surprised, Hyoju? Yes. Yun Wu clearly did not want to remember her former husband, as she grimaced with discomfort while speaking. Both his appearance and his personality are just like my former husband's. He makes me very afraid. I don't want to attend his birthday banquet at all. But a scene from her time with that man flashed in her mind the first time my husband locked me in the room. Back then, I really could only lie in the room. His paranoia caused the people around me to be constantly hurt. I could only lie in my room, unable to do anything. The feeling was miserable and helpless. But now, things are different. As she said this, Yun Wu's tone became higher, her eyes shining with a light of hope. Goida also looked forward to hearing what she was about to say. Yun Wu placed her other hand on his and said, although those promises might not be kept, this time is proof that I am fighting. So I want to praise myself a little. Goida gave a gentle smile and replied, I see, I understand. But don't forget that I'm always by your side. We will fight together. Yun Wu's pupils now only reflected Goida's image. Her cheeks flushed, her heart stirred. She softly said yes. She thought of the bustling streets outside. Right, it's okay. Then she remembered Hyoju, satisfied with his schemes, and promised him, this time, I'm not fighting alone anymore. Yun Wu took Goida's arm as they walked into the room together. Hyoju smiled and began, so you've arrived. He rested his chin on his hand, shining gently on the throne. My esteemed guest. He and she bowed respectfully together. Happy birthday, your lordship. Seeing this, Hyoju reminded them, don't say things you don't mean. Then he raised his hand and asked, more importantly, is everything well prepared? Yun Wu Woo's face darkened, disliking Hyo-ju's sarcastic words as he uttered, "I'm so looking forward to it." Hyo-ju and Sun Hong sat together, waiting for the piece of music to be performed by Woo. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at her with an expectant, interested face. Woo sat with the jiamungo on her lap, radiating a gentle light that made Hyo-ju silently exclaim, "She really looks completely different when she's all dressed up." However, observing her eyes, he thought, "She looks like she's about to cry right now." Suddenly, Woo looked straight at Hyo-ju with a sharp gaze. He looked at her doubtfully, intrigued. "Her eyes are still looking straight at me." After that, Hyo-ju gave a light smile. Woo's figure was still beautiful and splendid under the rays of sunlight and the lights. He watched her with great pleasure and wondered, "How will you please me today? I'm truly looking forward to it." Woo looked at the instrument with a melancholic expression. Suddenly, she recalled a memory, a trembling, clenched hand leaning against the door. A warm voice suddenly spoke up, "My lady." Goida gently held her shoulders and asked, "Are you all right?" Exhausted and afraid, Woo finally managed to say, "It's not easy, is it?" She remembered her former self when she played the instrument with Hyo-ju. His patriarchal and malicious demeanor made Woo tremble, no matter how determined she was. Hyo-ju's gloomy, dangerous face and mysterious red eyes made it impossible for her to stabilize her mood, having to perform for someone she didn't want to. Goida understood Woo's heart. He looked at her with gentle, warm, and empathetic eyes. Then, Goida took Woo's weak, trembling hands. He looked at her and affirmed, "My lady, today you are not performing for Lord Hyo-ju." Goida's image shone in Woo's eyes because of his gentleness, courtesy, and sincere advice. "Think of it as you are performing for me today." The sentence ended, making Woo's cold, trembling heart beat wildly. Her mood had become cheerful, filled with his love. After the flashback, Woo felt her heart warm, so she smiled gently with infatuated eyes. She gracefully began her piece, playing and thinking, "Since when did his words start to comfort me?" Woo opened with a respectful greeting. "First of all, I sincerely thank you both for inviting me to this grand banquet." Hearing this, Hyo-ju and Sun Hong sat above, listening intently. Suddenly, he smiled, looking at her with fascination, captivated by her gentle voice and sweet wishes. "On the occasion of Lord Hyo-ju's birthday, although my talent is lacking, I would like to offer a piece of music." Woo looked down, concentrating on each string. She used her soft, graceful hands to pluck the strings, creating rising and falling notes. The melody of a new piece's introduction made Hyo-ju startled and astonished. In the room filled with the gentle sound of the instrument created by Woo, he silently felt, "This might be the first time I've heard this." The image of her skillfully plucking each string made Hyo-ju silently affirm, "These pieces of music were originally meant for me." His face darkened. His mood no longer had the smiling, sarcastic look from before, and he denied it to himself. "No, this is a piece of music filled with hatred directed at me." Suddenly, she looked straight at Hyo-ju with resentful eyes, causing a tumultuous, bustling emotion to rise in his heart, suggesting, "So please don't look at me with those eyes." Suddenly, he clenched his fist and shot to his feet. Hyo-ju clutched his hand to his heart, his face pained, breathing heavily and tremulously. Gasp! Seeing this, Sun Hong stood up to support him, calling out in alarm. Lord Hyo-ju, seeing him in pain, made her panic. She gently placed a hand on Hyo-ju's shoulder and asked, "Are you all right?" "Your complexion." In an instant, he violently slapped that hand away. Hyo-ju, breathing heavily, turned to look at Sun Hong and growled angrily. So annoying. But Woo was immersed in her own music, not paying attention to what was happening around her. The image of her, beautiful with the instrument, her soft hands comfortably creating each rising and falling note of the music. At the end of the piece, everyone around applauded warmly for the incredibly satisfying performance. Sun Hong and Hyo-ju also clapped together, but their expressions were not comfortable but full of awkwardness. Stepping outside, Goida gently approached Woo. He looked at her, smiled, and praised, "You did very well today." She looked down shyly, listening to Goida's gentle words. "I was very worried, but it was mostly needless worry." As if to respond to his sincerity, Woo immediately refuted. "But Lord Goida, you said it yourself. Think of it as you are performing for me." Her answer left him stunned. Goida closed his eyes and smiled softly. Because of those words, I had the courage to perform. She smiled cutely, expressing her feelings. Thank you so much for always being by my side. Suddenly, Yunwoo realized something and cried out in alarm. Ah? She doubtfully recalled. Did it just look like I was confessing? Thinking that, Yunwoo quickly raised her hand to explain. What I mean is I wanted to say that you gave me a lot of motivation, so? Her awkwardness left Goida feeling helpless. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, making her shiver. Seeing this, he said, the wind is too cold. Let's go inside. Yunwoo was stunned. But then she shyly agreed, yes. Worry and anxiety rose in Yunwoo's heart. That Hyoju is probably still inside. Her awkward and frightened appearance was all taken in by Goida's eyes. He gently suggested, or could you wait here for a moment? I'll bring a coat out. Hearing that, Yunwoo smiled happily and replied, yes, I'll wait. She remembered the figure of the man who made her heart flutter and told herself, thank you so much for always being by my side. Yunwoo sat huddled under a tree, thinking, I hope I didn't put too much pressure on him. Then she told herself, you have to be more careful with your words, Yunwoo. A large figure appeared before her and spoke, hello, startling her out of her thoughts. Hinsa appeared, courteous and graceful. Seeing a stranger, Yunwoo awkwardly replied, hello. In her mind, she thought, who is this person? But quickly, he lost his amiability, grabbed her shoulders tightly, and pushed her down. Hinsa pinned Yunwoo firmly to the ground, making her panic. Then, he raised his hand, preparing to strangle her. Yunwoo quickly grabbed that aggressive hand and shouted, hey, why are you suddenly doing this? Hinsa brought his face close to her panicked face and asked mysteriously, you are the bride of the Grim Reaper, aren't you? Hinsa pinned Yunwoo to the ground, his two hands holding her wrists tightly. Because it was so sudden, Yunwoo's eyes widened as she glared at him. Hinsa reached out to strangle Yunwoo. She pulled at his hand, shouting sternly, hey, what are you doing? One hand held her hand tightly, the other strangled Yunwoo. She stared at him with wide eyes. He leaned down, looked at Yunwoo, and whispered, you are the bride of the Grim Reaper, aren't you? Pinned to the ground, her hands held, her neck squeezed. Yunwoo frowned and wondered to herself, the bride of the Grim Reaper? She glared at him and shouted, what are you talking about? Hinsa tightened his grip on Yunwoo's neck. She grimaced and clenched her teeth, her face turning red from lack of oxygen. He coldly uttered, don't pretend you don't know. Hinsa's eyes looked at her with amusement. He sneered and questioned, it's for that reason that Goida took you in, isn't it? Hinsa squeezed Yunwoo's neck with both hands. He used his strength to tighten his grip on her small neck, his crazed eyes looking at her as he exclaimed, to possess you and seize all the power of the Grim Reaper. It's definitely a plot to usurp Lord Hyoju's position. Yunwoo's face turned dark. She gasped for air. Cough. Yunwoo's trembling hands tried to hold his hands back. Under the force of Hinsa's overly strong hands, her face flushed bright red. Yunwoo clenched her teeth. Tears began to well up. Her inner voice screamed, I can't breathe. Suddenly, a hand appeared, quick as lightning, grabbing Hinsa's hair, making him only have time to widen his eyes in shock. Goida rushed over, grabbed his hair, and slammed Hinsa's face into the ground. Yunwoo brought her hands to her neck, her panicked eyes looking to the side. A large hand pressed him firmly to the ground. He clenched his teeth, struggling to turn his head, and glanced towards the owner of the hands. Goida was pressing his head down. His cold, murderous eyes stared intently at him. Hinsa cried out in alarm, Ha, Goida! His face darkened. His cold eyes swept over him. Goida asked, do you have any idea what you just done? A thin stream of purple death energy emanated from his body, wrapping around his arm. A section of his sleeve had been corroded away. Goida was momentarily startled. He frowned, looking at his arm, which was turning black. Goida quickly flung his arm up, moving away from the black and death energy radiating from his body. A thin layer of scales appeared on Hinsa's face. The death energy radiated around him. Hinsa stuck out his long, snake-like tongue and laughed smugly. Cuck cuck, just as the rumors say you're very sharp. He raised his head. Two streams of death and black energy swirled around him. Hinsa stared at him. His snake tongue flicked out. My spirit beast is a snake. Moreover, it's the snake with the most potent venom, a king cobra. Goida held out his hand to look. The venom was spreading through the blood vessels in his hand. Hinsa continued, as soon as I merge with my spirit beast, the venom spreads throughout my body. If you had touched me for a little longer, your hand would have become necrotic. You were lucky. Yunwoo sat up. She rubbed her neck. Hearing Hinsa's words, Yunwoo raised her head and looked worriedly towards Goida. He turned his back to her. The poison arm had turned black and was trembling slightly. Hinsa gleefully continued to utter, "But now it must be hard to move, right? If you don't quickly cut off your arm, the venom will spread throughout your body." He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. The black wolf famous throughout the world is nothing special after all." Yun Wu placed a hand on her chest. She looked towards Goita, thinking worriedly. "Lord Goita." He coldly cut him off. "So what?" The smile on Hinsa's face froze. His eyes went blank. He asked again, "Huh?" Goita didn't give him time to react and lunged forward, punching him hard in the face. Blood and saliva flew from Hinsa's mouth. He fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He squeezed his eyes shut and cried out, "Cough!" Goita raised his hand to clutch the wrist of his poisoned arm, his sharp gaze fixed on him. He spoke coldly. "If that's the case, before I have to cut this arm off, I just need to kill you, and it'll be over." He said mockingly, "You think a little venom can stop me from doing that?" His face darkened, and he wiped the wound on his right cheek. Hinsa's eyes widened, and he stuck out his snake-like tongue. A deathly aura billowed around him. He shouted excitedly, "Fine, then I will too. Let's see how you die from this little bit of venom." Hinsa swung his arm and rushed towards him. His arm, radiating a deathly and dark aura, aimed for Goita. He roared, "Let's see what you have to say then." He calmly turned his head to look at the charging Hinsa. Goita's eyes observed him coldly. Hinsa gritted his teeth and lunged forward. His venom-filled arm thrust straight at Goita. He nimbly leaned back to evade it. His arm wrapped tightly around Hinsa's neck. Hinsa gritted his teeth. His eyes bulged as his entire face darkened. Goita swung his arm, forcefully slamming him onto his back on the ground. His arm, like a vice, tightened around Hinsa's neck. Hinsa threw his head back, using his hands to desperately push Goita's arm away. Goita squeezed even tighter. The whites of Hinsa's eyes showed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of liquid. Gak! Hinsa's mouth gaped open. The poison from his body spread more intensely into Goita's arm. He lowered his head, glaring at him with deadly eyes. Goita uttered indifferently, "It's over." Yun Wu placed a hand on her chest. The red marks from Hinsa's strangulation were still on her neck. She widened her eyes, looking towards him and calling out worriedly, "Lord Goita." A hand gently rested on her shoulder. Hyoju appeared behind Yun Wu. He placed his hand on her shoulder. "Stop right now." Hinsa lay on the ground, his neck tightly gripped by Goita. He used both hands to try and push Goita's arm away. His body trembled. Hinsa looked towards Hyoju and called, "Hyo, Lord Hyoju." Goita glanced back. Hyoju glanced to the side. His hand was still on Yun Wu's shoulder. She frowned, turning to glare at him. On her slender neck, the red fingerprints stood out. She raised her hand to touch the red marks on her neck. Hyoju pressed his lips together tightly. There was silence for a moment. Goita lowered his head, staring intently at Hinsa. Hyoju suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps because today is a joyous occasion. Hinsa drank too much and caused trouble. I apologize on his behalf." He bowed slightly and patted Yun Wu's shoulder. "You too, Yun Wu. You look very frightened." She placed a hand on her chest, looking up at him with a bewildered glare. Hyoju patted Yun Wu's shoulder reassuringly. Goita's expression darkened. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Goita swung his arm up. Flames erupted fiercely from his arm. He launched himself, rushing in front of Hyoju. Yun Wu's voice rang out, "Lord Goita." His hand stopped in midair. The yellow flame in his hand also faded. Goita's eyes widened. Yun Wu hugged his poison arm. She lowered her head and whispered, "Please." Goita turned his head to look at her. The flame in his right hand gradually dissipated. Hyoju and Goita faced off. Yun Wu hugged Goita's poisoned arm and said urgently, "Let's go. Please stop." Her eyes reddened, and she was on the verge of tears. "If this continues." Her trembling hands touched his poisoned arm. Yun Wu sobbed. Lord Goita's arm. He lowered his head, silent, and let out a breath. Then he wrapped an arm around the back of her neck. Yun Wu flinched, the tears in her eyes not yet having fallen. He swept her up into his arms, and Yun Wu shrieked in alarm. "Ah!" Goita glanced at Hyoju with ice-cold eyes. "What your subordinate has caused today, you should handle it properly." He narrowed his eyes at him, his lips curling slightly as he replied, "I will take care of it." Goita, carrying Yun Wu, turned and left, the bright moonlight in the night sky lighting their way. Yun Wu lay in his arms, looking up at him hesitantly. "Aye." Goita pressed his lips together, remaining silent. She called, "Lord Goita." Goita carried Yun Wu in his arms, his expression cold, his gaze fixed forward. Yun Wu lay shyly in his arms. She looked up at Goida, calling softly. Lord Goida. He paid her no mind, his expression grim, his cold eyes staring straight ahead. Yun Wu spoke gently. I'm really okay. She widened her eyes, staring intently at Goida. Yun Wu silently lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with confusion. Sarum was waiting by the carriage. He carried her towards Sarum. She rolled her eyes in anger, her fists clenched in fury as she shouted loudly. No, is that Hyunse guy insane? Yun Wu sat hugging a pillow, smiling at her. Sarum was burning with anger, raising her fist and yelling. How dare he do that to the young lady? And on his own master's birthday, Yun Wu wrapped her arms around her shoulders, bowing her head in deep thought. Sarum, beside her, was still shouting indignantly. This is not just an insult to the young lady, but also an act of disrespect towards Lord Goida. She was gritting her teeth and chewing on the hem of her skirt in anger when Yun Wu's words suddenly rang out. Could it be because of that? Sarum frowned deeply and asked, What do you mean? She hugged her shoulders, looking up at the scenery outside the window, and said, This is the first time I've seen Lord Goida so angry. Sarum stared blankly at her back. Yun Wu lowered her head, her sad eyes filled with self-blame. Perhaps he has faced a lot of trouble because of me. Sarum raised her fist, her face dark with anger, as she snapped. What are you talking about? The young lady was almost in danger. Yun Wu was startled, her eyes wide as she looked up at Sarum. She raised her angry face, a flame shooting from her mouth. Sarum spread her arms and roared. I'm so angry too. I really hate people whose spirit beasts are snakes. She looked at Sarum with admiration. Yun Wu clapped her hands, thinking to herself, It's so magical, Sarum's spirit beast might actually be a dragon. She continued to express her frustration. Ever since he became one of Hyoju's close associates, I've disliked him. She lowered her eyes, her thoughts drifting far away. Yun Wu recalled Hyunse's gloomy face and crazed eyes. He had also said, You're the bride of the Grim Reaper, aren't you? She lowered her head, hiding her eyes, as Yun Wu recounted to Sarum. Now that I think about it, Hyunse said strange things to me, that I am the bride of the Grim Reaper. Hearing her words, she froze for a few seconds. Sarum looked up at her, her eyes wide as she asked, Huh? Yun Wu looked up at her and called, Sarum, what is the bride of the Grim Reaper? Sarum's eyes widened as she looked at her, her face showing clear guilt. Elsewhere, Hyunse clutched his shoulder, trying to drag his wounded body into the forest. He thought bitterly, Hyoju, that bastard. His body was covered in wounds, blood soaking his clothes. Hyunse gritted his teeth, silently resentful. Just for touching a woman, I ended up like this, and she's not even his woman. Hyunse remembered being pinned to the ground by a group of people, his injured body trembling violently. Hyoju stood opposite him and said coldly, I'm only warning you once. He reached out and tightened his grip on Hyunse's neck. Hyunse's eyes widened in terror, and he raised his hands to grab Hyoju's hand, begging, Spare me, please spare my life, Lord Hyoju. His eyes bulged bloodshot. The ferocious bear bared its jagged teeth and thrust a paw through Hyunse. Blood splattered everywhere, and he screamed in agony. Hyoju's face was covered in blood. He glanced coldly at him and threatened, Don't you ever touch that woman again. Hyunse's whole body was covered in blood. He curled his lips into a smile, raising a hand to stroke his chin as he speculated. But if even Hyoju is protecting her, then the rumor must be true. He thought of a hidden figure with long silver hair. He bowed his head as streaks of light flew from his palm. Hyunse recalled a recent rumor that the Grim Reaper, the guardian of Hell's Night, had a weakness. The hidden figure opened his hand, and a streak of light hovered in his palm. According to the rumor, the mysterious person looked up. He waved his hand, and streaks of light flew out from his body, gathering before his eyes into a large cluster of light. Hyunse thought of the rumor. During the day when spirits cannot move, the Grim Reaper also cannot use his power. A pair of black-shod feet slowly approached. From behind, the attacker stabbed a blade through the hidden figure's heart. He looked up in pain, blood spraying everywhere from the blade. Along with blood, rays of spirit energy escaped from the blade, piercing his heart. If the Grim Reaper is killed at this time, the attacker pulled out the bloody blade. He looked at the streaks of light surrounding him and smiled smugly. His power will be seized, and I will become stronger. His expression was gloomy. Hyunse frowned, thinking to himself, but he remembered the image of Yun Wu, worrying silently. There is still one obstacle, and that is the bride of the Grim Reaper. Hyunse thought of the image of the couple being intimate together. If the Grim Reaper sleeps with his bride, a yellow pattern will emit rays of light that dispel the darkness, and he will be able to retain his power even during the day, meaning his weakness will disappear. Hyunse walked slowly along the forest path, calculating to himself. Therefore, to kill the Grim Reaper, his bride must be captured before Goida or Hyoju can act. He clutched his injured arm, his blood-soaked body emitting a purple light, his eyes becoming crazed. Hyunse smirked excitedly, thinking, after seizing the Grim Reaper's power, I will avenge today's humiliation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, looks like you have a lot on your mind, huh? Hyunse whipped around, glaring at the person who had just spoken. Utah suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing his tall figure, he cringed, crying out in alarm. Huh? He clutched his injured arm, turning his head to look at him and yelling. Who are you? Utah didn't answer his question. He drew the sword at his side and said nonchalantly. Today, he held the sword upright in front of him, the gleaming blade reflecting his grim, murderous expression. Utah asked, You touched my woman, didn't you? His sword cast a dark shadow on his face. Hince's eyes widened in fear as he stammered. What did you say? Don't tell me you're... Before he could finish his sentence, Utah tightened his grip on the hilt and lunged forward. His blade pierced through his body. Hince stared at him with wide, horrified eyes. He opened his mouth wide and cried out. Ugh! Hince brought both hands to his chest, bowing his head and biting his teeth hard. He spread his hands out, his hands touching each other. Hince stared wide-eyed at his hands, wondering. Huh, it clearly pierced me, right? Utah looked at the sword in his hand and blurted out. Damn it, I grabbed the wrong sword. He glanced over at Hinsa, smiled, and exclaimed, This sword cannot kill the living. Hinsa's eyes widened, staring at him in alarm, repeating two words in his mind. The living. Utah lifted his head, lightly touched his lips, and said calmly. Instead, a stream of dark aura flew out of his mouth. Hinsa clenched his teeth in fear, looking at the streams of dark aura surrounding him. Utah smiled, countless streams of dark aura swirling around his body. Seeing the streams of dark aura, he thought in panic. Those are dark souls. Utah smiled and said to a dark soul before him, I'll leave him to you. Hearing this, Hinsa was terrified. His face darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, and he thought through gritted teeth. Dark Souls 2? I can't believe it. So it's the Grim Reaper, not Goida. He raised his hand to play with the dark souls swirling around him, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile as he spoke. If you're lucky, you might survive, but you might also end up begging me to kill you. Utah turned his head, glancing at him with amusement. Do you want to try your luck? He waved his hand, and countless dark souls rushed towards Hinsa. He crossed his arms in front of him, trying to defend himself, while covering his head with his hands. He looked at him and screamed in terror, begging, Wait, I was wrong. I swear I won't touch a single hair on that girl's head again. Please spare my life. Utah stood still, coldly watching Hinsa being swallowed by the dark souls, his miserable screams echoing. Then he turned and left, leaving behind only one sentence. From the very beginning, the dark souls rushed in to tear Hinsa apart. Utah walked away decisively, saying coldly, You shouldn't have done that. At Goida's mansion, it was still dark. The grounds of the house lay silent under the moonlight, the two heavy gates shut tight. The maids of the house came out to greet them. The carriage stopped in front of the gate. Goita took Yunyue's hand and stepped out of the carriage. She bowed her head and said softly, Lord Goita, thank you so much for saving me today. Goida stood silently without replying. Yun-Yu continued, If it weren't for you, I would have. Before she could finish her sentence, he collapsed onto Yun-Yu's shoulder. She reached out and touched his shoulder, calling out in alarm. Lord Goida, his face was abnormally flushed. Yun-Yu looked down at the flushed face resting on her shoulder, his whole body drenched in sweat. Goida's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. She thought to herself, his body is so hot. She reached out to support him, turning her head towards Sarum and shouting, Sarum, quickly call a physician. He raised his hand to stop her, shaking his head repeatedly. No. Yun-Yu supported his arm, looking at him with great worry. Yun-Yu hesitated, but, Lord Goida, your body right now. Goida lifted his head, his flushed face dotted with sweat, and he spoke with difficulty. Please. She placed a hand on his chest, supporting his body. Goida bowed his head and ordered, Absolutely do not call a physician. Goida lay unconscious on the bed, a hot towel on his forehead, his complexion less red. Yenyu sat beside him, staring at him worriedly. The maids entered and clasped their hands respectfully. "Young lady, let us take care of him, so you should also get some rest." She bowed her head and replied firmly, "I'm fine. I want to do this myself." The maid hesitated. Even so, Sarum, standing behind, frowned slightly at her. She clapped her hands together sharply, closed her eyes, and said, "Come on, let the young lady handle things here." The maid turned to look at her. Sarum quickly pushed the two maids out of the room. "Let's get back to our posts. We still have a lot of work to do." The maid turned her head to look at her and replied, "That's true, but..." Sarum beamed. "Perhaps Lord Goida would prefer the young lady's care even more. It's fine, it's fine." Yenyu sat by Goida's bed, looking at him lying unconscious on the bed. She reached out to wring the cloth, gently placing it back on his forehead. Goida's face was still flushed, and sweat poured endlessly from his body. She looked down at him, her eyes filled with worry. She said softly, "What a fool." Yenyu's hands gently lifted his poisoned hand. She placed a kiss on the hand blackened by the poison. Yenyu thought to herself, "What if something bad happens to him because of me?" His arms suddenly moved. His fingers gently squeezed her hand. Goida called out, "Young lady." Yenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She lifted her head to look at him. Goida slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. Yenyu jumped to her feet in excitement. She looked at him with wide eyes. "Lord Goida, you're awake? You said not to call a physician, so I didn't, but if you're too tired, I'll do it now." Goida reached his arm up, touched her face, and caressed the corner of her eye. Yenyu stared at him with wide, stunned eyes. Goida wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. He looked at Yenyu affectionately and asked, "Why are you crying?" She took his hand in hers, smiled, and replied, I'm not crying right now." Goida took the cloth from his forehead, smiling at Yenyu. "Then I must have been mistaken." He continued, "When I first opened my eyes, I thought you were crying. Do you know how panicked I was?" Hearing him say that, Yenyu stared at him with wide eyes, thinking to herself, this is the usual Goida. He put a hand to his head and groaned softly. "Ugh." Goida covered one eye with his hand, glancing at her. "Sorry, I need a rest for a bit." Yenyu cut him off. "Don't ever." Goida turned his head to look at her. Yenyu bowed her head, gathered all her courage, and shouted, "Do something so reckless again." Goida stared intently at Yenyu. She choked up. "Me too. When something happened to Lord Goida, I was. Do you know how worried I was?" While Yenyu was shyly bowing her head, wanting to hide her face, Goida spoke. "I felt the exact same way." She lifted her head and looked at him in surprise. Goida continued, "There was a moment I thought something unfortunate had happened to you, and in that instant, I couldn't see anything anymore." Goida rested his arm on his forehead, his whole body seeming to glow, and he looked at her gently. "Although I had to show such an unsightly side of myself, thanks to that I was able to protect you, so it wasn't too bad, right?" Yenyu bowed her head in silence for a moment. She placed her hands on the bed. Yenyu leaned forward, bringing her face close to Goida's. Before his astonished eyes, Yenyu closed her eyes and placed a kiss on his lips. Yenyu's lips lightly touched Goida's. She lifted her head. Their eyes met. Yenyu looked at him with teary eyes and confessed, "I love you." Goida stared at her, stunned. Yenyu asked in a small voice, "Do you feel the same way I do?" Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. He reached out and touched Yenyu's cheek, pulling her down close to him. He whispered, "You already know the answer." Goida wrapped his arms around Yenyu, and they shared a passionate kiss. The next morning, Yenyu woke up in bed. She squinted to get used to the light. Onumon softly. Looking up at the ceiling, she was suddenly startled. This is... Yenyu sat bolt upright, her face darkening, and she thought in a panic. "Lord Goida's room. Why am I here?" She clearly remembered up to the point when Goida was unconscious. Yenyu had buried her face in his hand. "I was taking care of Lord Goida, and while she was holding his hand, he woke up." She turned to look at Goida. Remembering the scene of them kissing passionately, Yenyu blushed beet red. Her gaze vacant, she felt at a loss for words. Lifting the blanket and getting out of bed, her face still flushed, she sighed and thought, did I fall asleep then?" Yenyu walked down the hallway, thinking to herself. But, looking around, Yenyu wondered, "Where's Lord Goida? He's not in the room. Could it be that he's already recovered?" Suddenly a voice rang out, catching her attention. So, she walked to the slightly ajar door. Inside, two figures were talking. Sarum's voice said, "I have handled that matter as you instructed." Goida praised, "Yes, well done." Peeking through the crack in the door, Yenyu saw Goida and Sarum standing opposite each other. He's there, and Sarum is with him? Saram's voice continued, and young lady Yun Yu asked me about the matter of the Grim Reaper's bride. She lifted her head and listened in silence. Inside the room, Saram bowed with her hands clasped respectfully and said, I pretended not to know anything for now. So what should be done now? Goida, with his back to the door, spoke. It's not time yet. Goida crossed his arms, facing Saram, and ordered, until everything is made clear, do not let her hear anything. It would be very troublesome if she were to leave before then. Yun Yu, standing outside listening, her eyes widened soullessly, her whole being as if plunged into pitch-black darkness. After a passionate kiss between the two last night, Yun Yu seemed to have fallen asleep. Now, coming out of the room to look for Goida, she unexpectedly saw him behind a door with a sorrowful face, replying that it was not yet time. She heard every word he uttered next. Before everything is confirmed, absolutely do not let the young lady hear anything. If by chance the young lady leaves before then, it would be very troublesome. Having just arrived unexpectedly, Yun Yu was somewhat bewildered to hear this, her eyes widening in suspicion. What? Why is Lord Goida mentioning me? But now that the matter was settled, he immediately spoke up. It's almost time for the young lady to wake up. In just a few hours, she had received news that was unimaginably shocking, feeling as if she had been deceived to the point of being stunned, having to clutch her heart. As he headed for the door to get back in time, he carefully instructed Saram, you continue to watch over the young lady and report back every single little thing. Hearing those things clearly, she just bowed her head and accepted the order. Yes, Lord Goida. As if a premonition told him something, Goida suddenly froze, his sharp eyes glancing over without a word. Because of this, he just stood there looking at the door for 5 minutes. Seeing Goita's strange behavior, the maidservant hurried over to ask about the situation. What's wrong? But since there was nothing to worry about, he calmly replied, oh no, I just felt like someone was there. Understanding, Saram simply guessed. It's probably just the maids. They're busy at this hour, which somewhat reassured him as he replied, perhaps so. At this moment, Yun Wu was in a great hurry, running very fast across the wooden floor. And then the door was pushed open with a rather quick and strong force. After that moment, she was seen slamming it shut, leaning against the door with her eyes wide open. Shocked to her core, she gripped the handle with both hands, while her mind tried to confirm. What did I just hear? Suddenly, Yun Wu showed signs of difficulty breathing, her heart beating faster than before. As she recalled every single word in her mind, her face showed a clear look of being overwhelmed and stunned with disbelief. The Grim Reaper's bride? What on earth is that? And that it would be very troublesome if I left before everything was confirmed. Unable to just stand there forever, Yun Wu wasn't foolish enough to stay rooted at the door, so she went to sit on the bed to ponder further. What on earth are they hiding? Confirm what? Who knows, for now I'll put that aside. At this point, it seemed the young lady suddenly remembered what had happened, unconsciously raising a hand to her lips in suspicion. Last night, I thought Lord Goida had the same feelings for me. But then she began to consider the actual situation, and with the evidence of the secretive discussion from earlier, she had now lost some of her trust in him. Could it be that last night was just to deceive me? The mere thought made Yun Wu waver, and as she was about to touch her lips, a sudden call, young lady, made her jump, scared to death. Outside the door now stood a tall figure, and he immediately spoke. It is I, Goida. Not only that, he also delicately asked for permission, may I come in? But she didn't answer right away, looking a bit tense and frozen. However, unable to keep Goida waiting long, she quickly went to open the door for him, reverting to her initial cheerfulness as she replied, yes, come in. He had just stepped inside, before he could even ask how she was, when Goida proactively asked, young lady, when did you leave the room? Causing Yun Wu's face to turn pale, afraid of being found out, she could only utter, ah. However, he wasn't trying to interrogate her. He cheerfully crossed his arms, smiled gently, and bowed his head slightly to remind her, we just slept together in my room. But at this gesture, Yun Wu seemed a bit awkward, avoiding his gaze as she slowly replied, ah, about that. At that moment, she found it hard to look Goida straight in the face, averting her eyes, and though fearful, she managed to answer, when I woke up this morning, you weren't there, and I didn't want you to see my just woken up face. Not only did he fail to notice anything strange about her, he even blushed at Yun Wu's cuteness. Still unsure if he was being sincere, Goida didn't press the matter further, but offered his gratitude to her. Thank you so much for yesterday. You were the one who took care of me all night, weren't you? The scene at this moment looked just like something out of a drama, where the CEO gazes at his adorable young wife, complete with a bonus of shimmering, sparkling lights. After that, Goida immediately showed off on his hands, raising it high and dusting it off as he said, "Look at this, thanks to your care. My hand is almost completely healed." And only now noticing, Yunwoo's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Ah, it's true." Seeing that and finding nothing else to say to her, Goida could only say, "I owe you a great debt." But at this, Yunwoo was officially speechless, replying with just a single word, "Ah." And then she returned to a state of astonishment once again. What could be the issue this time that made her so shocked and frozen like this? Perhaps what Yunwoo had hoped for hadn't happened at all. She wondered, what is this? Does he really not remember anything? She thought for a moment that Goida would lower his head and realize it, right? But unexpectedly, he brought his face close to hers, his serious eyes looking straight at her as he called, "Young lady," causing Yunwoo to freeze solid. It turned out she thought it was something terrible, but he asked a very ordinary question. "Are you not feeling well? Your complexion isn't very good," making her hastily wave her hand in denial. "Ah, it's nothing." After that, feeling a bit shy, Yunwoo put her hand behind her neck, gave a relieved smile, and replied, "It's just that I'm a bit drowsy this morning." Seizing the opportunity to test if Goida was being sincere with her, she asked just one question. "By the way, where are you going? Why are you dressed to go out so early in the morning?" Upon hearing that, his eyes looked down at the ground as he replied, "I'm not going out. Actually, I just got back." A moment later, he added with a confident smile, "I like to take a walk early in the morning," but Yunwoo didn't feel the same and replied with some disappointment, "Is that so? In any case, please be a little careful. There might still be after effects," she said, looking at Goida's bruised black hands. The recovery process seemed to be progressing quite slowly, and Yunwoo's worry was evident on her face and in her sorrowful eyes. Knowing in her heart that this was the truth, that Lord Goida was hiding something from her, but no matter what he was hiding, she remained determined to be devoted to him. Nothing would change. Suddenly, in that moment, Goida's pupils shrank completely, his expression one of shock, while Yunwoo's face fell as she thought helplessly, "Anyway, I have nowhere else to go but here." He reached his hand out towards her. In just a split second, Goida's bruised hand grabbed hers tightly as he called out, "Young lady," startling Yunwoo. For some unknown reason, his mere touch made her finger bleed, as if it had just been pierced by a needle. In this moment, the words from Goida's own mouth ran through Yunwoo's mind again. "Absolutely do not let the young lady hear anything. If the young lady happens to leave before then, it will be very troublesome." But the feeling of his hand holding hers at that moment was different. It was as if Hyoju was in Goida's body. He glared fiercely with murderous intent, as if he were about to put a knife to Yunwoo and finish her off. That terrifying memory haunted her to this day, causing her to react by forcefully pulling her hand back. Goida was taken aback by her action, as if he had been coldly shunned. But she was a different story, her face pale, sweat pouring down as she clutched her hand, and could only say, "Sorry, I was a bit startled." He wasn't annoyed or anything. He gently took the blame. "It's okay, I startled you." And the conversation between them had felt very awkward, no longer as natural as before, so Goida decided to point towards the door and say, "I'll take my leave now." In a flash, he placed his bruised hand on the door, not forgetting to advise, "You should also get some rest, young lady." The current situation left her full of anxiety, unable to feel comfortable, constantly restless and fearful. She raised her bleeding finger in confusion. As Yunwoo went outside and sat on the stone steps, she saw Sarum talking and gesturing comically with her hands and feet. She, however, looked very pensive, and inside her mind, Yunwoo's thoughts drifted to the image of him looking at his hand in surprise. "I unconsciously pushed him away just now. Lord Goya, I wonder if he was frightened?" Ignoring how lively the other two were, Yunwoo just hugged her knees, creating her own little space, and looked up at the sky to reflect. No matter what Lord Goida is hiding from me, there's nothing I can do." Remembering when he was bedridden with a high fever, she blamed herself. Lord Goida tried to keep his agreement with me and even got his hand injured. And Yunwoo felt she hadn't been able to do anything because, after all, our relationship is just based on an agreement. As she was spacing out sadly, a strange creature with ears suddenly appeared at her feet. Thinking there was no one else in the garden besides the three of them, its appearance made Yunwoo so surprised she had to exclaim, "Oh my, how did this puppy get in here?" It was lying on its back with its paws curled up, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue very cutely. Unable to resist, she immediately picked it up, wondering it's not easy for a puppy to get in here. Suddenly, in that moment, Yun Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had realized something. But one could imagine its appearance when grown up would be very majestic, unlike now, and she wondered, isn't this a puppy? She had been sad about Goida's issue, but the puppy's appearance cheered her up. As she was lifting it high, her eyes widened as if she had discovered something, saying, but hey, meaning Yunwoo didn't recognize it. Suddenly she wondered, Sarum, are you talking to a dog right now? But at her young lady's question, she looked rather surprised, her eyes wide and mouth agape. At this point, the puppy's identity was finally revealed. Sarum understood her question and had to exclaim, "Ah, this is Soho," which made Yunwoo ask in disbelief. What? At first, she was still very confused, so she had to lower her head, open her eyes wide, and ask again, "This dog is Soho?" Without a doubt, Sarum confirmed it for her, so she wouldn't be bewildered. That's right, Soho's spirit beast is still too young, so sometimes he transforms into this form at will. And this isn't a puppy but a wolf, but regardless, it's just too cute. Ho-ho, he even stuck out his small, pretty tongue, his big, round, lovely eyes looking straight ahead, making everyone's heart melt. But knowing he would be embarrassed, the maid Sarum had to give a heads up. Later, please pretend you don't know anything in front of Soho. He gets very embarrassed. She then added, interesting, isn't it? That made Yunwoo cheer, yes. As she raised her hand to pat his head, a thought suddenly struck her. How strange. This is the first time I've seen a spirit beast. It's no different from a normal animal. Then suddenly, now that I think about it, Goida's spirit beast is also a wolf, isn't it? No matter what, even though she said she was scared, Yunwoo always thought of Goida, of the very moment he was playing the instrument and telling his story. When I was young, I also went to the human world. However, that was when my spirit beast rebelled and I was dragged down by force. So now, she found herself pondering it even more. No longer hugging him, she put Soho down so he could breathe and asked another question. Hey, Sarum, if you have a spirit beast, can you go to the human world? But it's not that easy. While gently scratching the puppy, the maid answered, oh no, if there was a way, everyone would have gone down already. It's not like it's 100 impossible. Sarum revealed a little more. Sometimes a few people accidentally get to go down, but they don't know exactly how they managed it. Since Yunwoo also had a basic understanding of this, she agreed. That's right. And so, thinking about Goida's case, she vaguely guessed. So, is it possible for someone from the human world to have a spirit beast? To answer this question, Sarum racked her brain before replying. I don't remember there ever being anyone like that. Then, realizing it sounded familiar, like the issue she herself had secretly discussed with Goida, Sarum froze, feeling that something was not right. She was so shocked and bewildered that she cried out, Huh, young lady? Why are you suddenly asking about that? But Yunwoo didn't know what she meant. She stared at her maid and said, What? Seeing that she herself was being a bit hasty, Sarum had to calm down. She clasped her hands tightly to restrain herself. No, it's just that. Do you want to return to the human world? Realizing this was a bit of a problem and afraid of being exposed, Yunwoo didn't say anything. The sound wasn't just an exclamation. It was accompanied by an understanding of the situation. Fearing the difficulties she would face if she left, her eyes filled with intense sadness. Yunwoo had to turn her face away, avoiding her gaze so as not to sadden Sarum. That's not why I asked. I was just curious. But the handmaiden knew her lady was wavering and was very afraid the agreement would not be fulfilled. But most importantly, out of concern for Yunwoo, she described, My lady, sometimes you look like someone carrying too much all by yourself. So much heartache and sorrow that you can hardly share or confide in anyone. It seemed those sincere words made her quite surprised about herself. Wondering in her mind, me? They had overcome so many hardships together, accompanying each other on every path. Sarum clasped her hands together, her eyes shining brightly, hoping she would open up more, and said, But you have me and Lord Goida by your side. Then Sarum immediately broke into an expectant smile. Even if it's a trivial matter, it's fine. If anything happens, you must tell me, okay? The moment she heard those words, Yunwoo felt more at ease, her cheeks blushing slightly. And it seemed she was also moved and agreed, calling out, Thank you, Sarum, which made the handmaiden feel even happier. That final scene closes with Yunwoo's affirmation. I will do that. Under the moonlight shining down on this mysterious, ancient wooden-tiled roof. Shifting to another side, at a magnificent palace with gracefully curved tiled roofs and intricate decorative patterns under the moonlight. From behind a wooden door, the clear, heart-stirring sound of a zither echoed. Dan-hun could be seen playing the instrument very skillfully at this moment. With her eyes tightly shut, she slowly felt the melody and glided her hands over each string. She wasn't just playing for fun. There was a reason for it all. Because her main duty was to serve Hyo-ju, who was sitting on a chair drinking tea with Sun Hong beside him. However, unlike a normal person, he now exuded a very formidable, murderous aura. His glaring eyes stared at the artist. Just as the piece ended, Hyo-ju was so cold that he didn't give Dan-hun a moment's rest and immediately demanded. Again, hearing those words, she herself felt quite surprised and exclaimed, "Yes." Then his main reaction was to slam the teacup hard on the table, and he commented tensely, "This piece is completely different from that piece." And then, not wanting to say much, seeing he was not pleased, he used his sharp, murderous eyes that could devour anyone alive to command. Play it again from the beginning. Feeling it was more than enough, Dan-hun had also tried her best. At this, she rolled her eyes and retorted, "But Lord Hyo-ju, that is clearly the right piece of music." However, if he was second in stubbornness, no one was first. He immediately widened his eyes, using a voice full of indignation to threaten. "Are you saying now that there's something wrong with my ears?" Faced with that action, the artist was so frightened that she turned pale, startled into silence. Knowing that continuing to talk back to Hyo-ju would lead to no good end, Dan-hun herself immediately bowed her head deeply in apology. That was not my intention." So, seeing the person he brought back being obedient, he also relaxed more. He raised a hand to his cheek, giving her another chance. Play it again. But who would have thought it would be so easy to pass this man's trial? Hyo-ju instantly returned to his old demeanor, warning her of her fate. "If you get it wrong this time, you won't leave here alive." Forced like this, Dan-hun had to grit her teeth and force herself to play the instrument in fear. But every time her hands reached for the strings, she couldn't play anything. Sitting next to Hyo-ju all this time, Sun Hong hadn't said anything, just silently observing everything. Now, in her mind, she also found it difficult, only able to lament uneasily. She's digging her own grave. Does she even know where this is to be so bold as to come here? At this moment, Sun Hong's gaze seriously darted to the side. Noticing his movements with her woman's intuition, she knew everything like the back of her hand. Hyo-ju didn't want to hear that piece of music, but rather, he wanted to hear that other girl play, and that was none other than Yunwoo. To be more precise, he wanted to see her. That day, there was a strange feeling. In the end, this is what happened. It led to Hyo-ju's face darkening, annoyed because he couldn't find that feeling again. Sun Hong's hand tapped lightly on the chair frame continuously, pondering in her mind. But it seems Hyo-ju still doesn't know. Then she suddenly covered her mouth, a strange smile forming as she came up with a plan. If that's the case, I don't need to get involved at all. Just then, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed in the room. Did something terrible happen to Dan-hun? However, Sun Hong's face showed no sign of change. Utterly dangerous. Only now did she finally speak up, feigning surprise. "Oh my." With the scene of the artist lying in a pool of blood, breathless, and him carrying a sword in his hand. Hyo-ju had killed the girl without mercy. How inhumane. Then he immediately turned to Sun Hong with a dangerous glare. Because of that, he caught Sun Hong's action and became suspicious. "Why are you smirking like that?" She's not one to be trifled with. Faced with that situation, the cunning lady quickly handled it by hastily speaking up. "If I have displeased you, my apologies." Then, she no longer hid it and laughed openly. "Oh, seeing you so majestic, I couldn't help but laugh." But look at him, he seemed so pleased he was speechless. After that, Hyo-ju sharply turned his head and complained. How annoying. The act was now over. Waiting for him to turn his head away, Sun Hong returned to her original demeanor. She coldly listened to him command. "Someone, bring a person who can play decently before me." He didn't care about the person splattered with blood. Annoying. In a room, someone suddenly pushed the door open forcefully. Soho placed his right hand on his chest, and beside him, Sarum loosely clasped her hands and raised them to her chest as they bowed respectfully together. He then calmly said, "You called for me, Lord Goida." Sarum suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned her head to stare at Soho. He worriedly asked her, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sarum smiled cheerfully at him and replied, "You've returned to your original form, haven't you? You look especially adorable today." Soho was startled and immediately blushed with embarrassment. He was so embarrassed his head felt like it was steaming as he replied, "You know I couldn't do anything else." Goida raised an eyebrow wearily, looking at her giggling, and said, Sarum, stop teasing Soho. Goida became serious again and asked him, So, do you know what happened to Hinsa? Soho tried to look serious and immediately replied, Yes. After being interrogated that day, he was released not long after. But it said that because he was directly interrogated by Hyoju, the consequence is that his mind is no longer intact. Goida was very surprised and asked with a puzzled look. Hyoju himself, he thought to himself, he has always only cared about himself, never paying attention to others. Goida imagined Hyoju caringly wanting to put an arm around a worried and scared Yunwoo, then continued to mutter to himself, and as being particularly proactive about the young lady's matter. As he thought, he frowned gloomily and muttered to himself, Why is that? I feel like I've missed something. Soho continued to recount. It said that since that night, Hinsa has been saying strange things everywhere. Goida looked at him in surprise and asked, Strange in what way? He calmly continued. That night, he said he met the Grim Reaper and that the reason Lord Goida brought a girl into his house is because that girl is the Grim Reaper's bride. He frowned gloomily with worry upon hearing the information from him. Sarum clenched her hands tightly, frowning and gritting her teeth in anger as she shouted, That bastard Hinsa. He speaks as if he knows everything. Goida turned to look at her. Calm down, Sarum. Her eyes wide with anger. She beat her chest and said, But Lord Goida, if this rumor spreads, the young lady will be in danger. He narrowed his eyes, but still tried to remain calm, and replied, If the young lady were not the bride, I would have hidden that fact so as not to hurt her. Let's wait a little longer. In any case, people won't believe what Hinsa says. Sarum paused, slightly surprised, and said, Yes. Soho quickly asked, Did you already know about this? She frowned with worry and confusion, turning to look at him. What are you talking about? Soho then turned to look at Sarum and said, Just as his lordship said, no one is paying any attention to Hinsa's words. Hinsa's mental state is currently unstable. Since being released from the death prison, he's like a person who is no longer human. Some days, he bangs his head against the wall until it bleeds. Some days, he scratches himself until he bleeds. Now, even his family can't stand it anymore. They have to tie him up and lock him in a room. Soho pensively recalled and continued, but occasionally on his lucid days, he just repeats the phrase, I saw the Black Grim Reaper. The exact reason why Hinsa became like this has not yet been found. Goida gloomily continued, Yuta did it. He turned his head to look at Soho. It was Yuta who gave Hinsa's soul to the Black Demon Soul that night. Sarum looked at him with great curiosity and asked, Black Demon Soul. Goida slowly stood up and continued, Do you know how terrifying it is to be devoured by a ghost? He then explained for Soho and Sarum to understand. Originally, the soul and the body are one, and each has its own master. When it is time to die, the soul and body will separate. That is the law of man. But the Black Demon Soul is something that goes against that law. So neither the soul it devours nor itself will have a good end. He walked closer to the window, one hand resting on the frame as he looked outside, and continued, Hinsa can no longer live a normal life, and before long, his remaining soul and body will also rebel. Goida frowned in contemplation and thought to himself, that is why giving a soul to a ghost is a taboo. Soho, curious, quickly asked, Lord Goida, how are you so sure that Yuta did it? He thoughtfully placed both hands on the window frame. That night, I sensed the presence of a ghost in a place where it should not exist. Controlling ghosts is something only I and he, the Grim Reaper, can do. Goida looked at his palm, which was mottled with black spots. But that night, I collapsed from Hinsa's poison. At first, I thought Yuta was going to capture a lost ghost. He thought about Yuta's character with great anger, thinking to himself, but Yuta, that bastard, he is putting himself in a dangerous situation. Goida narrowed his eyes gloomily and wondered to himself, what is he doing? At the building of a merchant guild, many people were discussing, is that rumor true? They gathered inside a room where a worried girl asked, If that's the case, then our merchant guild is about to be summoned to the palace too. Another girl immediately said, No way. Danhun walked up from somewhere and asked, Why are you all so noisy? The banquet is about to start. They immediately turned to one of the girls among them, who instantly called out, Sister Danhun. That girl looked at Danhun with some worry and asked, Sister, have you heard the news? It's said that in Lord Hyoju's palace, they are looking for someone who can play the untitled piece. But none of the musicians who have been summoned have returned unscathed. Danhun frowned gloomily, standing still in contemplation. What? She thought to herself, isn't Untitled the piece that Yunwoo played that day? That girl continued, I heard that the recently famous Sogen was also eagerly summoned. But in the end, she returned as a corpse. Another girl asked, what, is that true? Dan-hun just stood still, her face full of resentment. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, first that strange man, and now even Lord Hyo-ju can't focus because of some woman of unknown origin. Another girl rushed in from the doorway in a panic and called out loudly, hey everyone, today's party is canceled. They asked in unison, shocked, what? A crestfallen girl raised her hand to wipe away a tear and whimpered, no, so I won't get to see Lord Goida today. I even wore beautiful makeup today. That girl then looked at Dan-hun and said quizzically, Dan-hun, you're here? She looked at the girl at the door and asked, the party's canceled? What happened? That girl replied, I didn't hear clearly, but I heard it's because Lord Goida was injured. Dan-hun asked again, stunned, what injured? How badly? That girl continued, I'm not sure, but during Lord Hyoju's birthday party, Lord Goida was severely poisoned in a duel for his lover. Dan-hun frowned, standing still, full of anger, and said to herself, Lord Goida was injured because of that woman? She hurriedly gathered her skirt and ran off. This can't be. I have to go see for myself if he's all right. The other girl, startled and surprised, turned her head to watch her run. Sister Dan-hun, what are you going to do? Night was gradually falling. Yunwoo stood still on the bridge, listlessly gazing at the sky. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps. She turned her head to look and saw Dan-hun approaching. Yunwoo stood still in astonishment, watching Dan-hun panting continuously. She stood there surprised, looking at her, and called out, Miss Dan-hun, why are you here? Dan-hun cut her off and asked angrily, I heard Lord Goida was seriously injured while protecting you. But you look so nonchalant. Don't you feel guilty towards him, towards Lord Goida? Yunwoo was startled, standing still, stunned, her face somber. She approached, looked at Dan-hun, and quickly asked, what do you mean? She continued, you must have heard the rumors. She looked at Yunwoo without restraint and said, none of the people summoned by Lord Hyoju to play Yunwoo's Untitled ever returned. She froze, her face turning pale. Dan-hun gave a mocking smile, looked at her, then pointed at her, and continued, your ability to attract men so well could be considered a rare talent. Looking at you like this, I think you're the one who should have been a courtesan. What a pity. Yunwoo's face hardened with anger as she looked at her. She tried to suppress her anger and asked Dan-hun in return, how did you get in here? Not just anyone is allowed in. She burst out laughing, pointed at herself with a mocking tone, and said, just anyone? I am Dan-hun, the one Lord Goida loves the most. Those people can't stop me. Yunwoo replied sternly, you are so selfish, Miss Dan-hun. Dan-hun's face darkened, but she still had a smile on her lips. She continued, do you think Lord Goida would welcome you coming here on your own accord? Yunwoo stared at her. Think again. Dan-hun frowned, listening to her every word. Yunwoo continued firmly, you say you're worried about Lord Goida, but right now, you're just taking your anger out on me. She frowned gloomily and stammered, what did you say? Yunwoo replied calmly, acting on your own whims and forcing others to do your bidding. That's not love, it's violence. She frowned angrily at Dan-hun. It seems you don't understand what love is, Dan-hun. She gritted her teeth, her face dark, and yelled, how dare you? Dan-hun moved closer and swung her hand, slapping her face hard. What do you know to dare speak such nonsense? Yunwoo, in pain, touched her face, then immediately swung her fist and punched her hard in the face. Dan-hun, in pain from the momentum, fell and sat flat on the bridge. She held her face with her hand, then looked at Yunwoo with fury and shouted, what are you doing? She rubbed her wrist while glaring at Dan-hun and asked angrily, then why did you hit me, Miss Dan-hun? She glanced at Yunwoo and argued defensively, this is all your fault. Because of you, my comrades died, and Lord Goida was also injured. She listened in silence, her face darkening. Yunwoo then said calmly and slowly, I really don't understand. Is it truly my fault that your comrades, Miss Dan-hun, couldn't return from the castle? Dan-hun sat on the bridge, touching the spot where she was hit, and looked at Yunwoo with an ugly expression. She continued, speculating, summoning courtesans to the castle, forcing them to play music. And just because he wasn't pleased, he killed them. It was someone else, Miss Dan-hun. Why are you blaming me? Yunwoo moved closer, bent down to look at Dan-hun, and said with a smile, you might as well tell the truth. Isn't the reason you're doing this to me because of Lord Goida? Dan-hun remembered the image of herself with Goida, her face stiffening as if she had been hit spot on. She frowned gloomily, then forced a smile and said, that's right, it's all because of you. Dan-hun slowly took her hand and pulled the hairpin from her hair. If it weren't for you. She quickly stood up, advanced, and shouted, "If it weren't for you, I would have been by Lord Goida's side." Yunwoo, unable to react in time, stood still, watching the sharp tip of the pin about to be thrust at her. Before the pin could touch her, two spears blocked it. Dan-hun looked at the two guards protecting her and shouted angrily, "You people." The guard immediately advised, "Don't do this anymore. If you continue, I will call Lord Goida." Dan-hun looked at the two guards, trying to drive her away, and said angrily, "How dare you?" Yunwoo stood still, looking tiredly at Dan-hun. "I don't want to see you again over this. Please leave before Lord Goida arrives." She fell silent, trembling, clenching the hairpin and gritting her teeth in anger. As Yunwoo was slowly returning to her room, there was a sudden loud call, "Young lady." Sarum ran over anxiously. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" She called out calmly, "Sarum." She said worriedly, a little frightened, "Why did it have to happen right when I left? I should have stayed by your side. I'm so sorry." Yunwoo quickly replied, "It's all right, Sarum." She gave her friendly smile. "I can handle it myself." Sarum, worried and teary-eyed, came closer and took both her hands. "Then you did very well. You're amazing, young lady." Yunwoo asked happily, "Right?" She suddenly asked Sarum, "But where is Lord Goida?" Sarum, startled, stammered in reply, "Lord Goida just stepped out for a moment." Yunwoo, surprised, immediately asked again, "Wasn't today's party canceled?" Sarum, full of worry, her eyes evasive, not knowing how to explain, just mumbled, "That's right, but I'm not sure either." Yunwoo thought for a long time, then continued to ask, "Could he have gone to the party?" She jumped, hurriedly waving her hands to explain to Yunwoo. "In any case, he is the host and can't leave his position empty for too long. But he said he would come back early today." She replied, a little sad, "Yes." Then Yunwoo thought to herself, "There are other courtesans at the party, and it's not just Dan-hun who clings to Lord Goida." She touched the wound on her face and sadly thought on, "I know I have no right to say this or that, but today." Sarum stood still, looking pensively at Yunwoo, then asked worriedly, "Young lady, are you all right?" Yunwoo suddenly felt restless. She grabbed the hem of her skirt, then gave Sarum a cheerful smile and said, "Sorry, Sarum, I'm going back to rest." She looked at her in surprise. "Young lady." Yunwoo, silent and a little sad, hurriedly left. Sarum, worried, reached out her hand as if to hold her back. Night gradually fell on the roof of her room. She went outside barefoot, then cheerfully gathered her skirt and played in the snow with her feet while thinking, "What am I doing? That person is just fulfilling his duty as a leader. There's nothing to be sad about." Yunwoo recalled the argument from the afternoon and smiled scornfully to herself. "Actually, it's none of my business. Perhaps the jealous one isn't Dan-hun, but me." Yuta appeared from somewhere. He approached her and asked, "Is your body all right?" Hearing the question, Yunwoo was a bit surprised and froze. She turned her head and looked in astonishment at the man before her, Lord Yuta. He said, "I've heard about Hinsa. Is your body all right?" Yunwoo, very grateful, quickly replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. But I'm sorry, my lord. Because of me, Lord Goida was seriously injured." Yuta replied calmly, "No need to worry about him." She forced a smile at him and thought, no matter how bad their relationship is. Yunwoo continued, "They are brothers, after all." He cut her off and quickly said, "No need to worry. We have a special constitution." As he spoke, he scratched one hand with the other. "No matter how injured we get, we recover much faster than normal people." Yuta then held up his injured hand for her to see, but in return, the pain is also many times greater than a normal person's. She raised her hand to her chin, bowed her head, and stared at his self-healing wound, saying to herself, "Oh, how strange." Yunwoo was dazed and thought to herself, then could it be? A little joyful, she asked him wonderingly, "Does that special constitution ever have symptoms of memory loss?" Yuta shook his head as he replied, "That doesn't happen." Yunwoo bowed her head and said with a wry smile, "I suppose so." She forced a smile and looked away. "Sorry, I asked something pointless." He thought pensively for a moment, then quickly said, "But because of the pain, the mind can become hazy, sometimes forgetting what one has said." She stood still, her eyes wide with surprise, recalling and thinking so that day. As Yunwoo recalled this, she blushed shyly and thought to herself, could it be that he doesn't remember because the pain was too great? He hesitated, looked at her feet, and continued, "You still like to walk barefoot on the ashes, don't you?" She froze and looked up at him. Yuta saw her strange expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Yunwoo smiled happily and replied, "There's no big reason. At least this is something I can do as I please." She expressed sincerely to him, "It makes me feel comfortable." Yunwoo suddenly wondered to herself, did he just say, "still as before"? She immediately turned her head to ask, Lord Yuta, did you just? He turned to leave. It's good to see you're safe. Yun-woo quickly followed. Lord Yuta, wait a moment. Yuta stopped in his tracks. She, a little suspicious, clenched her fists and asked him seriously, could it be? Yun-woo, tense, raised her eyebrows and asked, have you known me from before? He silently turned his head back to look at her. Inside the Merchant Guild's building, there was the sound of lively chatter. Is there another party? I wonder if Lord Goida's health has improved. But I'm still happy I can see Lord Goida again. Hey, have you heard the news? This time, Dan-hun went to Goida's house and caused a scene with his lover. Dan-hun pensively sat in silence, listening to the gossip. They continued to huddle and chat. Really? Isn't that a bit too much? Dan-hun gloomily furrowed her brows in anger, looking straight into the mirror as she silently recalled her childhood. It hurts so much. I don't want to be here. I just want to go home. As she was sitting and sobbing, she suddenly heard a melodious tune, stopped crying, and curiously approached the source of the sound. Dan-hun moved closer to the window, silently asking, what's that sound? She peeked her head outside and saw Goida happily plucking the strings of an instrument. Dan-hun was stunned and looked at him in silence. He fell eyes on him, stopped, and looked around. Seeing her peeking from the window, he asked, why are you there? She stared at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Goida continued to smile cheerfully and asked, do you want to try playing the instrument? Dan-hun, looking dazed but a little happy, hesitantly asked, can I really do that? He smiled gently at her, of course. Goida taught her how to pluck the strings, little by little. She learned very quickly, having a great talent for the zither. He stared at her, stunned. He sat quietly, waiting for her to finish the song before eagerly applauding in praise, smiling joyfully and saying, you've only been learning for a short time, but that was a wonderful performance. She blushed, looking at him in a daze. Goida continued, although it's still rough, among the recent performances, this was the most beautiful. At that moment, Dan-hun shyly and joyfully covered her face, full of budding dreams. She returned to the present, filled with anger, gritting her teeth and tightening her grip on the packet of powder in her hand. Dan-hun quickly poured the pure white powder into the wine jug. She pensively stared at the wine jug, silently plotting. In the main hall, all the girls lined up neatly, bowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, welcome, Lord Goya. We have been waiting for you. He sat calmly on a high chair, looking at them with a smile and a nod. It's good to see everyone again. Goida observed everyone and suddenly said, but why don't I see Dan-hun? No one knew either. They remained in their anxious posture, all silent. One girl stepped forward and stammered about that today, Dan-hun. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. Lifting her skirt as she approached, Dan-hun smiled cheerfully and replied, I'm sorry for being late, Goida. She came closer and sat down near him, asking with concern, I heard you weren't feeling well today. Not at all flustered, Dan-hun calmly continued, I was so worried that I visited you at your private residence and met Lady Yun-woo. As she spoke, she raised her hand to signal for someone to bring the wine jug. I don't know if I misspoke, but the young lady became very angry. Dan-hun, acting as if she had done something wrong, took the wine jug in her hand and turned to look at him. I think I upset the young lady, and I am truly sorry to you, Goida. He smiled at her. She took the wine jug and poured it into his cup. To show my apology, I offer you a cup of wine. Goida calmly picked up the wine cup. Dan-hun smiled as if she was plotting something, staring at him. As he brought the cup to his lips, he asked in a low voice, the aroma seems different than usual. She froze, looking at him in astonishment. Goida, appearing cheerful, still holding the wine cup, said, did you add something else to it? Dan-hun feigned ignorance. Yes, what do you mean, my lord? He said calmly, what's wrong? Goida frowned darkly, turned to look at her, and asked, did you think I wouldn't know? She became anxious and fearful looking into his eyes. Dan-hun immediately trembled, breaking into a sweat, and stammered about that. She quickly prostrated herself on the floor, bowing her head to beg for forgiveness. I was wrong. Dan-hun didn't dare to look up at him. I'm sorry, my lord. I think I wasn't in my right mind then. If you would forgive me this one time. He asked her with a stern face. What? Did you put poison in it? She immediately raised her head to explain. Poison? Never, I just... Goida, holding the wine cup, approached her, bent down, and said to her, never mind, what does it matter? He gave a weary smile. Have you ever seen me refuse a cup of wine you've offered? Goida looked at Dan-hun and continued, this is what you prepared for me. She remained sitting on the floor, her face full of fear, staring at him. He raised the wine cup. I must drink it all, mustn't I? Goida then drank the entire cup of wine. Dan-hun, stunned and terrified, looked at him and stammered, Goida. He wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Goida glared at her darkly. Goida, immediately threw the cup in his hand to the ground, shattering it. Terrified, Dan Hun covered her head with her hands, curled up, and screamed. He stepped closer and announced, "You are no longer one of my people." Hearing the announcement, she froze instantly. Goida looked at Dan Hun with a sharp gaze. "Never appear before me and the young lady again." She was dazed as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes filled with terror as she watched him slowly turn to leave. Dan Hun immediately tried to regain her senses, crawling to grab the hem of his robe, calling, "Goida." She pleaded in fear, "I was wrong. Please, just forgive me this one time." Dan Hun, looking remorseful, kept a tight grip on his robe. "I will apologize to the young lady myself. I will never think of doing this again, so please don't send me away." Goida decisively shook his robe, brushing her hand away, and continued to walk away quickly. She sat on the ground, sobbing as she watched his retreating figure. Dan Hun said through her tears, "Before I met you, Lord Goida." He stopped abruptly. She bowed her head, crying resentfully, and said, "I couldn't even entertain guests properly, and was almost cast out even from the courtesan house. I was just a worthless, filthy person." Dan Hun recalled when she was first sold, the madam would beat and curse her day and night. "Do you know who you've made a mistake with? If you're not good at anything, you should at least use your body to serve. How much money did your parents receive that you dare to ruin everything like this? If you're someone abandoned by your own parents, then live like a true outcast." She cried out in resentment. "From that filthy bottom, I climbed my way up to here." Dan Hun recalled how she was sold as a child and said resentfully, "Even though I had nothing special, just because he was a son, everything was given to my older brother. My parents sold me to a courtesan house to bring money home for that bastard." She clenched her fists, her heart overflowing with the fire of hatred. "I lived only with the will to take revenge on everything that turned my life into a hell." Dan Hun bowed her head in misery and continued, "But then, the person who showed me that this world was still worth living in was you, Goida." With tears welling in her eyes, Dan Hun looked up at him. "If I could be by your side, I thought I wouldn't need revenge anymore." She painfully recalled her time with him. "If I could laugh with you, then nothing else mattered." Dan Hun tried to explain everything. "All the time we had together, did it only mean something to me?" Goida remained silent, glancing at her. Dan Hun looked at him for a long time without a response, and then called softly, "Goida." He immediately called out, "Dan Hun." Goida came closer, sat down, and pressed close to her, asking, "Since when did I give you such a misunderstanding?" She froze on the spot. Goida continued, "The reason I kept you here." He recalled the past and continued speaking to her. "It was because your musical skills were superior to others. That's all. As the head of the merchant guild, I took in talented people and treated you according to your worth. Did I ever treat you as more than that?" Hearing his words, Dan Hun's heart was torn apart and tears immediately fell. Goida slowly stood up. "Until now, I didn't care what misunderstandings you had." He looked at her with a dark gaze and said, "But not anymore." Goida immediately walked to the door, leaving Dan Hun sitting on the floor, saying as he left, "Pack your things right now and leave. Never see me again." She sat there stunned, watching him go. The moon rose higher, and Goida quickly rode his horse back to his residence. As he galloped, he felt uncomfortable, his face flushed. He gritted his teeth, clutched his collar, and said to himself, "My body, it's so hot." That thing Dan Hun put in the wine earlier. Feeling unwell, he wondered to himself, was it poison? The moon gradually rose above the eaves of the residence. Inside his room, Yun Wu was hurriedly arranging beautiful flowers in a vase, thinking to herself as she worked, "Before Lord Goida arrives, I must quickly finish arranging this and leave." She stood still in a daze, silently recalling. At that time, Yun Wu called out to Yuda, "Wait, Lord Yuda. That is, did you know me from before?" At that time, she had hurriedly run after him, Lord Yuda. He quickly jumped onto the wall, looked at her, and said, "See you next time." Yun Wu thought pensively. "In the end, I couldn't get an answer." She sighed and wondered, what was going on after all? Could it be that Lord Yuda also? Suddenly, the door was thrown open, and she turned to see Goida standing at the entrance. Startled, Yun Wu looked at him in his discomfort and called out worriedly, "Goita." He struggled to look up at her. Yun Wu immediately gathered her skirt and moved closer. "Are you all right?" Goita leaned against the door and said in distress, "Young lady, why are you here?" She bowed her head and said softly, "Well, I wanted Lord Goita to get well soon, so I just intended to bring some flowers and leave right away." Yun Wu looked up and stared at him. "I'm sorry for entering without permission." He waved his hand and covered his face. It's fine. Goida approached the bed, sat down, and said to her with difficulty, "But first, please go outside." Yun Wu was stunned, looking at him sitting in front of her. She turned, clenched her fists, and then turned to leave. "I understand. Please get some rest." Yun Wu was pensive for a long moment. Then she suddenly turned back to look at Goida and gently reminded him, "Partying is fine, but you should also think about your health. Getting this drunk won't be good for your recovery." He seemed to skip a beat and replied, "I'm not drunk from wine." She looked at him in silent astonishment. Goida looked up at Yun Wu and said in anguish, "I was drugged. A drug that makes the body burn up with heat." She was surprised, and her face flushed slightly. He continued, "That's why, right now." Goida frowned, his face red and sweat pouring down. He clutched his collar and stared at her affectionately. "I feel like I'm going crazy with the desire to hold you." Yun Wu stared at Goida in surprise. The room gradually grew intimate. He clutched his chest, breathing out hot breaths continuously. She blushed in surprise. Yun Wu immediately reached out her hand to touch him. "Lord Goida." Her eyes widened as she pressed her face close to his and asked, "Are you all right?" Goida frowned, looking at Yun Wu with growing irritation. She continued to speak. "What you just said, Lord Goida, I don't quite understand." He immediately knocked her hand away. Goida turned his face away and said, "Please leave." Yun Wu clutched her collar, looking at him with a hint of sadness as she asked, "The desire to hold me." She turned her head, looking away shyly. "Is it because of the aphrodisiac?" He was stunned and quickly replied, "What?" Yun Wu frowned, deep in thought. "At the party today, there must have been many people who want to be held by you, Lord Goida." Not daring to look at him, she said to herself, "If the person standing before him now wasn't me, but another girl, would he want to hold her too?" Yun Wu pressed her lips together, staring at him intently. "I don't care." Goida looked at her in astonishment and asked, "Don't care? What are you talking about?" She moved closer, standing right in front of him, and replied, "Because I am your lover, Lord Goida." Yun Wu smiled affectionately at him. "Even if it's because of the aphrodisiac, it doesn't matter." She reached out and touched his burning cheek. "Even though we have a contractual relationship." She raised her hands to cup his face and whispered, "But please, allow me to be by your side." Goida stared at Yun Wu, stunned. She moved in to kiss him, pressing closer as she said, "Not anyone else, but me." He immediately grabbed her arm, calling out loudly, "My lady." Goida frowned in discomfort and said, "Indeed, I cannot do this." He narrowed his eyes, looking at Yun Wu in anguish. "So please, don't provoke me any further, because every time I touch you." Goida tried to restrain himself from gripping her hand too tightly. "I nearly go mad. Please leave this room. I'm begging you." Yun Wu looked at him in surprise, then frowned in thought. Even though it's this difficult, it's still not possible? Disappointed, she snatched her hand away from his. Goida, feeling a sense of loss, immediately called out, "My lady." Yun Wu grimaced, frowning in annoyance. "If I won't do, then I'll call someone else." Before he could react, he just stared at her, stunned. As she turned to leave, she continued speaking. "That person might be able to help you, Lord Goida." He froze, raising his hand to pull Yun Wu back. Goida called out worriedly, "My lady." She sulked, unwilling to look back at him. He quickly grabbed the hem of her clothes and, bowing his head in discomfort, explained, "It's not like that." Goida lowered his face, his hot breath filling the air, and said in a low voice, "If it's not you, then it's meaningless." Yun Wu glared at him angrily, her face red. "Then why?" He answered immediately, "That's precisely why it's not okay." She was stunned, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Goida trembled, gripping the hem of her clothes tighter. He frowned in discomfort, his eyes filled with a suggestive heat as he pressed close to Yun Wu's dress. "I don't want to hold you just because of this worthless drug." Goida hurriedly continued, You are that important to me." She frowned, her face flushing with shyness. Yun Wu pushed him onto the bed with her hands while thinking to herself, "Really?" Pushed down, Goida lay there, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at her. Yun Wu pressed down on him, saying to herself, "I like this person so much." He called out, bewildered, "My lady." She said pensively, "Lord Goita, by any chance, do you remember that night?" Goita's eyes widened as he stared at her blankly. "No, I don't remember anything at all." "Did something happen that night?" Yun Wu replied, slightly disappointed. "Yes, that night, I said something to you, Lord Goita." She smiled radiantly and affectionately at him, whispering, "I like you." He blushed shyly and called out softly, "My lady." Yun Wu silently smiled at Goida and thought to herself, "Even if it's just a contractual relationship, even if you want to use me." Goida frowned, feeling uncomfortable inside, while glancing at her intently. She stroked her long hair, thinking shyly to herself, I can't stop liking you either. Yun-woo's face turned bright red as she looked at him and said, therefore, she immediately pressed her face close to his. You don't have to hold back. Yun-woo pinned Goida down, their eyes meeting with deep affection, their faces flushed. She looked at him and said in a seductive tone, so, you don't have to endure it. Their lips drew closer and closer. Finally, Yun-woo gently placed a sweet kiss on Goida. Goida's large hands were now gently cradling Yun-woo's silky hair. After a long moment, their lips finally parted. Goida now hesitated and said, my lady. He looked at her with a flushed face, frowning slightly as he spoke. Wait. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised. Yes? Goida then gently caressed her fair face and said softly, but no matter what, I want to cherish you. Then he sat up and said hesitantly, if I hold you now. He looked at her with deep affection and said with a sorrowful expression, I'm afraid you will misunderstand my intentions. The more Goida spoke, the more worried he became. So today, just being by my side is enough. That way, I can endure it. Hearing his words, Yun-woo was both moved and surprised. Then she smiled gently and replied, all right. At that moment, Yun-woo raised her hand and said, but at this, she cupped his face and gently placed a kiss on his forehead. Then Yun-woo looked at Goida with a gentle smile. This time, don't you forget. A long time later, Yun-woo woke up in bed after a long sleep. She groggily opened her eyes. Then she slowly sat up. Yun-woo looked to the side with a sad expression. Lord Goida. She looked at the empty space beside her, biting her nails worriedly and thinking, he's not here, is he? Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. She turned in surprise to look and saw Goida walking in from outside. He said gently, you're awake, my lady. He looked at Yun-woo and asked with concern, did you sleep well? She replied shyly, yes, I slept very well. Then Yun-woo stammered, but Lord Goida, your health, seeing that you've recovered, it's such a relief. Hearing this, Goida smiled shyly and replied, yes, I'm fine now. At this point, he shyly changed the subject. Lately, I feel embarrassed for only showing you my weak side. Hearing that, she rushed to deny it. No, not at all. Yun-woo looked away and said worriedly, because you had a good reason. At that moment, she was thinking doubtfully in her heart, last night's events, you don't remember them again? At that thought, Yun-woo suddenly froze, her face turning pale. Goida gently lifted her chin and asked with a soft smile, my lady, you don't look well. Hearing that, Yun-woo smiled shyly and replied, it's nothing, I was just. Before she could finish, he interrupted, I haven't forgotten this time. Goida looked at her with a pained heart and forced a smile, saying, so don't worry. Yun-woo looked at him with a surprised expression in that case. She stammered, now Goida smiled gently at Yun-woo. Then he gently touched her small, delicate hands, if you don't mind, my lady. At this, he grasped her hand tightly. Then he gently touched Yun-woo's hair, smiling with love and adoration. Goida chuckled and said in an indulgent tone, could you become my real lover, not a fake one? Hearing those words, Yun-woo smiled with immense happiness and said, yes, I will. Outside, a sudden downpour began. Yun-woo came out of the room just then and was very surprised to see it. She gently held out her hand to catch the falling raindrops and said, it's suddenly raining. Yun-woo then suddenly said in a doubtful tone, Lord Goida, I wonder if he's caught in the rain? At that moment, she suddenly recalled what happened earlier. Before leaving, Goida had said, I wanted to stay with you all day today, but there's a matter at the Merchant Guild that needs to be resolved, so I have to go out for a bit. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. At the time, Yun-woo had just smiled and said, it's okay, be careful. Goida's gaze was fixed on her. Seeing him look at her like that, Yun-woo asked, what is it, Lord Goida? Is there something on my face? Hearing that, Goida immediately denied it. No, it's not that. Then he smiled and said, it's just that if I leave now, I won't see you again until tonight. Will you forget me? Hearing that, she was startled. Then her face flushed red and she stammered. Forget what? At this, Yun-woo stood on her tiptoes slightly in that case. Then she gently kissed Goida's face. Be careful. Returning to the present, after recalling those events, Yun-woo's heart fluttered. Me, Lord Goida's lover. As soon as the words left her mind, she felt so shy she could explode. Yun-woo's heart was now in turmoil as she thought, what should I do? I'm so happy. Yun-woo covered her face, shyly turning back and forth. Now, after calming down, she raised an eyebrow and thought, I can't just sit around like this. Maybe I should take an umbrella and go greet him when he returns. Just as she had that thought, someone suddenly approached from behind her. Yuta stood behind Yun-woo and asked, you seem to be in a good mood today. She was startled by this and turned to look at him. Lord Yuta. Yunwoo saw him standing in the heavy rain, without an umbrella, and asked worriedly, "Why are you soaked like this? You'll catch a cold." Lord Goida just went out. Hearing this, he just remained silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I didn't come to see him. I came to see you." Yunwoo was extremely surprised to hear that. She couldn't help but think, "Lord Yuta came to see me?" Yunwoo now said doubtfully, "I really don't understand you. At first, you suddenly appeared, saved me, and then disappeared. Then you suddenly show up again, only to say confusing things and leave." The more she spoke, the more she couldn't hold back her emotions. "So this time, please give me a clear answer." Yunwoo looked at Yuta and questioned him. "Lord Yuta, you knew me before when we first met at the market, didn't you?" Hearing this, he just remained silent. Then he asked Yunwoo in return, "You trust him?" Yunwoo was extremely surprised to hear this. "Pardon? Him? You're talking about Lord Goida, right?" She looked at him with a determined gaze, ready to continue her questioning. "Don't avoid it anymore. Well, I want to ask you, Lord Yuta is not about that." Before she could finish, Yuta cut her off. "He is deceiving you." His every word was like a knife piercing straight through her heart. Yunwoo, frightened, thought deceiving means. She recalled something from before, something she had overheard before everything became clear. Nothing should reach the young lady's ears. Thinking of this, she felt a bit confused. Could it be? Is that what he means? At that moment, Yunwoo faltered slightly, then looked at him with an extremely worried expression and said, "Lord Yuta, what is it that you know?" Yuta looked at her with a cold gaze, then simply remained silent and turned his face away. Seeing that he didn't answer, she continued, "Right this time again, you won't answer me." Yunwoo angrily looked at Yuta and said in an indignant tone, "Then how can I believe your words? What is the purpose of saying these things?" Yuta turned slightly and said, "Please understand me. You must be very confused." Then he stepped forward again, placed a hand on his chest, and said sincerely, "But you must believe me." Ignoring the indignant expression on Yunwoo's face, Yuta continued to speak. "That man, in the end, he will only bring you unhappiness." Yuta said resolutely, "And I want you." But before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest. Yuta collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Seeing this, Yunwoo ran over worriedly, "Lord Yuta." She looked at Yuta's pained expression with great worry. "Are you all right?" Yuta then gently raised his hand over her head to shield Yunwoo from the rain. He asked gently, "You'll get wet." Yunwoo looked at Yuta doubtfully and said, "Lord Yuta." Right after that, he forced himself to stand up and turn to leave. Yunwoo looked at him worriedly and said, "Hurry and go inside." Seeing Yuta run off, Yunwoo called after him, wait a moment." But before she could finish speaking, he had already jumped over the wall and left. Lord Yuta. Seeing him leave, Yunwoo just remained silent. A long time after she went into her room, his words still echoed in her mind. "You must believe me. That man, in the end, he will only bring you unhappiness." Just as Yunwoo was lost in thought, the voice of a handmaiden suddenly came from outside the room. "Young lady Yunwoo, it's Sarum." Sarum handed her a piece of paper and said, "Someone came and asked me to give this to you." Yunwoo held the letter in her hand and said in surprise, "What, for me?" Hearing this, Sarum replied, "Yes, it seemed to be a girl other than you, young lady." Right after reading the letter, her face suddenly turned pale. Yunwoo said tremblingly, "I, Sarum." Her face was now pale with fear. "It says mother has fallen ill?" Yunwoo said, trembling, "Mother, what should I do, Sarum?" "Quick, call an ambulance, no, a physician." Seeing her expression, Sarum gripped her hand tightly and said loudly, "Young lady, first, please calm down." She said in an extremely worried tone, "Young lady, you should go to your mother first. I will call for a physician afterwards." Yunwoo, crying and trembling, said, "Yes, thank you." Under the heavy rain that night, a worried Yunwoo ran through the downpour to her mother's place. She fearfully threw the door open and shouted, "Mother, are you all right?" Seeing her arrive, Chai Song-woo said very happily, "Sister, you're finally here." Chai Song-woo happily took her hand. "You must have seen the letter. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Yunwoo, panting and worried, said, "Where's mother? What illness does she have?" Only then did Chai Song-woo realize with a start, oh that. At this, she suddenly smiled brightly. "Actually, mother isn't sick at all. I was just joking." She paid no mind to Yunwoo's expression and continued speaking. "I saw that you haven't been in contact or visited at all, so I thought if I said that, you would come right away." Yunwoo, now extremely furious, shouted, Are you out of your mind?" She gripped Chai Song-woo's shoulders tightly and said angrily, "No matter what, you should know what can be said and what can't." Chai Song-woo indignantly snatched her hands away and said loudly, "You're the one being unreasonable." Ignoring Yunwoo's fury, she continued to speak. If you had just contacted me first, I wouldn't have had to go this far. You're so strange. Hearing this, she trembled with anger and said, Chai Song-woo, really? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. What's all this noise about? Hearing it, Yun-woo turned around with a start. The person who had arrived was Yun-woo's mother. She walked over and said, Yun-woo, it's been a long time. Why are you fighting with your younger sister? Seeing her, Yun-woo was a bit surprised. Mother. Seeing their mother arrive, Chai Song-woo ran to hug her and cried pitifully. Mother, let me explain. I just played a little joke because I miss my sister, but she scowled and got angry at me. She continued to speak over Yun-woo's anger. I just miss my sister, but she doesn't understand me at all. Hearing this, Yun-woo said furiously, Mother, don't side with Song-woo. Chai Song-woo, still hugging their mother, glared angrily at Yun-woo. But she continued, This time, Song-woo really went too far. She even lied to me that you were sick. Hearing this, their mother just turned to gently ask Chai Song-woo, Is what your sister said true? Chai Song-woo, why would you do that? Her face now sorrowful, she replied, I'm sorry. Hearing this, their mother added, Apologize to your sister. Chai Song-woo then apologized to her with a reluctant expression. Sister, I'm sorry. Right after she finished speaking, their mother also frowned slightly and said, But Yun-woo, you were a bit unreasonable too, weren't you? And just like that, she turned to scold her. How sad must Song-woo have been to do something like that? Why haven't you been in contact all this time? Hearing this, she was extremely shocked. Mother, about that. At this point, Yun-woo suddenly stopped, then said with a reluctant expression, I'm sorry for not being in touch, but I had my reasons. Before she could finish, her mother interrupted. I know, you have to try to adapt to life here. At this point, her mother continuously scolded her. But if you knew your family was worried about you, even if you couldn't come home, you should have at least contacted us, right? It's not that difficult. Her mother continued with an angry expression. I've also heard people here talk about you. I heard you're dating someone. Why didn't you tell me? You're even living in the same house with that person, right? Hearing these words, Yun-woo couldn't help but feel heartbroken. It said that person has a high status, so asking them to look after the family a little wouldn't be too much to ask. Hearing this, she said in a sad voice, Mother, the truth is, he and I are not close enough for me to ask for such a favor. Hearing her say that, her mother sighed and said in a lamenting tone, Do you think I don't feel anything? I also feel ashamed and embarrassed to have to say these things. As her mother spoke, Chai Song-woo glanced furtively at her. But because the whole family is worried and struggling, I have no choice but to ask you. At this point, her mother suddenly placed a hand on Yun-woo's shoulder. Or is it? She leaned in close to her and said in a threatening tone, Is that person more important to you now than your own family? Hearing this, she said in a panic, Yes, mother, you mean. At this moment, her mother turned away and said in a disappointed tone, Well, if you're so busy, then just go home. Yun-woo, both scared and worried, called after her. Mother, wait a moment. Her mother put an arm around Chai Song-woo's waist, pulling her inside, and said in a disappointed tone, I've relied on you too much, and it's not a good thing. I'm sorry, you have your own life to worry about too. Hearing her mother say that, she said in great fear, That's not it, mother. She called out desperately after them, Mother, please. At this moment, she fearfully recalled, In my past life, my entire family was murdered by Hyo-ju, and it was all my fault. Therefore, this time, I must protect myself and my family. That is the only goal I live for, because I have to worry about survival. The more she thought about it, the more desperate Yun-woo's expression became. I haven't paid much attention to my family either, but I have never not valued them. However, have I thought about my family recently? Have I ever thought about how my family is living? How difficult things are, or if they're worried? Before Yuta said that, did I ever think about wanting to see my family? Just for the simple reason of not living with them? Could I have forgotten them to this extent? Thinking this, Yun-woo's expression now showed that she seemed to be in complete shock. Could it be that, as mother said, I no longer value my family? As she was thinking this, Sarum burst in from outside, interrupting her train of thought. Sarum now shouted angrily, I've been patient, but this is my limit. Sarum charged straight in, looked at Yun-woo's mother and sister, and said angrily, Why do you all keep blaming Lady Yun-woo like this? She frowned and continued. Even after hearing that her mother was sick, she ran here worriedly. Yun-woo's mother just looked at her with a cold expression and asked, Who are you? Sarum said angrily, I am a young lady's handmaiden. She looked at Sarum with a cold gaze. My daughter's handmaiden? Then she turned to look at Yun-woo and said, My daughter, she's really become successful. She smiled faintly and continued, Thank you for caring for my daughter. At this point, her expression suddenly changed astonishingly. But she looked at Sarum with a contemptuous gaze and said, Interfering in our family matters is not a very good thing. She paused for a moment, then continued. So please return. Hearing this, Yunwoo was extremely shocked. Mother, don't say that. She looked at her mother and said, she was just worried about you, mother. Hearing this, her mother was a bit surprised. Yunwoo lowered her head, glanced furtively at her mother, and said with a worried expression, even though it wasn't necessary anymore, when she heard you were sick, mother, she even called a doctor to help you. She looked at her mother's cold expression and continued to speak. So please don't say such harsh things. Her mother then just sighed and replied, all right, I was wrong. You have your reasons too. I'm sorry. She replied worriedly, I'm Fina. As soon as she finished speaking, her mother turned to look at Sarim and said, and you, I'm sorry too. A while later, Yunwoo and Sarim said goodbye to the two of them and returned. Well, I'll be going now, she suddenly said. And Songwoo, Yunwoo looked at her coldly and said, from now on, I will pay more attention to you, so don't tell lies like that anymore. Her mother coldly watched her leave, while Yunwoo looked at her mother and said, then please rest well, mother. After hearing that, her mother forced a smile and said, Yunwoo. Then the mother smiled as she approached and said, aren't you going to hug me today? Hearing these words, Yunwoo was a little surprised. You just apologized to me. Are you still angry? Then she turned around, opened her arms, and walked towards her mother. Then the two of them hugged each other tightly. Sarim, on the side, frowned angrily looking at them. Then she spoke up. Young lady, the carriage is waiting. Please let's return. Yunwoo was startled, turned back and said, sorry, let's go. Sarim came forward, gave the mother 2 gold hairpins, and said, and here are the gifts that the young lady prepared for the family. Perhaps the young lady forgot, so I brought them for her. Yunwoo felt extremely confused at this moment. Sarim, this is... Before she could finish, Sarim cut her off. Young lady, we should get going. Meanwhile, Chai Sung-woo's eyes lit up when she saw the gold hairpins. What is all this? Yunwoo turned her head and said worriedly, mother, I'll definitely contact you more often next time. And coldly watch her leave. Take care, mother. Meanwhile, Chai Sung-woo was extremely happy and said, how much is this worth? If you had things like this, you should have contacted us sooner. She kept talking. Mother, take a look too. But the mother on this side was just silent. Her expression was now extremely cold, her eyes sharp. A while later in the carriage, Yunwoo finally asked, Sarim, what was that just now? Hearing this, Sarim looked at her, smiled brightly, and replied, yes, what was what? Yunwoo asked with a worried expression. I mean the jewelry that Sarim gave to my mother. I never prepare anything like that. Hearing this, Sarim stammered in reply. Actually, at this point, she smiled shyly. That's my jewelry. I just wanted to help the young lady save some face. Sarim looked at her and continued. If my actions were wrong, I apologize. Yunwoo just gave a wry smile and replied, not at all. You don't need to apologize for anything. Looking at her, Sarim couldn't help but feel sad inside. Yunwoo said in a sad tone, on the contrary, I'm the one who should be sorry. I'm sorry for what just happened. Sarim now looked at her and said, young lady. Her expression now became extremely worried. This may be a bit sudden, but is the relationship between you and your family really okay? Sarim said worriedly, when talking with your family, you seemed more uncomfortable than usual, young lady. She was extremely surprised to hear that. Then she hesitated and said, when I was little, Yunwoo recounted sadly. Due to my carelessness, my younger sibling was seriously injured. From then on, my family faced many difficulties, and our finances became tighter. I always saw my mother and father arguing, and I had a feeling it was because of me. Yunwoo then turned her face away and said in a sad voice, so I just always feel guilty towards my family, my mother, my father. Sarim was heartbroken to hear these words, and so was Soho. At that moment, outside the carriage in the distance, a person dressed in black was watching them. That person began to draw a bow, aiming straight at the horse, and shot an arrow. The arrow plunged straight into the horse, which struggled in pain. Inside the carriage, it shook violently at the same time, and Yunwoo screamed in fear. A loud noise came from outside. Attack! Sarim looked at her worriedly and said, young lady, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? At that moment, blood suddenly splattered in from outside, and the two of them inside the carriage turned pale with fear. Yunwoo and Sarim saw this and immediately looked outside. Yunwoo was now terrified and thought, what is happening? A guard from outside rushed in and said loudly, young lady, this place is dangerous. But before he could finish speaking, he was fatally stabbed by another person. Please evacuate quickly. She was terrified witnessing this scene, her face turning pale. A pain scream was heard. Yunwoo stared blankly, her brows furrowed in terror, at the guard in front of her who was shot in the neck with an arrow. A chaotic battle was raging around the carriage. She covered her mouth in fear and stammered. What? Sarim bit her lip, her brow furrowed with tension as she looked at the dead guard in front of them. Yunwoo, covering her mouth and trembling, asked, "What on earth is this?" She worriedly grabbed her hands and called out loudly. "Young lady, snap out of it." She, full of fear, stammered as she looked at her. "But, Sarim," she stared at her worriedly and said quickly, "We were just clearly ambushed. We have to escape quickly, and besides, Lord Soho is over there." He was frowning, seriously protecting Yunwoo. Sarim frowned, bit her lip, and looked towards him, saying worriedly, "While Lord Soho holds him off, we must find a safe place to hide." Yunwoo frowned, trying to compose herself. She quickly got down and ran with her. Suddenly, a man jumped out in front of them. The two of them, startled, looked at him with worried and fearful expressions. He carried a sword on his shoulder, smiled cunningly at the two of them, and asked, "Where are you going in such a hurry? We still have things to discuss with the young lady." He laughed loudly, immediately jumped up, and raised his hand high, wanting to strike at her. Running away like this spoils the fun. Yunwoo was startled and looked at him. Without thinking, Sarim stepped in front of her and shouted, "Danger, young lady." A powerful blow to the back of her neck made her faint in pain. She looked worriedly at her lying motionless on the ground and shouted loudly, "Sarim." Yunwoo frowned, knelt down, and reached out to touch her. "Sarim, what should I do?" "Open your eyes, Sarim." He gave a cunning smile, immediately came up behind her and grabbed her hair. "Hey, stop making a fuss. Just come with us quietly." She raised her hands to her head in pain. This, Dan Hun appeared from nowhere. "Let go." She looked at him, tightly gripping her hair, and immediately said, "That bitch, I'll deal with you myself." Yunwoo looked up, startled and amazed at the person in front of her. Dan Hun was scowling, staring intently at her. He immediately let go and moved away. Yunwoo, sitting on the ground, stammered as she looked at her. Why on earth do you have to go this far?" She frowned darkly and asked, "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" She asked back, bewildered. "What?" She immediately said, "Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore." Dan Hun came forward, grabbed her shoulders, and pushed her hard to the ground. She bit her lip in pain, letting out a soft sound. She looked at her with a dark, cold expression. "Anyway, everything is about to end." Dan Hun quickly reached out and squeezed her neck tightly. Yunwoo, suffocating, gritted her teeth and endured as tears streamed down her face. As she tightened her grip on the neck, she raised a knife. "In that case," Dan Hun frowned, raised her hand high and shouted, "D." Yunwoo closed her eyes, but tears kept streaming down as she said to herself, "Is this how it's going to end this time?" Water splashed as she gradually sank beneath the surface. "It feels so relieving, just like the last time I died. This can be considered satisfying. At least I don't have to suffer humiliation because of Hyoju and his group. My family will surely be fine. But why won't the tears stop falling like this, when this is clearly what I once wished for?" Her feet touched a flat surface that felt like water. Yunwoo walked while looking around, bewildered, and asked herself, "Where is this? It's so strange." She pensively looked down at her hands. "After every death, I return to the moment I first fell into hell." Yunwoo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be, was the last time the final time? I don't have to repeat this life anymore. It's really over this time. She suddenly remembered the image of Goida smiling. Suddenly, someone walked up behind her and asked, "Why that expression? Could it be that you want another chance?" Yunwoo jumped in shock. She slowly turned her head to look behind her. He continued to stare at her and asked, "But didn't you take your own life before?" Yunwoo asked in confusion. "Who?" He then smiled. He quickly introduced himself. "I am Timja, what you people call a god." She looked at him in amazement and immediately asked, "So does that mean I'm dead this time too?" He casually poked his finger in the air, nodded, and replied, "Almost, but not quite." Timja pointed to an image of her current situation. "But if things continue like this, you will die soon." Yunwoo, and he stared intently at the image of the present appearing before them. She lowered her head and said in a small voice, "Then why did you suddenly appear before me this time, when I don't want to live? You silently brought me back to life twice. Why are you only appearing now?" He looked at her sad expression and said, "I will only ask you one thing. Do you really want to end everything like this?" She looked at him, stunned. Yunwoo's eyes widened in surprise. She recalled the past. "I always felt that my being alive was a sin. Because of me, someone had to suffer, had to be in pain, and even died. Seeing them like that, I was tormented by guilt. There was a time when I just wished I would die. But this time things were different. I have someone who gets angry for me. Someone who worries about me. I have learned what true happiness is. I understand a little now, so She quickly answered, I don't want it to end like this. I don't want to die. He looked at her in silence. Yun Wu frowned with determination and shouted, I want to live. Timja smiled with satisfaction and raised his hand to point at her forehead. Then let's see what you can do. She immediately returned to reality. Dan Hun held the knife and stabbed down hard, blood splattering everywhere. She angrily gritted her teeth and looked at her darkly. Yun Wu had managed to block the knife with her arm. She frowned, her eyes filled with the will to live, staring intently at her. Yun Wu quickly raised her other hand and punched her hard in the face. Dan Hun frowned angrily, clutching her face. How dare you? She stared intently at her and shouted, You bitch, how dare you? She frowned, stood up with the knife, and pointed it at her. Dan Hun frowned, glared at her, and yelled, This bitch, how dare you? She revealed her fox hands, raising her claws in anger. You won't escape this time. She extended her claws and lunged towards her. She frowned, her eyes glaring, and suddenly remembered her childhood. Yun Wu, deep in these mountains, foxes sometimes appear, my child. So you must not let go of Dad's hand here, understand? All right, so while we walk, to keep my Yun Wu from getting bored, I'll tell you about foxes. Foxes have very sensitive hearing and smell, and their movements are agile, and they hunt in a rather special way. When they spot their prey, they use their hind legs to leap high into the air and then dive straight onto the prey's position. Yun Yu frowned, gritting her teeth as she stared at her, and said silently, So the chance that I have. She tightened the knife in her hand. Will appear only at the exact moment Dan Hun lunges, just once. Yun Yu shut her eyes tightly, gripped the knife in her hand, and stabbed forward forcefully. Dan Hun roared in pain and anger. She didn't dare look back at the woman screaming loudly behind her while clutching her pained shoulder and quickly fled. She tried to endure the pain, glaring in the direction she had run. Dan Hun immediately shouted loudly, What are you all standing there for? Catch that girl and bring her back here now. She watched them search the surroundings and shouted, She's just one girl and badly injured at that. How can so many of you not catch a single girl? Dan Hun, with a grave expression as if she had sensed something, glanced around and said, This smell. She immediately turned and walked forward. This way, it's definitely the smell of blood. Dan Hun pushed aside the bushes, sought a blood-soaked piece of cloth, and shouted loudly. She hid here. She picked up the cloth, frowning in indignation. Her men searching nearby also shouted, Damn it, it's the same over here. She immediately turned her head to look at them. The man holding a blood-soaked cloth frowned and approached her, saying, The whole forest is full of torn, bloody clothes. He held up the cloth, looked at it, and gave a cunning smile. People from the underworld usually have a keen sense of smell thanks to their guardian spirit beasts. Turns out she's quite clever. Dan Hun frowned grimly and looked at him, asking, But here, what are you going to do? She looked annoyed as he stroked his chin, smiling until his eyes crinkled. I'm not paying for you to deal with that bitch, he replied. But this is interesting. The majestic Dan Hun, yet so pathetic because of a girl from the surface. She remained silent, her face dark as she glared at him. He continued to mock her, saying, Truly a rare sight to behold. I even want to reward her for this drama. Dan Hun looked at him seriously and said, 100 gold taels. He looked at her in surprise. She continued, That's all the assets I have. By any means necessary, you must bring that girl before me. Whether she's alive or dead, doesn't matter. Just put her in front of me, and all that money will be yours. He smiled with delight, staring at her. What's there not to do? Pitter-patter, raindrops dripped one by one at the entrance of the cave where Yun Yu was huddled inside. She thought to herself, It's so cold, I've lost too much blood. If this continues, I'll pass out soon. Yun Yu frowned, deep in thought. Moreover, it's only a matter of time before my location is exposed. She looked outside. I've temporarily created diversions all over the forest, but it won't hold them for long. Luckily, the distance from this forest to Lord Goida's place isn't too far. If I'm lucky, I might find a patrol nearby to ask for help. Yun Yu decisively stood up and staggered forward, saying silently, So, before it's too late, I have to act. She clutched the arm that had been stabbed and told herself, This time I won't die in vain. She frowned, her eyes filled with determination, saying, I will definitely survive. To save my family, to eat delicious food with Sarum, and she thought of an important person and tears began to fall. To live happily with Lord Goida. Suddenly, a fox's paw stepped out from nowhere. She frowned as she stepped out, looking at her angrily. She opened her mouth and said, In the end, it turns out you still came out this way. She immediately grew anxious, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at the woman before her. The man also quickly appeared behind her, touched her shoulder, and asked with a cunning smile, "Where are you going?" She flinched, frowning in fear as she turned her head to look behind her. He grabbed her arm tightly and pinned her to the ground. She struggled and shouted loudly, "Let me go." He looked up, smiling triumphantly at her. "Hey, I've personally brought her before you. Now, give me the promised money." Dan Hun frowned grimly, gathered momentum, and lunged at her face with her claws, opening her mouth to shout. This time, everything will end. Blood splattered out from somewhere. Yen Yu was stunned, her eyes filled with tears. She told herself silently, this will definitely be the last time. She closed her eyes as tears streamed down ceaselessly. She closed her eyes, letting the tears fall. But suddenly, when she opened her eyes, the scene before her made her wonder. It turned out, Goita had taken the fatal bite from the fox for her. The bite was not only deep, but also bleeding nonstop. Seeing this, Yun Yu was agitated, but her body couldn't move because her arms were being held tightly. She stammered his name, her voice filled with panic. Kavui, Lord Goita. After biting, the fox turned tail and fled. One of the men holding her arm spoke up, his voice mocking. What was that? Goita frowned, glancing quickly behind him. In the blink of an eye, he spun around and threw a punch straight into the man's face, knocking him to the ground. His eyes were cold, his voice steely. I warned you. Never appear before me again. Dan Hun was stunned to hear this. She gritted her teeth, her eyes showing clear anger, but said nothing more, only biting her lip tightly and leaving. The subordinates behind her still tried to call out. Lord Goita. Goita paid them no mind, only turning back to order his own subordinates. You too, clean this place up. The rest of you, pursue Dan Hun. They answered in unison and acted immediately. Yes, sir. Despite being covered in injuries, Goita quickly moved toward Yun Yu. He knelt down, his voice full of worry. My lady, are you all right? Lord Goita. Goita was alarmed, his eyes fixed on the bloodstains spreading on Yun Yu's arm. He leaned down, carefully checking the crudely bandaged wound. Are you hurt anywhere? But then his gaze froze. The deep bite on her arm was bleeding nonstop, soaking through the thin bandage. My lady, your arm. Without a second's hesitation, Goita quickly tore a piece of his own clothing to bandage the wound. First, let's stop the bleeding. His movements were decisive and careful. Despite the pain, Yun Yu only let out a soft groan, trying to endure it. When he finished tying it, she lowered her head slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Thank you for your help, Lord Goita. She asked, puzzled. But why are you here? Goita paused for a moment upon hearing her voice. He looked up, his gaze softening. But on the way, I suddenly smelled blood. He hesitated, his face showing clear anxiety. I prayed. I kept praying for your safety. Goita turned, his eyes sharp and cold. I'll be right back. Wait here for a moment. Yun Yu watched his retreating back, her voice soft but worried. Lord Goita, where are you going? He stopped and turned his head. His voice was low and steely. I'm going to deal with those who dare to harm you. On the other side, Dan Hun was running for her life, her legs tangled in her long skirt. She glanced back and saw Goita's subordinates closing in behind her. She reassured herself silently. Although there are quite a few of them, none of them seem very fast. I just need to escape like this. Suddenly, Dan Hun's steps faltered. Before her was a bottomless chasm, shrouded in mist. She looked back worriedly. Dan Hun turned her head to see Goita and his subordinates had caught up. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, looking at her without a shred of pity. She called out, her voice trembling. Lord Goita. Lowering her face, Dan Hun spoke softly, like her last words. In the end, I guess this is as far as I can go. She raised her head, a faint but bitter smile on her face. After all, this didn't stem from a desire to live. This whole life, this hateful life, I will let you end it with your own hands. Goita remained still, his expression icy. Dan Hun slowly backed toward the edge of the chasm, her voice faltering. This is my final wish. Goita closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. When he opened them, his gaze was colder than frost, his voice low, enough to freeze Dan Hun in place. Why should I do that? She was stunned, her lips trembling. Lord Goita, you must hate me so much. Even so. Goita's lips curled slightly in a contemptuous smile. Hate you? Never. Who do you think you are for me to hate? Goita's words, like sharp daggers, stabbed straight into Dan Hun's heart, leaving her speechless. He turned and walked away without a backward glance, his voice still cold and full of contempt. Just a pitiful little bug that I kept out of mercy, daring to harm my beloved. That is what makes me angry. I couldn't care less about your wish. Dan Hun couldn't utter a word, only standing there silently. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She took step after step back toward the cliff's edge, small rocks under her feet crumbling into the abyss. The sight didn't move Go-Ida in the slightest. He left, his cold silhouette gradually disappearing into the mist. In a quiet room, faint light filtered through the window. Yenyu let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Ugh, she thought, where is this? In her blurry vision, she saw the familiar figure of Go-Ida sitting beside her. His eyes were filled with worry, his voice trembling slightly. Go-Ida was alarmed, on the verge of tears. My lady, are you all right? Don't you recognize me? Yenyu looked up and nodded slightly. Lord Go-Ida. She tried to sit up, but a sharp pain from her wound made her clutch her arm and groan softly. What happened? I clearly remember being in the forest with you. Go-Ida quickly held her shoulders, his eyes full of care. Don't push yourself. I just finished treating you. Yenyu looked at him, her eyes showing worry. But Sarim and Lord Soho, before she could finish her sentence, Go-Ida immediately replied, I've taken them both home safely. Go-Ida looked at her affectionately. They are both receiving treatment, so don't worry. Yenyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's such a relief. But she noticed his expression still seemed somewhat troubled. Go-Ida leaned down slightly, his hand resting on her wound, his voice lowering. As for me, I'm not sure if I should feel lucky. I was so afraid I would lose you. Those words surprised Yenyu. She looked down, her voice tinged with heaviness. Actually, in that moment close to death, I thought about giving up on everything. It seemed like everything was my fault, and I thought that if I weren't here, everything would be resolved. She gently closed her eyes, her voice trembling but more resolute. But I won't think like that anymore. From now on, I don't want to die a meaningless death like before anymore. Go-Ida froze, his eyes wide, unable to hide his astonishment. He slowly asked, his voice hoarse, Like before? What do you mean? Yenyu looked up at him, her eyes tinged with sadness but calm. She said softly, Lord Go-Ida, this isn't the first time I've lived. Yenyu lowered her head, her voice gentle but heavy with emotion. The first time I fell into the underworld by accident. I met my former husband, I married him, and about a year later, I was murdered by my own husband. Go-Ida was silent, his eyes filled with shock. She continued, her voice as if drifting back to painful memories. At that time, I thought everything was over. The moment I thought I'd stopped breathing, I opened my eyes again and realized I was in the place where I first fell into the underworld. At first, I didn't understand why I was here, why I was wearing the same clothes as that day, and how everything had happened. When I met my former husband again, saw him treat me like a stranger, and everything repeated exactly as before, I realized I had returned to the past. For a brief moment, Yenyu smiled faintly, a pale and bitter smile. Perhaps this was a chance? Could I escape that man this time, I thought. But in the end, my second life also ended when I still couldn't escape my former husband. She paused, her gaze fixed in midair, her voice faltering. And then, when I opened my eyes again, I met you, Go-Ida. Go-Ida, who was always composed, was suddenly stunned. He fell silent, his eyes bewildered, trying to process what he had just heard. Thanks to meeting Lord Go-Ida instead of my former husband that day. But Go-Ida couldn't stay silent any longer. He suddenly cut in, his voice unable to hide his agitation. Wait. His eyes confused, his voice trembling. Wait, my lady. Give me a moment to think. Yenyu's words were like a thunderclap to him. Go-Ida closed his eyes, took a deep breath, trying to piece everything together. I once thought that compared to others from the surface world, you were quite calm. But I never expected this to be the reason. Yenyu looked at him, her eyes revealing a deep sorrow. She said softly, I know this is hard to believe, but Go-Ida quietly cut Yenyu off, his voice a bit flustered but firm. Before, you said your former husband was like Hyozu. Pressing on, he asked, your former husband, was he Hyozu? As soon as the words left his mouth, the color drained from Yenyu's face. She stammered, her voice faltering that is. Go-Ida looked down, not daring to look at her, his voice low but full of self-blame. I'm sorry. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, as if memories were flashing through his mind. Now I understand. The first day you came to Zhonggong Castle, you looked so uneasy. Hyozu seemed, strangely obsessed with you. As Goita spoke, he reached out and took Yu's small hand. She blushed and turned to look at him, saying nothing, but her eyes revealed the weakness she always tried to hide. He looked at her, his voice becoming gentle but filled with pain. Facing Hyo-zu must have been harder than anything. He held her delicate hand and rested his head against it, his voice filled with self-reproach. The fact that I couldn't protect you completely pains me immensely. Goita bowed his head, clutching her hand as if to transfer all his protection to her. Yu smiled faintly, her voice soft, but it's all right, I'm fine now. Her words were like a knife twisting in his heart. Goita reached out and pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse with emotion. Nothing is fine. He held her tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if he let go. In that warm embrace, Yu's tears couldn't be held back and began to fall. She burst into tears, her sobs filled with all the pain and loneliness she had endured in her past lives. This is the first time someone has told me that it's okay. I even thought I was fine, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. Yu recalled the time she had accidentally met Goita, the moments he silently appeared and protected her without asking for anything in return. She continued, her tears still falling. Even so, it took so long to meet you. Her tears fell endlessly, but I still feel so lucky, truly so lucky. After pouring out her heart, she felt lighter. Thank you for listening. It must be hard to believe. No, I'm the one who should thank you for. Goita gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, his eyes filled with all his love and cherish, trusting me enough to tell me. Goita looked down, his eyes full of tenderness and sorrow. He spoke softly, his voice like a whisper. Hearing this story, I wondered why we didn't meet in your past lives. If we had met sooner, would things have been different? He looked at Yu, a sad smile on his lips. But if I had known you in your past lives, I would have gone mad long ago. Goita raised his hand, gently wiping away the tears still on her cheeks. His finger gently caressed her cheek, making Yu blush. Seeing her bright smile, he felt his heart soothe. Goita said, his voice deep and firm, I couldn't live normally after losing you. I don't want to imagine that. Yu asked curiously, her eyes sparkling, what is that? Goita lowered his head slightly, pouting like a child. Really now, I don't even remember how I lived before I met you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to go on living. Yu's eyes crinkled into a smile at his honesty. Goita looked at her intently, his eyes full of determination. He took her hand, his voice steady but tinged with nervousness. So, Goita placed his hand over hers, looking deep into Yu's eyes. Stay with me forever. Yu was taken aback, recoiling slightly. Huh? Goita's face flushed with shyness, but he continued, his words radiating sincerity. My lady, will you marry me? Eonu froze. Her expression changed, as if she wanted to run away. That is, Suddenly, tears started streaming down her cheeks again, her face filled with disbelief. Goita panicked, his voice becoming agitated. My lady, don't you want to? Yu burst into tears, choking on her sobs. Really? Am I allowed to? Goita looked at her lovingly, smiling gently. He took her hand, bent down, and kissed it lightly, as if to confirm his words. It would be my honor. Meanwhile, at the palace, Hyo-zu sat on his bed, a piece of paper in his hand. He coldly crumpled the paper in his hand, his lips twisting into a sinister smile. Marriage. He threw the paper straight onto the floor, his cold voice echoing in the room. That's right. Soon the palace will have a happy occasion to celebrate. He paused, his sharp gaze fixed on the subordinate bowing before him. His voice suddenly dropped, full of sarcasm. But how has father's health been lately? The subordinate answered tremblingly, his voice cracking. I'm sorry to have to say this, but there has been no improvement. The royal physician said we should prepare ourselves. Hearing this, Hyo-zu covered his face with his hand, his voice agitated, as if he couldn't accept the truth. How can this be? How could you say such a cruel thing to a child? This is serious, too serious. He paused, his shoulders trembling as if in grief. But immediately after, his true, sinister face was revealed, devoid of emotion. His ice-cold voice rang out, steady but full of malice. He lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with calculation. What if father were to suddenly pass away? Wouldn't that spoil the happy day? That evening, under the clear moon and cool breeze, Goita held Yu in his arms. His voice was deep and warm. Tomorrow, shall we go visit your family? Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. tomorrow. His gentle gaze looked at her, filled with love. Yes, and because when I marry you, your family will also become my family. He gently stroked her soft hair. Hearing that, Yun-Yu couldn't hide a radiant smile, her sparkling eyes looking at him. I think, as a future son-in-law, it's proper to go and greet them first. Hearing that, Yun-Yu's eyes crinkled into a smile. Then, we'll do just that. When the sky had not yet brightened, Yun-Yu stood outside, stunned by the sight before her. She blinked repeatedly, unable to believe it. Lord Goita, Sarum, Goita's attendant, stood behind with a proud look. That's my master. His spirit is truly different. Yun-Yu was still bewildered. What is all this? It turned out, Goita had brought an entire cart overflowing with betrothal gifts, leaving Yun-Yu standing frozen, speechless. Seeing her flustered expression, he explained nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing. Ah, this? He stroked his chin and smiled brightly. I wanted to make a good impression on your family, so I prepared a little something. Before Yun-Yu could even react, he bowed his head again, looking a bit sheepish, and muttered to himself, "Is this a bit too simple?" His words made Yun-Yu break out in a sweat, both bewildered and helpless. She quickly shook her head, her tone urgent. What? As if to end this strange situation, she quickly pushed Goita gently aside. Try to reassure him. Oh no, Lord Goita, this is more than enough. Goita looked at her, his eyes showing surprise. Is that so? But I still think I should prepare a little more. Yun-Yu immediately waved her hands firmly, her voice resolute. Really, there's no need. Finally, Goita could only nod reluctantly. Well, if you say so, I suppose that's that. Hearing him say that, Yun-Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she turned away, his deep, warm voice rang out again, partly joking but also serious. I'll bring more gifts next time then. That unexpected remark left Yun-Yu helplessly speechless. She didn't know what to do with his humorous persistence anymore. When Goita's carriage stopped in front of the house, from a distance, Seiyu, Yun-Yu's younger sister, ran out, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister. Goita gallantly offered his hand to help Yun-Yu down from the carriage. As soon as she saw her sister, Seiyu rushed forward and hugged her tightly, her voice unable to hide her excitement. Sister, I heard the news. What's all this about? Seiyu looked up, her curious eyes glancing at Goita. Her face flushed red, so flustered she stammered. So this person is, really? Goita smiled, gently placing his hand on Yun-Yu's shoulder. He and she looked at each other, their gazes exchanging a tender and deep affection. Then, he turned to Seiyu, giving a warm smile. For my first official introduction, I am Goita. Placing his hand on his chest, he seriously introduced himself. Just call me brother-in-law. Seiyu was stunned for a moment. Then her cheeks grew even redder. She bowed her head, her voice trembling with shyness. Yes, brother-in-law. Once she had calmed down, Seiyu praised him radiantly, her eyes unable to hide her admiration. I thought you were handsome then, but you look even more outstanding now. Goita let out a soft laugh, his expression both humble and pleased. You're too kind. Yun-Wu's mother spoke up, her voice gentle but unable to hide its concern. Yun-Wu, you've been through a lot. She smiled kindly, her eyes filled with love. First, let's go inside and talk. The family of 5 gathered around the table, the atmosphere both warm and tinged with nervousness. After a moment of silence, Yun-Wu's mother began to speak, her eyes looking at her daughter with a pensive expression. I was truly surprised to learn that Yun-Wu would be getting married here. She rested her chin on her hand, her voice tinged with a bit of regret and contemplation. She is both beautiful and well-behaved, but because she was raised in the lap of luxury, she's a bit stubborn. Those gentle words carried a hint of reproach, causing Yun-Wu to bow her head, her small shoulders trembling slightly, as if blaming herself. As the eldest, her responsibilities are heavy, and she always handles everything perfectly. But once she's set on something, she can't be swayed. Hearing this, Yun-Wu lowered her face, her dejected expression clear. Her small shoulders trembled as if burdened by her mother's words. She had made the family worry more than a few times. She sighed, her voice continuing, gentle yet tinged with emotion. When she first fell here, she said she wanted to follow Lord Goita. At this, her eyes showed a hint of sadness, but she couldn't hide the love for her daughter. I was so heartbroken. Then she gave a bright smile. I always thought she had many shortcomings, but now that she's marrying someone like you, I don't know how to feel. Goita smiled softly, his voice both sincere and deep. Indeed, for a suspicious person like me to suddenly appear and say I'm taking the family's precious daughter away, how could you not be worried? He bowed his head, his voice heavy with sincerity. I apologize for making everyone worry. Then, he glanced at Yun Wu, his eyes filled with love. But it is thanks to Yun Wu that I and your family have this fateful connection. Hearing those words, Yun Wu's mother bowed her head slightly, replying in a choked voice, "Thank you for cherishing her so much." Yun Wu sat silently, revealing a worried expression. She sighed softly, as if bracing herself against an invisible pressure. After a moment of hesitation, her mother continued to speak, her voice a little slow, "But my family also needs to prepare the betrothal gifts and dowry." Hearing this, Yun Wu was startled, her eyes flustered. Strange, that. Before she could finish her sentence, her mother cut her off, her voice like a duty that must be fulfilled. "In any case, we can't let our daughter marry empty-handed. That wouldn't be proper towards the groom." She rested her chin on her hand, her expression slightly weary. "But my family's circumstances are not enough to provide for those things. I don't know what to do." Goita listened in silence, then replied softly, his tone decisive, "That won't be necessary." His words made Yun Wu's mother slightly surprised. She looked up, her eyes showing clear surprise. At this moment, Goita gently wrapped his arm around Yun Wu's waist. His eyes looking at her were filled with love. "Our Yun Wu is already the most precious gift." He gave a radiant smile, every word exuding sincerity and love. "So the betrothal gifts or dowry don't matter." Yun Wu's mother looked at him for a long time. The corners of her lips turned up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "You truly love her. Thank you for being so considerate about this matter. From now on, please take good care of Yun Wu." After they finished discussing the marriage, Goita and Yun Wu stepped outside. The moonlight stretched across the path, as gentle as his words. "You've worked hard today." He was thoughtfully concerned. "Go inside and rest first. I have to go to the merchant guild for a bit." Yun Wu nodded, replying softly, "Yes, please be careful." She turned and went inside, but her heart was heavy with thoughts. "My family has accepted Lord Goita. What a relief." Lightly biting her fingertip, she pondered deeply, "But why does my heart feel so heavy?" Lost in thought, she suddenly stopped when she saw a familiar figure appear before her. Yun Wu thought in surprise, "Lord Yuta, why is he here?" Unable to hold back, she stepped closer and asked, "Lord Yuta, why are you doing this?" Before she could hear an answer, Yuta suddenly grabbed her hand. The warmth from his hand startled her. He looked at her, his eyes filled with unease. "I heard you're going to marry Goita." Yuta hesitated, his voice full of difficulty. "Are you really going to marry him?" Yun Wu was silent for a moment. Her gaze wavered slightly, but then she let out a sharp breath and replied decisively, "Yes, I'm going to marry Lord Goita." She pulled her hand back, her voice firmer. "So please don't bring it up again." Yuta bowed his head, his voice lowered, full of regret. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." Yun Wu frowned. Her heart grew heavier upon hearing those words. Yuta continued. Each word he spoke like a knife stabbing her heart. "Last time, I told you Lord Goita was deceiving you. He is a death god, and you're the bride of a death god." These words left Yun Wu rooted to the spot. Her mind went blank. "Lord Goita is a death god, and I'm really..." She stammered, her lips trembling. "The bride of a death god? The bride of a death god? What does that even mean?" Yuta looked deep into her eyes, as if wanting her to understand the truth. To a death god, the bride is a special existence, the only one who can help them escape the shackles of fate. His voice grew more and more urgent. "So don't marry him. He's using you." Yun Wu couldn't hold back, shouting agitatedly, "Lord Yuta, please stop." She clenched her fists, enunciating every word, her eyes showing clear annoyance. "As for the rest, I will ask Lord Goita myself." Yun Wu frowned, her gaze sharp, her voice firm. "For you to keep confusing me like this, it's truly upsetting. This is a matter between me and Lord Goita." Her decisive words echoed in the silence, causing Yuta to freeze. He just looked at her silently, his eyes holding an unconcealable pain. "Whatever the truth is, I will ask Lord Goita myself." Yuta looked at her silently. "So don't say anything more." But instead of replying, Yuta slowly raised his hand to remove the mask from his face. That action left Yun Woo bewildered. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her surprise. Yuta looked straight at her, his eyes seeming to hold a myriad of emotions. His voice rang out, low, sad, and pained. The day you chose to end your life. He bowed his head slightly as if trying to suppress the surging emotions. I prayed hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times, praying just to see you again, even if it meant death. Yun Woo was stunned. Her eyes wavered slightly. Yuta's words were like a hammer blow to her mind, leaving her speechless.